Better. Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful day, huh?
Okay, so why don't we have all the parties turn their video on just so we can see who we have and who we're missing, if anyone. So we're still missing one board member, it looks like. Or do we have, yeah, a couple.
Two.
Okay. Yes, that's good counting. Thank you. I agree. Okay. And Savannah, you can go ahead and make the two witness panelists if you haven't already. The two witnesses expected today. Yeah, there's Dr. Nesson. I'm doing well. How are you?
So Rebecca, I think one was moved over as a panelist, and I don't quite see the second one yet.
Okay. Okay. And that's okay. So we're still missing one board member. Is that correct, Savannah?
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay. And if you want to reach out to that board member or have someone reach out to him.
Yeah.
Well, the pharmacist.
Was it a PA? Maybe it was a PA.
Yeah, there was a pharmacist.
Good morning, Dr. Courtney.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. We're just waiting for one more board member, as you might have heard, and then we're going to put the hearing on the record and resume your testimony. In the meantime, do you want to just confirm? I just renamed you to make sure I spelled everything correctly. Dr. Courtney, can you see the renaming I just did of your video, Tal?
Can I see the renaming?
That's okay. No worries.
Yeah.
It's THOMAS and then COURTNEY. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
The hearing officer Smith, I think we have our last board member who's coming over.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sure, I think our last board member is joining us. There we go.
Okay, great. Okay, I think we're ready to call the hearing to order. So I'll start recording. And then
Recording in progress.
Savannah, you can also start recording.
Okay, you all set?
Almost.
Almost.
For Savannah to start recording. Great.
All set.
And I can, you're welcome to call the hearing to, or the meeting to order. Chair Gleaton, or I can just launch into the hearing because I believe that's your only business today.
It is.
Okay, would you like me to adjourn or open the hearing?
I'm okay with that as long as people understand the rules, so to speak, as Mr. Smith explaining. So do you want to go through that, Rebecca, you think?
Yes, if you have a script that you were expecting, you should go ahead and do that. I'm sorry.
Okay. It is now 9:05 on January 31st, 2023, and I call this meeting to order of the Board of Licensure in Medicine. My name is Dr. Meryl Nass. I am the current chair of the board. Before we go any further, I'm requesting that Executive Director Dennis Smith explain the circumstances under which we are holding this meeting and explain some ground rules for how we will be conducting the meeting. Mr. Smith.
Good morning. First, I would ask everyone participating in this virtual meeting to please mute your device. We are muting all devices from our end as well. In addition, I would ask all public participants to turn off their video cameras, and we're turning off video cameras as well, except for board members and participating board staff. In accordance with the board member remote participation policy adopted by the board on January 10th, 2023, the board chair directed that the January 31st, 2023 meeting of the board be conducted through remote participation of all board members pursuant to Section 2A of that policy. The board posted notices of this virtual meeting on its website and on the legislative calendar. In addition, the board posted a copy of the agenda for today's meeting on its website. It is the board's sincere hope that all those interested in the subject matter of today's meeting have received notice of the meeting and how to observe electronically. There is no physical location where this meeting is taking place. It is taking place only virtually. Savannah Okoronkwo is the electronic operator and host clerk of this virtual meeting and will perform the duties of the meeting organizer, such as muting and unmuting speakers and controlling who will be displayed visually as directed by the board chair and or hearing officer. Before turning to the meeting over to the chair, I would like to go over some ground rules for the meeting. Board staff have established the Zoom meeting by allowing participation by board members and staff only. The Zoom meeting is available for public observation only. Members of the public are asked to mute their lines, as the host clerk, Ms. Okoronkwo, will force mute lines. The board meeting will be conducted with board members displayed visually and unmuted. The use of the chat function will not be used. To the extent possible, that function has been disabled for the meeting. For board members and board staff who are participating in the meeting, here are some helpful hints. All phones and cell phones should be on mute at this time in order to minimize talking over one another. When you would like to speak, please state your name. The board chair will recognize you once the previous speaker is finished. If the board votes on any matter, Ms. Lathrop will conduct a roll call vote required by law. If any board member has a question, please state your name. The board chair will recognize you. If anyone requires a bathroom break, please speak up and request a break in the meeting. We will be conducting a 1/2 hour lunch break during the meeting, commencing at 12 o'clock. The meeting will remain live during that time. However, all lines will be muted and board members should turn off their cameras. The meeting today will follow as best as possible the agenda, which will consist of the adjudicatory hearing and adjournment. I will now take a roll call of board members and identify staff present. We need to assure that we have a quorum, so I'll be conducting a roll call of the board members who are participating in this virtual meeting. When I call your name, please indicate if you are present. Meryl Nass, MD, Chair.
Present.
Holly Fanjoy, MD.
Present.
Renee Fay LeBlanc, MD.
Present.
Gregory Jameson, RPH, Public Member.
Present.
Noah Nesson, MD.
Present.
Brad Waddell, MD.
Present.
And Lynn Weinstein, Public Member.
Present.
Staff members present are Executive Director Dennis Smith, Medical Director Kenji Saito, MD, Consumer Assistance Specialist Savannah Okoronkwo, Investigative Secretary Faith McLaughlin, Administrative Assistant Maureen Lathrop, Licensure Specialist Tracy Morrison, Licensure Specialist Lisa Rennie, Secretary Nathan Fitz. Also present are Assistant Attorney General Timothy Steigelman, Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Willis, and Assistant Attorney General Lisa Wilson. I count 7 members virtually present, which constitutes a quorum of the board. Board members, please advise if you need to leave the meeting at any time. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Bleak.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. I think, Rebecca, I think we're all set to start now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Executive Director Smith, for putting that information on the record. I'm going to call the hearing to order. Today is January 31st, 2023. The time is 9:10 a.m. The Maine Board of Licensure in Medicine is assembled for the 3rd day of an adjudicatory hearing in the matter of Dr. Meryl Nass. Complaint numbers CR 21-191, CR 21-210, and CR 22-4. The hearing is being held remotely pursuant to 1 MRS 403B and board policy. I note for the record that the following board members are present and presiding over this matter: Chair Marula Gleaton, Dr. Holly Fanjoy, Dr. Renee Fay LeBlanc, Dr. Gregory Jameson, Dr. Noah Nesson, Dr. Brad Waddell, and public member Lynn Weinstein. In addition, please let the record reflect that the licensee is present and represented by attorneys Jean Libby and Tyler Smith. Representing board staff are Assistant Attorneys General Timothy Steigelman, Lisa Wilson, and Jennifer Willis. Executive Director Smith went over the Zoom protocol, so I'm going to just highlight a couple for our participants. If you lose access to the meeting, please return using the same webinar link, and board staff will readmit you. We will wait until you return to resume the hearing. Board members, please do not utilize your device for any purpose other than participating in the hearing or accessing the hearing exhibits or transcripts during the hearing. For the first 2 days of hearing, board members were distributed board staff exhibits 1 to 128 and licensee exhibits 1 to 157. In addition, since then, you have been distributed board staff rebuttal exhibits 126 to 170 and the court reporter's transcripts from the first 2 days of hearing. I'm going to do a roll call vote to ensure that board members have access to all of those exhibits as well as the transcripts from the first 2 days of hearing. Chair Gleaton, you have those materials.
Yes.
Dr. Fanjoy?
Yes.
Dr. Fay LeBlanc?
Yes.
And Dr. Jameson?
Yes.
And am I using the correct identifier for you? I know you're an RPH.
No, I do not have a PharmD degree.
Okay, so Mr. Jameson has indicated yes. Dr. Nesson?
Yes.
Dr. Waddell?
Yes.
And Ms. Weinstein?
Yes.
Okay. Just a reminder to the board, on the first day of hearing, which was October 11, 2022, the licensee testified after being called by board staff's counsel. On the second day of hearing, which was October 25th, 2022, the licensee's testimony was completed and board staff began its examination of expert witness Dr. Thomas Courtney. We will resume the hearing today with board staff's Assistant Attorney General's continued questioning of Dr. Courtney. And with that, we can resume testimony. So Dr. Courtney, I'm going to have you unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Okay. Do you recall that I swore you in as a witness on October 25th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you remember the instructions about testifying, or would you like me to repeat them?
If you could repeat, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. It has been a while, so I'm happy to do that. And let me just make sure I have everyone. I saw some tiles moving around there. Okay, but it looks like we still have everybody. Okay. For the swearing in, you swore or affirmed to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You swore or affirmed that you would not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents. And you swore or affirmed that you would let me know if anyone was in the room with you. The instructions are that if there's been an objection to a question that's been asked of you, please wait for me to make a ruling before you begin your answer. Try to make sure you wait for the person asking the question to complete their question before you begin your answer, so we have a clear record of question and answer. If you don't understand a question, please ask for clarification. There is no intention for you to speculate as to your answers. If you encounter a distraction, just let me know, and I'm happy to give you a break to address that. If you need a break for any reason, just let me know. You may access the hearing exhibits that were provided to you, but if you are answering a question by reading from the exhibit, please let me know that you're doing that instead of answering from your own recollection or knowledge. Do you have any questions about testifying at this time?
No.
Assistant Attorney General Willis, you may resume your questions.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, members of the board. Good morning, Dr. Courtney. Dr. Courtney, are you being paid for your time in this case?
Yes.
And how much are you being paid?
I believe $125 an hour.
And how does that compare to your regular hourly rate of pay?
It is less than I would normally make.
And Dr. Courtney, how many COVID-19 patients have you treated?
I have participated in the care of over 100 patients at the hospital.
And if I could direct your attention now to Board Staff Exhibit 30, which starts on PDF page 2093. And if you'd let me know when you're there. You're muted, Dr. Courtney.
Thank you. Yes, did I hear correctly? Page 30?
No, I'm sorry. PDF page 2095 is the page I'd like to direct you to in Exhibit 30.
Okay, I'm here.
And is this part of your expert report submitted in this case?
Yes, it is.
And do you see there case number 1 and then a patient name?
Yes.
And is that the patient that we are referring to in this case as patient 2?
Yes.
And if you could scroll down then to the next page where it says case number 2, is that and you see a patient name below that?
Yes.
And is that the patient that we are identifying for the purposes of this adjudicatory hearing as patient number 1?
Yes.
Thank you. And now I would like to turn to the specific patient care in this case. Doctor, if you could please go to Board Staff Exhibit 9, which is at PDF page 49.
I'm there.
And do you see patient number 1's name there in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And what is the date of the visit noted just below that?
All right, 9/28/21.
And do you see another date to the right of that?
Yes, presumably the birthday.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. Could you just repeat that?
Yes, I presumably the birth date.
And how old would this patient have been at this time?
Well, 2/22/1952, so 68 or so.
And would the patient's age be a relevant factor in treating her for COVID-19?
Yes, we know that the older people become, particularly into the 60s, that is a risk factor for having more severe manifestations of COVID-19.
And assuming at this time in September 28th that the patient does not yet have COVID-19, if you could scroll down to the assessment and plan section at the bottom of this page.
Yes.
What is the apparent plan in case patient 1 gets COVID as recorded here in this assessment and plan?
There is a medication. It's initialized IVM. Presumably that means ivermectin. And then there are two vitamins, zinc and vitamin C, and then some aspirin, ASA.
And if you could scroll up one page from this to PDF page 48, do you see a prescription pad there?
Yes.
And is that prescription in the name of patient one?
Yes.
And do you see, is the date the same as the document we were just looking at for that prescription?
Yes, it is.
And what is that prescription for?
It's for ivermectin.
And doctor, in your opinion, did this specific treatment plan for this patient in case she gets COVID-19 in September of 2021 meet the standard of care at that time?
At that point,
Objection. The witness has already testified that he has never treated an individual on an outpatient basis, and there's no assessment in his report of what the assessment or plan was and whether it was appropriate.
Okay, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
We have already adduced on the record that the standard of care is the same, whether treating via telehealth or in person. And secondarily, this is well within this expert's expertise to talk about whether this assessment or plan meets the standard of care and it's relevant to the allegations in the notice of hearing.
Okay, and I just want to clarify the objection. So I think you said, Attorney Libby, there was no evidence in the record that he had treated a COVID patient as an outpatient, but did you mean by telehealth?
As an outpatient by telehealth, that's correct. The other pertinent fact, which has already been established, is that the telehealth regulations were suspended by executive order of the governor on March 20th, 2020.
And I would direct the board's attention and the hearing officer's attention to board staff rebuttal exhibit 129, which is the executive order altering that.
Okay, and what's the date of that executive order, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
I will have to pull it up, Madam Hearing Officer, one moment.
And can you repeat the rebuttal exhibit number?
Yes, it's exhibit 129.
And
the executive order is dated June 30th, 2021.
okay, so what I'd like you to do is just lay foundation with Dr. Courtney that he was aware of those orders, and then you can proceed to your substantive question.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And Dr. Courtney, if I could direct your attention. Well, Madam Hearing Officer, let me just respond initially that the witness's awareness or non-awareness of this particular state, I don't think is relevant to his testimony. This is a fact. Attorney Libby has testified himself multiple times to the non-existence of this fact, and this does not have bearing directly, I don't believe. Dr. Courtney's specific knowledge of the timing or of this specific executive order does not have bearing on his opinion about this assessment and plan.
May I respond, Madam Hearing Officer?
Yes.
It seems to me an odd argument that an expert can offer opinions with respect to the care of patients when he has no understanding of the executive orders that have been issued by the governor. He has no understanding of Board Exhibit 129 and its impact on telehealth. And from a national perspective, the national emergency with respect to COVID-19 remains in effect. At the beginning of COVID-19, there were no protocols. It was a pandemic, and it was a trial and error experiment for treatment of patients, both on an outpatient and inpatient basis.
Okay, so
I don't see how he can testify without knowledge of those elemental facts.
Okay.
It's not a factual issue. The objection is a legal objection. Whether the telemedicine rules were suspended or not, Exhibit 129 clearly states the rule was no longer suspended.
Okay. So I'm going to allow the questions. I leave it to you, Assistant Attorney General Willis, whether you lay foundation as to whether his opinion takes into account these executive orders, because I think that's probably very important to how relevant his opinions are. But I will let you go forward with your substantive questions.
Could the court reporter just read back the question, please?
So, Ms. Alley, I don't know if you know that you're muted. Just if you're taking your time to find it, that's fine.
I'm just trying to search back for it.
Okay, no problem.
Question, and doctor, in your opinion, did this specific treatment plan for this patient, in case she gets COVID in September of 2021, meet the standard of care at that point?
Okay, so are you posing that question, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead and answer, Dr. Courtney.
Thank you. At this point in time, we knew that ivermectin was not an effective treatment for prevention or treatment of COVID-19.
All right, doctor, let's move on to the December portion of Dr. Nass's care for patient one, when patient one did have COVID-19. If you could please turn now to Board Staff Exhibit 16. Which is at PDF, starts at PDF page 106.
I'm there.
And I will have you scroll down to PDF page 107, please.
I'm there.
And you see these text messages. Have you reviewed these text messages as a part of this case, Dr. Courtney?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to just start with a few orienting questions so we're all on the same page. You see the date there at the top of December 10?
Yes, Friday, December 10, 5:04 p.m.
And under that, do you see the patient one's adult son's name there at the top in the first text?
Yes.
And scrolling on to the next page, PDF 108. And the second text down there, you see the person who's texting is still the adult son of patient one?
Yes.
And moving down to the Friday, December 17th, 4:59 p.m., what does the patient's son, patient one's son, tell Dr. Nass about patient one's condition?
It says, Dr. Nass, my parents aren't doing very well. My dad's breathing is very shallow, and when he tries to breathe deeply, he begins coughing violently. I don't see any signs of improvement. When do I need to consider taking him to the ER? Should we be taking more ivermectin? And then he says, my SpO2 is 85.
And Dr. Courtney,
object, the husband of patient one is not one of the patients whose care is being questioned, so I fail to see what relevance that is.
my next question, Attorney Libby, is Dr. Courtney, which part of that deals with patient one?
Well, it's in response to patient one, he's saying my parents, so that includes the patient.
And could you please turn now to Exhibit 9, which is PDF page 49.
I'm there.
And do you see about halfway down that page on the right-hand side, a handwritten notation dated 12/17?
Yes.
And what does Dr. Nass's record, or what does Dr. Nass record here about patient one's condition?
Just beginning to turn a corner, day 11. Doesn't need additional RX.
And what does that 12/17 record state as the basis for Dr. Nass's conclusions that the patient was, quote, turning a corner, end quote?
Well, there's nothing else in this on this piece of paper that denotes anything about the patient otherwise.
And I would like to now direct your attention, Dr. Courtney, to the hearing transcript for October 11th on PDF page 64.
PDF page 64.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's correct. I see image 005, image 006.
And you are within the October 11, 2022 NAS full PDF document?
No. May I have that page again?
Yes, it is 64.
Can you indicate whose testimony you're referring to?
Yes, I'm referring to lines 11 through 17, Dr. Nass's testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
And starting at line 11, Dr. Nass testified, this patient initially seemed the healthiest, I guess. She didn't require, I was told by the family that she did not, I asked questions about how she was doing and they said she was doing okay. And so I took them at their word because, again, this was a phone call or a text message. In your opinion, Dr. Courtney, did Dr. Nass gather the information necessary to reach a medically valid conclusion about patient one's condition?
Well, she didn't speak with the patient herself. She's relying on secondhand knowledge of what's going on with the patient. So I can hardly suggest that is an adequate assessment of her patient.
And I will direct you now back to the board staff main exhibits. This is the PDF 2022.10.06 board staff second amended exhibit with exhibit list. And if you could go to PDF page 110.
I'm there.
And about halfway down that page, do you see the date Sunday, December 19 at 1:20 p.m.?
Yes.
And just under that, what does the next text under that date say?
I think it might be time to take my parents to the ER. They are getting very weak. I don't see any symptoms improving. Can you talk?
And how does Dr. Nass respond?
She says, my son's family is just getting ready to leave. Can we talk at 2 p.m.?
And in your expert opinion, Dr. Courtney, does that response meet the standard of care?
Well, I don't think we get a sense as to whether or not the issue with the parents is an acute issue. 2 p.m. is about 40 minutes after the initial text, and I just think this situation is very concerning. That does this person need immediate care?
And if I could direct you to PDF page 50, please, within this exhibit.
What is the exhibit number again, please?
Exhibit 9. And the board staff exhibit page number is 49.
I'm there.
And you see a handwritten piece of note paper there, Dr. Courtney?
Yes.
And patient one's name in the upper right corner?
Yes.
And what is the date there?
12/19/2021. PC, presumably phone call.
And what are the handwritten notes recorded here in blue ink?
Several lines. One, dry cough. Next line, not in stomach. 24/7 pain. No change with food. Weekend dizzy. Poor PO times 2 weeks. No BMX, bowel movement several days. Go into Penn Bay ER.
And Dr. Courtney, is this the first time in these records that specific vital signs or symptoms are recorded for patient one?
Yes.
And Dr. Courtney, in your opinion, what symptoms would have been necessary to record in treating patient one in order to track the course of her COVID-19 illness?
Well, the main concern here with COVID-19 is evolving hypoxic respiratory failure and dehydration. So knowing if a person is short of breath, if they are dizzy and weak are important signs. Do they feel like they need more air? Those sort of symptoms that elicit declining respiratory status, rate of breathing also.
And Dr. Courtney, how does the fact that Dr. Nass was treating this patient solely by telephone or text affect your opinion about what symptoms should have been recorded to track the patient's condition?
Well, again, I'm going to object. This expert has already told us he has no familiarity with treatment of a COVID-19 patient through telehealth, and he has no experience in treating outpatients. And he's the expert that is being offered to the board.
Again, the standards of care do not differ in those circumstances.
Okay, so I'm going to consider that a standing objection, and you can certainly make an argument, Attorney Libby, to the board, or you can conduct cross-examination related to your point, but I'm going to consider that a standing objection and let the questions go forward.
And Dr. Courtney, would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
How does the fact that Dr. Nass was treating this patient solely by telephone or text message affect your opinion about what symptoms should have been recorded to track the patient's condition?
So early in the course of the disease, I certainly don't object to the telemedicine, but it's important to establish the condition of your patient. And when the condition gets to a point that is concerning for progressive hypoxic respiratory failure, they need to be directed to the ED. So we need to know if a person is breathing easily or not, how fast they are breathing. Is their cognition good? Are they dizzy and weak, which was in that note? All the symptoms that would suggest she's either stable or progressing for the worse.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, was Dr. Nass acting as patient one's doctor in December 2021?
Well, yes, it would seem so.
And in your opinion, did Dr. Nass provide medical treatment to patient one in December of 2021?
Aside for the prescriptions that were given earlier on, she's simply monitoring the status of this patient, but doesn't seem like particularly well. Finally, on the state that the 12/19/21, she appropriately sent the patient to the ER.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, was Dr. Nass practicing medicine in the December 2021 encounters with patient 1?
Yes.
And Dr. Courtney, please explain whether or not, in your opinion, Dr. Nass's care of patient 1's COVID-19 illness during December of 2021 met the standard of care.
No.
And please explain how you reached that conclusion.
As I've said already, it is essential to be certain as to the progress of the disease. The main cause of death from COVID-19 is hypoxic respiratory failure. When that disease is progressing quickly early in the course of disease, having that individual seen in the emergency department, seen in person, is essential to determine whether or not they need antiviral therapy, oxygen, whether or not they need to be admitted. And in my opinion, the care given up to that point did not clearly establish how well the patient was doing and whether or not they needed to go to the emergency department prior to this date.
And Doctor, I refer you now to Board Staff Exhibit 115 at PDF page 2492.
$24.92. I'm there.
Thank you. And I would refer your attention to the bottom of that page there under section 2, grounds for discipline, capital E, sub 1. If you could please read that standard over to yourself.
Yes.
And could you please explain, Dr. Courtney, in your expert opinion, whether or not Dr. Nass's treatment of patient 1 evidenced a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duty she owed to patient 1?
In my opinion, no. And for all the reasons we've just spoken, there was not sufficient interaction with that patient to assess her quality of illness and whether or not she needed more prompt in-person assessment.
I think I understand your answer, Dr. Courtney, but I'd just like to clarify. If I could just read the question again for you. In your expert opinion, did Dr. Nass's treatment evidence a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duty owed to patient 1?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you could look down to sub 2 there, if you could review that standard to yourself, Dr. Courtney.
Okay.
And Dr. Courtney, in your expert opinion, please explain whether or not Dr. Nass's treatment of patient 1's COVID-19 infection in December of 2021 evidenced a lack of knowledge or inability to apply principles or skills necessary to carry out the practice of medicine.
In my opinion, yeah, she did not display adequate knowledge or ability to carry out those duties.
And could you elaborate on that, please?
As previously said, this patient was not being followed in a manner that gave her good evidence as to her stability. And when there were signs that she was doing poorly, it seems that she was delayed in receiving appropriate care by not being referred to the emergency department before.
Okay, and I'm going to interrupt for 1 second because by my count, we're missing a board member. Yes.
Hearing officer, it looks like Dr. Faber Brown.
Yes. So let me know if you see her come back into the waiting room, Savannah.
Not yet.
And Court Reporter Ally, just so you know, when she comes back on, we may have you read back the last question and answer.
Try to see if board staff can't reach out to her, Rebecca, but I'm not seeing her in the waiting room.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we take a 5-minute recess, which will take us to 9:50, and hopefully she'll be back with us by then.
Rebecca, she just logged in.
Okay. Everyone's still here. We don't need to take that recess, but okay, thank you all for coming right back. Okay. Dr. Faye LeBlanc, welcome back. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I'm on my phone for the time being. It seems like there's a Wi-Fi issue, so I'll work on that when we have a break, but I think this will work for now.
Okay. And I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the last question and answer. Make sure that you are up to speed.
Question, and Dr. Courtney, in your expert opinion, please explain whether or not Dr. Nass's treatment of patient one's COVID-19 infection in December of 2021 evidenced a lack of knowledge or inability to apply principles or skills necessary to carry out the practice of medicine. Answer, in my opinion, yes. She did not display adequate knowledge or ability to carry out those duties. Question, and could you elaborate on that, please?
Okay, thank you. And so there is that pending question, Dr. Courtney, if you want to go ahead with your answer.
I'm sorry, I thought I answered it. Could I hear the question again?
I'm happy to repeat that.
Okay, go ahead, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
I was just asking you, Dr. Courtney, to please elaborate on your conclusion that Dr. Nass's conduct in treating patient one's COVID-19 infection in December of 2021 evidenced a lack of knowledge or inability to apply principles or skills necessary to carry out the practice of medicine.
In my opinion, no, she did not. This patient appeared ill from the and the assessment available in her documents failed to adequately document her condition and apparent need to be sent to the emergency department prior to the time that she did.
And Dr. Courtney, again, I just want to clarify, I believe when I first asked you the question, you indicated that yes, you did think that Dr. Nass's conduct evidenced a lack of knowledge or inability to apply principles. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Well, we've had a question answered differently twice.
And I have twice clarified that. I have asked Dr. Courtney to clarify.
Okay, I think we've exhausted these questions, so why don't you move forward, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
And Dr. Courtney, Dr. Nass provided, and we've now reviewed, 2 handwritten documents, a prescription, and text messages, all contained in Exhibits 9 and 16 as the medical records for patient 1. Is there anything recorded in any of these records that we reviewed that states patient 1 had COVID-19 in December of 2021?
Not specifically.
And in your experience, doctor, is this a typical medical record?
No.
And why not?
It lacks a tremendous amount of information that would be present in most medical notes.
And Dr. Courtney, is it important in medical record keeping to be able to identify the patient to whom the records refer, in your opinion?
Yes.
And Dr. Courtney, in your opinion, did Dr. Nass's records for patient 1 fully record all relevant aspects of patient 1's medical history?
No.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, did Dr. Nass's records for patient 1 record all relevant aspects of patient 1's condition and symptoms?
No.
And Dr. Courtney, in your opinion, for whose benefit do physicians maintain detailed medical records?
Well, it's for multiple benefits. One, for the doctor themselves, so they can recall what the condition of a patient, their status at a particular point in time, so that can be followed up when appropriate. It is important for any physicians who might later come by and assess her care at a later date to know what was happening, to know what a patient's condition was, comparable to how they might be, for example, in the emergency department or in the office. It is for the patient themselves so that they have a clear documentation of the progress of their medical care.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, please explain whether or not these materials in Exhibits 9 and 16 constitute an adequate medical record for patient 1.
In my opinion, no, they do not.
And please explain the basis of that opinion.
A poor documentation of patient condition, vital signs, their subjective status, their progression of disease. It is very little information to understand what's going on with the patient.
And I'd like to turn now to patient 2 at exhibit, and I would direct your attention to exhibit 21 at PDF page 233, board staff exhibit page 232.
And there?
And again, just a few orienting questions. Do you see in the upper right-hand corner patient 2's name?
Yes.
And just below that, what is the date of this patient encounter?
9/2/21.
And what is the patient's date of birth?
5/14/1960.
And looking over in the upper left-hand corner, what is listed there under issues?
There are a number of medications.
And do those listed medications and supplements tell you clearly what conditions patient 2 had at the time?
It's not a direct listing, but the medications are specific for certain medical conditions. So that would be, you would have to interpret that. But to some extent, you can see what might be going on with this individual.
And then looking still at the top of the page, but to the right of those supplements listed there, there's a header, handwritten header, allergies. What's written there?
Statins, cholesterol medicine.
Thank you. Pardon me. I was going to ask, and because we're talking over each other, let me go ahead and ask, what can you infer from the notation statins?
That the patient is allergic to the statins. They are used for cholesterol.
And what other medical history is recorded in this September portion of the record?
Well, that's, there's a wait.
And I'll direct your attention now, doctor, to the bottom of the page, to the assessment and plan portion of this form on the lower third of the page.
Yes.
And what is the first notation that appears in assessment and plan?
It says high risk.
And in your professional opinion, doctor, is that a correct assessment of this patient?
I would agree.
And what do you base your conclusion on?
There are a number of comorbidities that are known to result in more severe, or at least the likelihood of more severe disease with COVID-19. They include obesity. They include advanced age. They include diabetes. It looks like this person is diabetic.
And how did you reach the conclusion that the person's diabetic?
The medications that are being ordered for this patient, metformin and glimepiride.
And looking at the rest of the notation in this assessment and plan section, what is the plan for this high-risk patient in the event he gets COVID-19?
It says ivermectin.
And if you could flip back one page or scroll up one page to PDF page 232, board staff exhibit page 231.
Tell me what that is, because the PDFs aren't visible on my copies.
Certainly, this is appears to be a prescription pad dated 9/2/21 for patient 2.
Thank you.
And doctor, is this the prescription referred to in the assessment and plan section we were just looking at?
Yes.
And we can scroll back to the PDF page 233. In reviewing this page, doctor, do you see anywhere recorded the patient's informed consent to receive treatment via telehealth?
I do not.
And reviewing again the assessment and plan, doctor, in your opinion, could you please explain whether or not this plan for treatment of patient 2's potential future infection with COVID-19 met the standard of care when it was made in September 2021?
It does not.
And please explain the basis of your conclusion.
On the basis of exhibits I've already given, ivermectin was shown to be ineffective in preventing or helping in the treatment of COVID-19 from multiple sources.
And doctor, please explain whether or not, in your opinion, this treatment plan for patient 2 in September of 2021 evidenced a lack of knowledge or ability to apply or inability to apply principles necessary to practice medicine.
Yes, it did.
And please explain the basis of that conclusion.
She was using a medication that was not effective for COVID-19, and that was appears to be the sole remedy she had for treating this patient.
And moving on now to the December interaction with this patient, when patient 2 had COVID-19, in the middle of this page, I'm again on PDF page 233. Board staff exhibit page 232. This is exhibit 21 to orient everyone. In the middle of that page, do you see there's a handwritten box with writing inside?
Yes.
And what is the date of the encounter recorded inside that handwritten box?
12/11/21.
And I'm going to parse out the different sections of this handwritten note. In the upper left-hand corner of that hand-drawn box, starting with the 3 lines of text on the left that follow patient 2's name and the statement that he's high risk, what treatment is being discussed there?
It talks about, I think it's still Tiazim, cardiac medication, blood pressure medication, and arrow upwards, meaning increased blood levels. So take 1 QID on day 1.
And under the patient's name and the statement high risk, what is the notation there that starts with plus?
Needs HCQ, I think that means hydroxychloroquine RX, must decrease diltiazem and watch for hypoglycemia.
And what condition is diltiazem prescribed for?
It's a cardiac medicine and used for high blood pressure.
And assuming that Dr. Nass stated that she only saw patient 2 for COVID-19, in your experience, is it typical to make adjustments to medications for something like diltiazem without consulting the primary treating physician related to that condition?
Yeah, absolutely not.
And why not?
The knowledge base on this patient for him to be prescribed diltiazem is almost certainly well known by the primary care physician. There may be particular reasons why the dose prescribed is what it is, and to alter that in absence of knowledge of the primary care physician is not appropriate.
And then moving down just below the section that we just read, there's a notation in the lower left-hand corner of this hand-drawn box that starts with the word plan. What was handwritten there after plan?
It says HCQ 2, meaning hydroxychloroquine, I believe, 200 milligrams BID times 3 weeks. And beneath that is the use of azithromycin, 200 milligrams, 250 milligrams maybe, BID times 3 weeks. And it says use hydroxychloroquine times 1 week plus hold onto azithromycin.
And then finally, when does it tell the patient to return for additional follow-up?
It says call in 3 weeks.
And doctor, could you please explain whether or not this treatment plan for patient 2 met the standard of care in your opinion?
No, it does not.
And what is the basis of that opinion?
She's prescribing medication that we know at this point in time does not help in the treatment of COVID-19. She is prescribing azithromycin in absence of, I don't know whether she intended for him to take this or not, but it's an antibiotic, would be used for pneumonia. The combination of these two, the hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, can increase the probability of cardiac issues. She is changing an important medication, the diltiazem, in absence of a discussion with primary care doctor, and the follow-up is fairly distant from when she's interacting with this patient.
And doctor, could you please scroll down to PDF page 235, which is board staff exhibit page 234, still within exhibit 21?
Could you describe the page, please?
Absolutely. It is a text message page that begins Saturday, December 11, 11:58 p.m. a.m. Sorry.
I'm there.
And if you could scroll down on that same page to the notation, to the date of Wednesday, December 15th, 2:48 p.m. It's the last text on this page.
Okay.
And you see patient two's first name there?
Yes.
And what treatment is the patient considering at this point?
The patient is considering doing monoclonal antibodies, has an appointment at 11 o'clock. Do you see any? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Moving on to the next page, PDF page 236, board staff exhibit page 235. How does Dr. Nass respond to patient one or patient two's consideration of monoclonal antibodies?
Well, the question is, do you see any reason he shouldn't try them? And Dr. Nass says, hard to say, it's experimental, and if you are injured by them, there is no recourse. But if he needs them, he should get them.
And in your opinion, doctor, would it have been appropriate to discuss monoclonal antibodies with this patient previously for any reason?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, he had multiple comorbidities for having severe disease with COVID-19, and it's particularly in those settings where the monoclonal antibodies have significant benefit.
And that was true for December 2021?
Yes.
And looking further down this specific page, under the date Wednesday, December 15th at the time 4:46 p.m. The third text there starts with his O2. What does patient two's wife state about patient two's symptoms in that text, please?
His O2 dropped into 88 and 89 last night. Shall I go on?
I'm happy to ask you questions about that. Let's stop there. What is the medical term for oxygen saturation below 90%, Dr. Courtney?
Well, he's desaturating. He's got severe hypoxic respiratory failure.
And is hypoxia or severe hypoxic respiratory failure a significant symptom in a high-risk COVID-19 patient?
Absolutely.
And why is it a significant symptom?
You're right at the edge of dying from COVID. People in hypoxic respiratory failure at this point can quickly progress and die from the disease. This person needs to be seen in the emergency department. They likely need oxygen, and depending on the course of the illness, additional treatments.
And here the patient's wife reported that period of hypoxic respiratory distress occurred the night before, so on December 14th.
Yes.
And let's talk now about the part that starts today, his heart rate. If you could just read that.
Today his heart rate has gotten down as low as 90, but with focused breathing, it will be 93, 94. And his heart rate is running around 111 to 115.
And is there a medical term for the heart rate information that patient 2's wife is describing about his state here?
Well, he's tachycardic.
And how significant a symptom is tachycardia for a high-risk COVID-19 patient?
Well, also important, it is a response to his hypoxia, his heart rate. His heart is working hard to try to pump sufficient oxygen to his body.
And how significant is tachycardia in association with the previously reported hypoxia?
It's critical. He needs to be in the emergency. He needs to be in the hospital, frankly. Likely needs oxygen, needs to be hydrated, depending on the course of disease. Needs remdesivir and probably steroids and possibly other immune suppressing medications that are used later in the course of the disease.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, how should a reasonably prudent physician have responded at this time to learning of these of patient 2's symptoms?
Should have been sent to the emergency department or EMS should have been called.
And how urgently should that have been done?
I think it's urgent.
And looking onward in these texts, let's move on to the next page, which is PDF page 237, board staff exhibit page 236. How does Dr. Nass respond?
How many days, she asked, how many days since his first symptom?
And then scrolling through without necessarily reading them all, the text exchange continues this afternoon. If you could just look over those additional texts of that discussion. And it looks like they end on PDF page 239 with a new date. And I'll just ask you, Dr. Courtney, at any time during that exchange, did Dr. Nass actually recommend an escalation of care at this time?
She's just sort of thinking over things using androgens, maybe the need for prednisone. Sounds like she's ruling out monoclonal antibodies at that point in time.
So I'll just ask you again, Dr. Courtney, did Dr. Nass actually recommend an escalation of care at this time?
No.
And let's turn now to PDF page 231. And this is board staff exhibit page 230 and is a phone slip. And
there.
And across the top, you see patient 2's name there, Dr. Courtney?
Yes.
And what is the date of this phone call?
12/15/21.
And what is the time of the phone call?
7:30 p.m.
So this is later the same day as the text we've just been looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could please tell us here, what is recorded about the patient's condition here?
We know that he has a fever. It says T102.9. His O2 saturation is 89%, and then written in parentheses is normal 94 to 98. He took a Z-Pak, the azithromycin, finished today. Sputum is colored, sweats and chills, poor PO intake.
Thank you, doctor. And without going any further than those symptoms, how should a reasonably prudent physician have responded to these symptoms?
Emergency department.
And is it relevant that the patient's oxygen saturation appears to have been below 90% the night before on December 14th, and then again at the time of the December 15th evening phone call at 7:30?
Yes.
And how is the repeated drop below 90% oxygen saturation relevant to his treatment?
He's failing. He's got hypoxic respiratory failure. It's not getting better. He's on a progressive course of disease and needs to be in the emergency department, needs to be admitted.
And Dr. Courtney, assuming that Dr. Nass testified that oxygen saturation below 90% does not require immediate emergency care, what's your professional opinion of that?
That's just so false. And it demonstrates significant hypoxic respiratory failure.
And so specifically for patient 2, with his oxygen saturation below 90% on the second night in a row, please explain whether or not, you've already answered this question, pardon me, I'll move on. Let's go ahead and keep reading the phone call notation at PDF page 231. What is recorded here as Dr. Nass's plan?
It says plan, it's underlined, and then it says ordered prednisone taper, aldactone and avodart, but hold off. Get CXR, meaning a chest x-ray, and let me know result.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, please explain whether or not this plan is consistent with the standard of care.
It is quite possible that the patient may need steroids, but this should be done in the setting of a full in-person assessment in the emergency department. Chest x-ray is exactly what they would do in the ED, but they would also monitor this patient and certainly admit them, watching for progression of disease. He almost certainly appears to have progressive respiratory decline and definitely needs oxygen, may well need to be intubated.
And let's talk specifically about the notation, quote, get chest x-ray and let me know result, end quote. In your opinion, Dr. Courtney, is that the same as a referral for urgent in-person assessment?
Well, no, it's not. I mean, this note was written at 7:30 p.m. I don't know where this patient is going to get a chest x-ray at 7:30 p.m. without going to the emergency department. In the ED, that would happen very quickly, and the emergency doctor will have the opportunity to react to the findings on that image.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, can you explain whether or not get a chest x-ray and let me know result conveyed what needed to be conveyed to this patient?
Objection calls for speculation. It's not a medical opinion. It's a guess.
Okay, can you respond, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes, I would like Dr. Courtney to opine whether he believes get a chest x-ray and let me know conveys to a patient what this patient needed to know at this time.
One way to answer that question would be to ask the patient, who will be a witness in this proceeding.
So why don't you ground the question in what he would do in terms of conveying information to the patient, and then he can compare that to this response.
Dr. Courtney, what would your recommendation have been to this patient?
Yeah, this is very indistinct. Get a chest x-ray. The order should have been go to the emergency department where they will get a chest x-ray. Certainly she should know the result of the chest x-ray, but at that point in time, if necessary, the emergency physician can act on the findings.
And doctor, if I could have you scroll up 1 page to PDF, page 230, board staff exhibit, page 229. And this is the of Dr. Nass's patient form. And do you see in the upper right-hand corner there, patient 2's last name?
Yes.
And what's the date there?
12/17/21.
So this is two days after the phone slip on 12/15.
Yes.
And still in that upper right-hand corner, just below the date, you see patient 2's name and his wife's name. What is noted immediately below that?
Advice regarding hospitalization.
And if we look down in the lower portion of this page, there's a pre-printed physical exam, which is followed by some further handwritten notes. And again, do you see patient 2's first name there? This is below the pre-printed box.
Yes.
And just above patient 2's first name there, where is patient 2 according to these notes?
It says in Midcoast Hospital.
And prior to this notation, do we have any record that Dr. Nass referred patient 2 to seek immediate in-person assessment of his COVID-19 symptoms?
No.
And is there any record prior to this note that escalation of care was discussed at any point with patient 2 or his wife?
No.
And Dr. Courtney, you've also reviewed the hospitalization records for this patient that appear as board staff exhibit 23.
Yes.
And what was the general course of his illness once patient 2 was hospitalized?
He had progressive respiratory distress and did require intubation.
And Dr. Courtney, in your expert opinion, how does the standard of care change based on the amount the patient pays for the doctor's time?
None at all.
Nobody has made that suggestion.
In December of...
Hold on. So we had a question and answer, and then I had a late objection. So is an objection to the question?
Right. There's no suggestion here in the evidence that Dr. Nass's $60 rate to make herself available to patients who were seeking her care triggered a lower standard of care.
Okay. Sounds like a relevant objection. Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Dr. Nass did in fact testify, and it is in the hearing transcript, that the patient received a amount of care based on the payment.
Okay, so I'm going to let the question and answer stand, and you can do cross-examination if you need to. Attorney Libby, go ahead with your next question, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
And Dr. Courtney, in December of 2021, in your opinion, was Dr. Nass acting as patient 2's doctor?
Well, yes.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, did Dr. Nass provide medical treatment to patient 2 in December of 2021?
She wrote some prescriptions.
And was Dr. Nass practicing medicine in December 2021 related to patient 2, in your opinion, Dr. Courtney?
Yes.
And I'd like to turn now to the medical records for patient 2. Dr. Nass testified that exhibits 8, 10, 20, 21, and 22 constituted her full records for patient 2. You've reviewed these records as part of this case?
Yes.
And in your opinion, are these typical medical records?
Objection to the form of the question. There's no relevance what is typical and what is atypical.
Assistant Attorney General Willis.
it is relevant whether these medical records are typical. There are numerous counts related to medical record keeping in the notice of hearing. And I'm simply asking Dr. Courtney, in his opinion, whether these are typical medical records for a medical professional to keep.
Okay. I'll allow it. He's testified as to his practice and expertise, so I'm assuming he's considering typical based on that. If you want to explore that further, you can, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Again, Dr. Courtney, are these typical medical records in your experience?
No.
And why not?
The lack of information.
And what medically relevant information necessary for the treatment of a high-risk COVID-19 patient is absent from these records?
Vital signs, well, typically vital signs, how fast a patient is breathing, whether they are tachycardic or not, the degree to which they are experiencing discomfort with the breathing, secondary symptoms like dizziness, ability to stand, cognitive function, all the things that would point to having adverse effects of the infection and a sense as to the progression of disease.
Dr. Courtney, please explain whether or not, in your opinion, Dr. Nass's care of patient 2 evidenced a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duty she owed to patient 2. And I'm going to just clarify the question so that we all are on the same page. Did Dr. Nass's conduct evidence a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duty she owed to the patient?
Yes.
And please explain the basis of that opinion.
As previous response to you, poor documentation of the progression of disease, delay in getting, delay in advising, inpatient or at least in-person assessment to review whether or not further therapies would be necessary. Such as oxygen, use of remdesivir, monoclonal antibodies, or steroids.
And then, Dr. Courtney, in your expert opinion, please explain whether or not Dr. Nass's treatment of patient 2 evidenced a lack of knowledge or inability to apply principles or skills necessary to practice medicine.
Yes.
And again, I'll ask you to elaborate on that, if you could explain.
Yes, it appears that she lacked knowledge in treatment of this individual and assessing them in a timely manner.
And Madam Hearing Officer, this is a natural break point, and I just wanted to offer, we will cover patient 3 as well, but if the board would like to take a break now, this is a good time to do so.
Okay, thank you for offering that. We'll take a 10-minute recess, so we'll be back at 10:37. And I encourage board members to turn off your audio and video and turn your video back on at the end of the break to signify that you're ready to resume.
So that's 10:40, Madam Hearing Officer?
Yeah, by my computer, it's 10:37, but yes, 10 minutes. Okay, if our participants can turn their video back on, signify they're ready to resume the hearing. Okay, we have all our board members and all our participants. So you can resume your questions, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Excuse me, can we wait a second? Dr. Nass is just coming back from the ladies' room.
Yes. Okay, you may resume, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'd like to turn now to patient 3 and go to Exhibit 28 at PDF page 1282, Board Staff Exhibit page 1283. And Dr. Courtney, are you with me on PDF page 1282 of the board staff's main exhibits?
Yes, I am.
And you recognize this form now that we've already seen for patients 1 and 2. Do you see patient 3's name there in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes.
And what is the date of this visit, please?
9/21/21.
And what is patient 3's date of birth?
1/27/93.
And what is the weight of patient 3 according to this record?
260 pounds.
And let's look at the CC section, the chief complaint section.
Yes.
What is noted there?
28-year-old, 6 months pregnant.
And Dr. Courtney, if this patient had COVID-19, would you consider her high risk for a more serious case?
Yes, she has, right off, she has 2 comorbidities.
Which are?
Obesity and her pregnancy.
And let's look now to the section HPI, history of present illness. How long has the patient been ill with COVID at this point?
4 days of fever, chills, cough, headache.
And in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, where does the date of this appointment fall within the window for treatment with monoclonal antibodies?
It's good.
And can you explain
Well,
that a little more?
Generally less than 7 days or less.
And Dr. Courtney, could you explain, in your opinion, whether or not this patient would have been a good candidate for monoclonal antibody treatment?
Yes, it would be indicated.
And on what basis, please?
Because of her pregnancy, number one, and with the additional comorbidity of her obesity.
And let's look down again to the section near the bottom of the page called assessment and plan.
Yes.
What was Dr. Nass's assessment and plan for patient 3?
A stop to Lucast, hydrochloride to Walmart, Z-Pack, fluids and rest.
And what does the HCQ stand for, please?
I believe that's her abbreviation for hydroxychloroquine.
And if we could just scroll back to PDF page 1281, which is board staff exhibit page 1282. Do you see some prescriptions here?
Yes.
And are these written for patient 3?
Yes, they are.
And do you see the same date there as the patient visit record that we were just looking at?
Yes.
And what are these prescriptions written for?
One is for hydroxychloroquine, a second one for a Z-Pack.
Thank you. And we can return to PDF page 1282. Is there any record of Dr. Nass obtaining patient 3's informed consent for treatment via telehealth?
There is not.
And do you see any medical history recorded for patient 3 in this record?
So forgive me, please, but I got a problem with the video. It just sort of X'd out on me.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
So let's actually, are you not able to see the proceeding at this time, Dr. Courtney?
No, let me, hold on a second. Looks like it might be,
It
I
just,
think it's down again.
it reduces sometimes. So you may have it on the bottom of your screen, able to enlarge.
Yeah, I have them all up, and then I got a black screen with a puzzle piece and a frown face on it.
Oh,
And
Yeah, good.
great. I thought so. So are you having trouble pulling up a document or the video?
the last document that I was just on, it kind of went away. So I may need a few minutes to download it again.
Okay. So, and are you able to see the Zoom proceeding? That's my next question.
Am I able to see what?
The Zoom proceeding. Is your concern only with the document or with the
Only
proceeding?
with the document I can,
Okay. So
I can see.
you can't call up that, the board staff exhibits.
Yeah, I had it a moment ago, and then it went away.
Okay, so let's take a couple minute recess and allow you to pull that back up. So let's,
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
okay, so we'll come back at 10:50.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Courtney, were you able to resolve the document issue?
Yes, I have all of the documents on my desktop, and so I just deleted that and I called it up again and I have it back. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, but.
Okay. Assistant Attorney General Wills, do you want to repeat your question or ask the court reporter to repeat it?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I would like to ask the court reporter to repeat it.
Okay.
Just let me go back and find that. Question, and do you see any medical history recorded for patient 3 in this record?
And do you need the page number, Dr. Courtney? We're at
I'm
PDF
on-
page.
I'm on 1282.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I didn't entirely hear the question. Do I see any?
Medical history recorded for patient 3.
There's, other than the symptoms we've just described, the fever, chills, cough, headache, no.
And are there any findings of physical exam recorded here, doctor?
There are none.
And given that patient 3 had just tested positive for COVID-19, what relevance would a physical exam have to her care?
It would allow us to know if she is in respiratory distress, knowing if she's saturating okay, knowing if she's tachycardic, knowing if she's breathing in a difficult manner. Is she dizzy or unsteady? Those general factors about the her well-being while infected.
And would that be a necessary step for providing her care, performing a physical exam for this patient?
Well, yes, even on a telephonic basis, I think at least we should know that.
And assuming Dr. Nass has never met this patient in person, in your opinion, would a physical exam be necessary to properly treat this patient?
You know, I think a good history would be needed, and based on that good history, if well documented, maybe not necessarily a physical exam, but if there were any indication that she was especially ill, then yes.
And whereas here there is no well-documented medical history, would a physical exam be necessary in your opinion, doctor?
Well, in absence of that, yes.
And assuming that in this instance, Dr. Nass had relied instead of performing her own physical exam on the fact that the patient had been seen in urgent care the day before and all of that had been done, meaning a physical exam had been performed. And in the absence of Dr. Nass seeing the records for the patient's visit to the previous, to urgent care the previous day, can you explain, doctor, in your professional opinion, whether or not it would meet the standard of care for Dr. Nass to have relied on the previous day's vital signs taken by another practitioner when treating patient 3, a high-risk COVID-19 patient?
I do not think it is adequate.
And why is that, doctor?
As we just said, we don't have a good assessment as to her status at the point, her physical status at this point in time.
And Dr. Courtney, I'll ask you again, in your opinion, how quickly can COVID-19 symptoms change for a high-risk patient?
Well, they can progress rapidly.
And can you explain, Dr. Courtney, whether or not Dr. Nass collected sufficient information for patient 3 to determine if the patient required in-person assessment, in your opinion?
No, she did not.
And can you explain, Dr. Courtney, in your professional opinion, whether or not patient 3 needed in-person assessment for her safety at the time of her telemedicine visit with Dr. Nass?
She needs an adequate history laid out, and on the basis of a good history that can be determined. So it's not as though she could not have asked the correct questions and have written an adequate history on this patient to preclude the need for a physical exam. But again, in absence of her knowing any of this, she should be seen.
And looking at this Exhibit 28, still on the same page, PDF page 1282, Board Staff Exhibit page 1283. Dr. Courtney, can you tell if Dr. Nass considered this patient high risk?
There's nowhere to indicate that.
And doctor, have you reviewed the records provided by patient 3's prenatal care provider in Board Staff Exhibit 29 in reaching your opinion about this case?
Yes.
And if you could please turn now to Exhibit 29 at PDF page 1923.
Upstairs.
And that's Board Staff Exhibit page 1924.
I'm there.
And do you see patient 3's name in the upper left-hand corner of that document?
Yes.
And just below the header, there's a line that says from. Do you see patient 3's prenatal care provider listed after that? And what is the subject line? What is the date of this communication?
9/22/21.
Which is the day after the records that we've just been reviewing from Dr. Nass. And what is the subject line of this communication from patient 3's prenatal care provider?
Positive COVID-19 and needs monoclonal antibodies.
And so did that provider recommend monoclonal antibody treatment for patient 3?
Yes.
And looking at the second line of that communication on this same page, did this provider consider patient 3 high risk?
Yes.
And looking toward the bottom of this page, did patient 3 in fact receive monoclonal antibody treatment as recommended by her prenatal care provider?
Yes, it appears she did.
And Dr. Courtney, in reviewing Exhibit 28, the medical record for patient 3, in your medical opinion, are those records adequate?
No.
And why don't you think they're adequate, doctor?
As we stated, we don't have a good assessment as to the condition of the patient at that point in time.
And Dr. Courtney, in your opinion, did Dr. Nass provide medical treatment to patient 3 in September of 2021?
Yes.
And Dr. Courtney, could you please explain whether or not Dr. Nass acted as patient 3's treating physician in September of 2021?
Yes.
And finally, Dr. Courtney, was Dr. Nass practicing medicine when interacting with patient 3 in 2021?
Yes.
Dr. Courtney, in your opinion, and based on your review of Dr. Nass's records, could you please explain whether or not Dr. Nass's treatment of patient 3 in September of 2021 evidenced a lack of fitness or ability to discharge the duties she owed to patient 3?
Yes, I believe she demonstrated a lack of fitness.
And in what way, please, doctor?
She did not adequately assess the patient as to the severity of her illness, not that can be identified on the documentation that she gave, and provide her with adequate counseling for appropriate care.
And Dr. Courtney, can you please explain in your opinion whether or not Dr. Nass's treatment of patient 3 evidenced a lack of knowledge or an inability to apply principles necessary to carry out the practice of medicine?
Yes, it would appear so.
And please explain the basis of your conclusion, doctor.
Dr. Nass did not adequately assess this patient and provide her with good guidance on needed therapies.
Thank you, doctor. Madam Hearing Officer, those are all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Libby, are you conducting the cross-examination of this witness?
I am.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Courtney, who solicited you to become an expert in this case?
The Board of Medicine.
And at the time the Board of Medicine solicited you to become an expert, you were aware that the Board of Medicine had suspended Dr. Nass's right to practice, correct?
It was just about that time, yes.
January 11th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Correct. So what information did the board provide you to review?
I received the information provided by Dr. Nass to the board, which largely entailed the text messages that she had written, the notes written on each of the patients that we have reviewed this morning, and the hospital records of each of the patients.
Now, what were you asked to do by the board?
I was asked to review the care of each of these individuals and to assess whether the care she rendered was appropriate.
Now, you already knew at the time you received the patient records that the board believed the care was not appropriate, correct? You knew that.
No, actually, I want to go back. I don't think that's true. I had an open mind when I read this.
No, listen to the question. I didn't ask you anything about an open mind. I asked you if you knew Dr. Nass had been suspended, and you said you did. Correct?
The timing of the suspension was a while back, and
the simple question is, did you know Dr. Nass was suspended? When you reviewed the records and wrote your report.
When I reviewed the records, I did not know that. When I reviewed the records, I did not know that. I think that came afterwards.
You think? That means you're not sure?
Well, I'm pretty sure that when I reviewed the records, that I was not aware of Dr. Nass having been suspended.
You're obviously aware of confirmation bias, aren't you, Dr. Courtney?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, once you have a fixed belief, you look for facts to support that belief. correct?
If that's your definition, I guess so.
Okay. Now, Dr. Nass was charged January 11th, and you wrote your report January 15th. 4 days, correct?
I had received the information.
Now, the question is, you wrote the report in 4 days. Is that correct?
I wrote the report in 4 days. That may be so.
Thank you. So I haven't seen any revision of your report. The only one I have is the one dated January 15th, 2022. Correct?
Okay, yes.
I don't see anywhere in your report that you opine that Dr. Nass doesn't have fitness to the appropriate fitness to treat patients 1, 2, and 3. Correct?
I'm not put to me in that way.
Okay. Well, I am putting it to you in that way. There's nothing in your report that provides an opinion that Dr. Nass is not fit to practice medicine. Is that a correct statement or not?
I don't think that's absolutely correct. We could go back to my written report and see my exact words.
Okay. You don't recall your report?
I recall the report, the exact words I use.
There's nothing in your report to suggest that Dr. Nass doesn't have the appropriate medical knowledge, is there?
No, I don't think so.
So the board provided you, in the preparation of your report, the board's expert guide. Do you recall that?
Will you restate your question again?
Certainly. The board provided you its expert reviewer guide.
Yes.
And I've marked that as licensee exhibit 206. Now, according to the board's guides on page 3, the minimum qualifications for expert reviewers.
I'm going to object, please.
Okay, what's the objection?
Lack of foundation. Can Attorney Libby direct us to this exhibit, please?
206.
Thank you.
So licensee exhibit 206, does that withdraw your objection?
Yes, thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, I would ask for clarification. Has 206 been admitted into evidence?
I will love to move to admit it.
I don't believe you've ruled on this group of exhibits yet, Madam Hearing Officer.
Pretty non-controversial. It's what the board provided to Dr. Courtney.
Attorney Libby, let me respond. So according to my notes, that's an exhibit that still needs to be ruled on. We were getting additional briefing, I believe. So is that, you'll have to help me, the parties, is that an exhibit that's been objected to?
It was just filed yesterday, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay. So that's a new exhibit, which I wasn't fully aware of. So have you received it, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes.
And you have an objection to it at this time?
I have not had an opportunity to fully review it.
Okay. So what is your response, Attorney Libby?
My response is if she'd like to review the minimum qualifications for expert reviewers, there are 5 criteria. Each one sentence, it would take less than 60 seconds. She can review them.
So you'll have to remind me, Attorney Libby, I know there was still briefing outstanding on a number of motions and exhibits, but I don't remember a process for new exhibits, but forgive me if I've forgotten because I wasn't anticipating new exhibits, I don't believe.
Well,
Board staff was not anticipating new exhibits either, Madam Hearing Officer.
Well, these were provided to me by the board in response to a FOA request. Wasn't provided prior to that. And it contains significant criteria for expert reviewers. And I'm just trying to establish whether this doctor has the qualifications required by the board.
And when did you receive that photo response?
I think it was in the December batch, December 16th.
I'm not going to allow these questions because you've had ample opportunity to request, and we recently had a conference and there was no request for additional exhibits. So there's been no process for those to be submitted and responded to and admitted. So I'm going to ask you to move on. That's not an exhibit that's even under consideration at this time for admittance.
Dr. Courtney, have you engaged in clinical practice in the same area as Dr. Nass for the last 2 years?
Couldn't be more specific with that question.
That is the question. Have you engaged in clinical practice in the same area of practice as the physician being investigated for 2 years prior to reviewing the case?
Are you up until I only have the documents that were provided of me. And as far as I know, Dr. Nass was practicing telephonic medicine for COVID-19. I do not know if she was doing other things at the time. With reference to the COVID-19, I was not seeing outpatients or seeing them telephonically. My primary role was on the inpatient side.
So the answer to the question is that no, you were not engaging in a clinical practice similar to Dr. Nass for the 2 years prior to reviewing case, correct?
That would appear to be true.
It says you must be familiar with the standards of care applicable for the date of treatment.
Objection.
Is that correct?
Objection.
So what's the objection, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
He's again reading from a document that is not in evidence. You specifically said it could not be entered into evidence, and he's specifically reading directly from the document.
Attorney Libby?
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Dr. Courtney, you are not familiar with the standards of practice of telehealth on an outpatient basis. Is that correct?
That is not
for your
correct.
own testimony.
That's not true. I practice telehealth on my patients in infectious diseases.
Well, do you consider yourself an expert in the standards for telehealth, in which you told us in your direct testimony that you had no experience?
Objection. That's not what he testified.
Okay, if you want to ask questions based on the transcript, since we have them, Attorney Libby, you can go ahead and do that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to point him to the section you're referencing.
Yeah, do you recall that you said you reluctantly used telemedicine?
Correct. I do remember that.
And do you recall testifying it was not a format that you like?
That is true.
And do you recall you testified that you have not treated patients by telehealth?
That's not true. I haven't treated patients with COVID-19 by telehealth.
Well, do you have your transcript available to you?
So, and just to clarify, this must be the October 25th, second day of hearing, correct?
Yes.
And do you have that available, Dr. Courtney?
Yes, I have it on my desktop. It will take a moment to call up.
Okay, and while you're calling it up, why don't you give us the site, Attorney Libby?
I'm there. I've got it.
It's page 40.
Okay, and I think we've been operating with the full-size transcript. Is that what you're using, Attorney Libby?
No, I have the condensed version.
Okay, so what page of the transcript is it? Like the page number on the transcript?
Just let me confirm this so make sure I'm in the right place. I need to apologize. This is not that reference. So let me ask this question. Do you recall whether you testified that you treated COVID-19 patients by telemedicine?
I recall saying that I do not treat patients with COVID-19 by telemedicine.
Thank you. So you are here because you're familiar with the standards applicable to Dr. Nass's treatment of patients 1, 2, and 3 in the period of September to December of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Nass consulted with patient 1, which you refer to as case number 2, on September 28th, 2021. Correct?
Yes.
Patient 1 was healthy, correct?
Yes.
Patient 1 was seeking a prescription for ivermectin. Do you know that?
I believe that is true. Yes.
Have you ever treated a patient under a patient like this under those circumstances?
No, that's very specific.
Patient 2, your case number 1. Patient 2 was also healthy when consulting Dr. Nass, correct?
Yes.
And patient 2 also sought a prescription for ivermectin, correct?
Yes.
And have you ever treated a patient like patient 2 under similar circumstances?
No.
Patient 3 was pregnant and had a positive COVID test. Are you aware that she contacted Dr. Nass and requested a prescription for hydroxychloroquine?
There were no records specifically stating that.
Okay, so the answer to the question would be no, you weren't aware?
Correct.
Okay. And Dr. Nass prescribed hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a similar patient under these conditions who was asking for that medication?
No.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say you don't have any clinical experience in treating patients who have made an independent decision that they did not want to be vaccinated?
Objection.
Okay, basis for the objection?
Dr. This is a question about a topic that we've agreed we are not going to cover. We have a stipulation about it in this case.
Okay, response, Attorney Libby.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. What was the response, Attorney Willis?
You are seeking to elicit testimony about a topic we have stipulated we're not going to discuss in this case.
That's incorrect. I am asking this question just to see whether or not Dr. Courtney has any experience in treating patients who have on their own made a decision to be unvaccinated.
Okay. So I'm going to add a petition. Go ahead if you have more to argue, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
We have discussed this at length, that we are not going to cover this specific topic of vaccination, and this came at the request of the licensee, and now the licensee is attempting to open that same door.
Okay, Attorney Libby.
That's simply inaccurate. What we agreed is that misinformation, all of those counts were dismissed. Certainly, there is a medical difference between treating a vaccinated and unvaccinated patient. And I am simply trying to establish that Dr. Courtney has no experience in treating patients who have independently, aside from any consultation with Dr. Nass, decided not to be vaccinated.
Okay, so I'm going to allow the question, but I am asking you to be mindful to not spend time on questions that would violate or be in contravention of the stipulation that the parties made.
Certainly.
This question.
Mr. Libby, will you please repeat your question?
Sure. Do you have any experience in clinically treating patients who have made an independent decision not to be vaccinated?
Multiple times when they were admitted to the hospital.
Okay. On an outpatient basis?
No.
No. Now, there's something very important missing from your assessment of patients 1, 2, and 3 and the questioning by Attorney Willis, and that is the patient. Now, am I correct that patient autonomy is a principle of medical care?
Yes, it is.
And am I correct that any treatment of a patient under the American Medical Association's Code of Conduct requires the mutual consent of the patient?
Yes.
And am I correct that a patient has the right to refuse treatment, refuse medication, if they so elect?
Yes, of course.
And your analysis, Dr. Courtney, looked at Dr. Nass's records, but there was no consideration of what the patient's requests or instructions were to Dr. Nass, correct?
She listed none in her reports.
Let me ask the question again. Does your analysis, does your opinion take into consideration the fact that patients 1, 2, and 3 requested ivermectin and or treatment with hydroxychloroquine?
To that specific question, no.
No. But we can agree that a patient has a right to refuse medication and a right to request medication.
Yes.
And you're not aware of those specific considerations that patients 1, 2, and 3 made to Dr. Nass at the time she was providing care, correct?
That is correct. There were no records to tell me any of that.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that a patient has the right to be unvaccinated?
Objection.
Basis.
It's a continuation of the earlier objection about this topic. We've stipulated that we're not going to discuss this. This is not relevant to this case.
So the stipulation is that, I'm going to read the entire stipulation. Board staff has withdrawn any alleged grounds for discipline concerning Dr. Nass's public statements and any alleged grounds for discipline concerning Dr. Nass's beliefs or understanding concerning the safety or efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine. The board should not find a violation based in whole or in part on Dr. Nass's public statements, if any, concerning COVID-19, nor should it find a violation based in whole or in part on Dr. Nass's understanding of the safety or efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine. So hearing that now by both parties, do you still have an objection, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes, I would still object that this is not a relevant line of questioning.
Okay, and Attorney Libby?
I believe it is for the reasons set forth in the stipulation, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Well, a physician is going to treat a patient and they're going to treat differently whether the patient is vaccinated or unvaccinated.
Okay, so I'm going to allow these questions. I don't think they violate the stipulation.
Now, are you aware from the records, Dr. Courtney, that all 3 patients were unvaccinated, patients 1, 2, and 3?
I can't remember specific statements about it all, but after reading the records, I was aware that they were unvaccinated.
Okay. And were you aware that each patient sought out Dr. Nass because she offered alternative treatment than monoclonal antibodies and remdesivir? If you're not aware, please tell me.
There was no indication in any of the records I received to tell me that.
Now, are you aware that, well, first tell me, what do you know about ivermectin?
It's a medication that is used in treating parasitic diseases.
Okay. Anything else?
I am aware that in vitro that it can provide some antiviral activity, but that the concentration necessary in order for that to occur in a patient far exceeds the tolerable dose of that vaccine.
Okay. And is this based upon your reading? I'm sorry if I spoke over you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the doctor said.
So Dr. Courtney, can you repeat the last clause of your answer, please?
Yes, the ivermectin in vitro can provide some antiviral activity, but at the doses that need to be prescribed to have that same activity in humans far exceeds the tolerability, and that the studies that I've reviewed, largely reports from the NIH, the World Health Organization, IDSA, and the producer itself, Merck Pharmaceuticals, also tell us it has no practical no practical use in treatment or prevention of COVID-19.
And what do you know about hydroxychloroquine?
Hydroxychloroquine we actually used early in the hospital, early in the pandemic. And because we had no other treatment at all, there were early on reports that it may have some activity. But about 6 months into the pandemic, the FDA withdrew its emergency use because of studies that showed that it was ineffective.
Okay, we're going to talk about those. My simple question to you is, have you reviewed the report of Dr. Harvey Reich, which is marked Licensee Exhibit 151A, Professor Emeritus of Epidemiology, Yale School of Public Health, dated July 31st, 2022, that contains a meta-analysis of the use of ivermectin? Have you reviewed Dr. Reich's report?
I believe I did review that report. I cannot quote any of it, though.
Okay. Dr. Reich writes, every one of the 9 epidemiologically adequate studies of ivermectin-based COVID-19 prophylaxis has shown risk reduction for developing the infection.
Objection. Could you please direct us to the page in this exhibit that we're looking at?
Page 1, licensee exhibit 151A.
Okay, so Assistant Attorney General Willis, if you need those sites, feel free to ask for them, but I don't think they're technically objections. So just help me to guide the process if you simply interject and ask for a page number.
And would you just like me to say, excuse me, Madam Hearing Officer?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do you have that report available to you, Dr. Courtney?
It's on my desktop. I'm opening it up now. I'll need a page number.
That's page 1 of exhibit 151A.
Page 1. I am there.
Do you see the second bullet point?
Yep.
Meta-analysis demonstrates 71% risk reduction and 82% risk reduction. You see that?
I see that he says that.
And the third bullet point, ivermectin has been safely used for 50 years by hundreds of millions of people worldwide in billions of doses in people with autoimmune and other chronic diseases, in children, in elderly, etc. It is one of the safest medications known. Do you agree with that?
One of the safest medications known? It certainly has been used. I think it can be used safely and when prescribed for appropriate purposes.
And the fourth bullet point, the FDA has no systematic evidence of fatal adverse events from ivermectin prophylaxis or early outpatient use. Do you disagree with that?
I can't say that I'm knowledgeable enough to specifically answer that question.
So let's look at Dr. Reich's other report, licensee exhibit 151B, page 1.
And if I might provide some assistance here, Attorney Libby, that will be PDF page 11 for Dr. Courtney.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There.
Do you see the bullet points on the first page?
Yes.
And do you see the first bullet point, Dr. Reich, who prepared the report June 17th, 2021, every one of the 10 studies of high-risk outpatient hydroxychloroquine use has shown risk reduction for hospitalization or mortality. Meta-analysis demonstrates 44% reduction in hospitalization and 75% reduction in mortality. Now, do you have any specific epidemiological evidence to dispute that statement?
I rely on the organizations that are intended to provide information on appropriate use of medications. I have provided those in my sub-exhibits. They include information from the National Institute of Health, the World Health Organization, the Infectious Diseases Society of America, the FDA, and the manufacturers themselves.
So the answer to my question is you don't have any evidence to dispute Dr. Reich's statement that hydroxychloroquine. Go ahead.
The information that I just said disputes that.
Okay, so let's peel the onion here, Dr. Ford. Ivermectin is a licensed medication, correct?
No problem, absolutely.
Hydroxychloroquine is a licensed medication.
That is
correct. And any physician can prescribe a licensed medication off-label, correct?
I suppose that is true.
It's not against the law, correct? Off-label prescription?
Correct.
And it's not against any standard of care because the standard of care recognizes off-label prescriptions, correct? Correct.
Well, it's not so specific. If you use a medicine that is intended for an entirely different purpose, then that is against the standard of care.
Well, that's what off-label prescription is, isn't it? You're using a medication for a purpose for which it wasn't originally licensed, right?
For a purpose that has good rationale, yes.
Well, explain to me why 10 studies of high-risk outpatients using hydroxychloroquine, which shows a 44% reduction in hospitalization and a 75% reduction in mortality, isn't COVID-19 patients by telemedicine?
I recall saying that I do not treat patients with COVID-19 by telemedicine.
Thank you. So you are here because you're familiar with the standards applicable to Dr. Nass's treatment of patients 1, 2, and 3 in the period of September to December of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Nass consulted with patient 1, which you refer to as case number 2, on September 28th, 2021. Correct?
Yes.
Patient 1 was healthy, correct?
Yes.
Patient 1 was seeking a prescription for ivermectin. Do you know that?
I believe that is true, yes.
Have you ever treated a patient a patient like this under those circumstances?
No, that's very specific.
Patient 2, your case number 1. Patient 2 was also healthy when consulting Dr. Nass, correct?
Yes.
And patient 2 also sought a prescription for ivermectin, correct? correct?
Yes.
And have you ever treated a patient like patient 2 under similar circumstances?
No.
Patient 3 was pregnant and had a positive COVID test. Are you aware that she contacted Dr. Nass and requested a prescription for hydroxychloroquine?
There were no records specifically stating that.
Okay, so the answer to the question would be no, you weren't aware?
Correct.
Okay. And Dr. Nass prescribed hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a similar patient under these conditions who was asking for that medication?
No.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say you don't have any clinical experience in treating patients who have made an independent decision that they did not want to be vaccinated?
Objection.
Okay, basis for the objection?
Dr. This is a question about a topic that we've agreed we are not going to cover. We have a stipulation about it in this case.
Okay, response, Attorney Libby.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. What was the response, Attorney Willis?
You are seeking to elicit testimony about a topic we have stipulated we're not going to discuss in this case.
That's incorrect. I am asking this question just to see whether or not Dr. Courtney has any experience in treating patients who have on their own made a decision to be unvaccinated.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead if you have more to argue, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
We have discussed this at length, that we are not going to cover the specific topic of vaccination, and this came at the request of the licensee, and now the licensee is attempting to open that same door.
Okay, Attorney Libby.
That's simply inaccurate. What we agreed is that misinformation, all of those counts were dismissed. Certainly, there is a medical difference between treating a vaccinated and unvaccinated patient. And I am simply trying to establish that Dr. Courtney has no experience in treating patients who have independently, aside from any consultation with Dr. Nass, decided not to be vaccinated.
Okay, so I'm going to allow the question, but I am asking you to be mindful to not spend time on questions that would violate or be in contravention of the stipulation that the parties made.
Certainly.
This question.
Mr. Libby, will you please repeat your question?
Sure. Do you have any experience in clinically treating patients who have made an independent decision not to be vaccinated?
Multiple times when they were admitted to the hospital.
Okay. On an outpatient basis?
No.
No. Now, there's something very important missing from your assessment of patients 1, 2, and 3 and the questioning by Attorney Willis, and that is the patient. Now, am I correct that patient autonomy is a principle of medical care?
Yes, it is.
And am I correct that any treatment of a patient under the American Medical Association's Code of Conduct requires the mutual consent of the patient?
Yes.
And am I correct that a patient has the right to refuse treatment, refuse medication, if they so elect?
Yes, of course.
And your analysis, Dr. Courtney, looked at Dr. Nass's records, but there was no consideration of what the patient's requests or instructions were to Dr. Nass, correct?
She listed none in her reports.
Let me ask the question again. Does your analysis, does your opinion take into consideration the fact that patients 1, 2, and 3 requested ivermectin and or treatment with hydroxychloroquine?
To that specific question, no.
No. But we can agree that a patient has a right to refuse medication and a right to request medication.
Yes.
And you're not aware of those specific considerations that patients 1, 2, and 3 made to Dr. Nass at the time she was providing care, correct?
That is correct. There were no records to tell me any of that.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that a patient has the right to be unvaccinated?
Objection.
Basis.
It's a continuation of the earlier objection about this topic. We've stipulated that we're not going to discuss this. This is not relevant to this case.
So the stipulation is that, I'm going to read the entire stipulation. Board staff has withdrawn any alleged grounds for discipline concerning Dr. Nass's public statements and any alleged grounds for discipline concerning Dr. Nass's beliefs or understanding concerning the safety or efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine. The board should not find a violation based in whole or in part on Dr. Nass's public statements, if any, concerning COVID-19, nor should it find a violation based in whole or in part on Dr. Nass's understanding of the safety or efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine. So hearing that now by both parties, do you still have an objection, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes, I would still object that this is not a relevant line of questioning.
Okay, and Attorney Libby?
I believe it is for the reasons set forth in the stipulation, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Well, a physician is going to treat a patient and they're going to treat differently whether the patient is vaccinated or unvaccinated.
Okay, so I'm going to allow these questions. I don't think they violate the stipulation.
Now, are you aware from the records, Dr. Courtney, that all 3 patients were unvaccinated, patients 1, 2, and 3?
I can't remember specific statements about it all, but after reading the records, I was aware that they were unvaccinated.
Okay. And were you aware that each patient sought out Dr. Nass because she offered alternative treatment than monoclonal antibodies and remdesivir? If you're not aware, please tell me.
There was no indication in any of the records I received to tell me that.
Now, are you aware that, well, first tell me, what do you know about ivermectin?
It's a medication that is used in treating parasitic diseases.
Okay. Anything else?
I am aware that in vitro that it can provide some antiviral activity, but that the concentration necessary in order for that to occur in a patient far exceeds the tolerable dose of that vaccine.
Okay. And is this based upon your reading? I'm sorry if I spoke over you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the doctor said.
So Dr. Courtney, can you repeat the last clause of your answer, please?
Yes, the ivermectin in vitro can provide some antiviral activity, but at the doses that need to be prescribed to have that same activity in humans far exceeds the tolerability, and that the studies that I've reviewed, largely reports from the NIH, the World Health Organization, IDSA, and the producer itself, Merck Pharmaceuticals, also tell us it has no practical use in treatment or prevention of COVID-19.
And what do you know about hydroxychloroquine?
Hydroxychloroquine we actually used early in the hospital, early in the pandemic. And because we had no other treatment at all, there were early on reports that it may have some activity. But about 6 months into the pandemic, the FDA withdrew its emergency use because of studies that showed that it was ineffective.
Okay, we're going to talk about those. My simple question to you is, have you reviewed the report of Dr. Harvey Reich, which is marked Licensee Exhibit 151A, Professor Emeritus of Epidemiology, Yale School of Public Health, dated July 31st, 2022, that contains a meta-analysis of the use of ivermectin? Have you reviewed Dr. Reich's report?
I believe I did review that report. I cannot quote any of it, though.
Okay. Dr. Reich writes, every one of the 9 epidemiologically adequate studies of ivermectin-based COVID-19 prophylaxis has shown risk reduction for developing the infection.
Objection. Could you please direct us to the page in this exhibit that we're looking at?
Page 1, licensee exhibit 151A.
Okay, so Assistant Attorney General Willis, if you need those sites, feel free to ask for them, but I don't think they're technically objections. So just help me to guide the process if you simply interject and ask for a page number.
And would you just like me to say, excuse me, Madam Hearing Officer?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do you have that report available to you, Dr. Courtney?
It's on my desktop. I'm opening it up now. I'll need a page number.
That's page 1 of exhibit 151A.
Page 1. I am there.
Do you see the second bullet point?
Yep.
Meta-analysis demonstrates 71% risk reduction and 82% risk reduction. You see that?
I see that he says that.
And the third bullet point, ivermectin has been safely used for 50 years by hundreds of millions of people worldwide in billions of doses in people with autoimmune and other chronic diseases, in children, in elderly, etc. It is one of the safest medications known. Do you agree with that?
One of the safest medications known? It certainly has been used. I think it can be used safely and when prescribed for appropriate purposes.
And the fourth bullet point, the FDA has no systematic evidence of fatal adverse events from ivermectin prophylaxis or early outpatient use. Do you disagree with that?
I can't say that I'm knowledgeable enough to specifically answer that question.
So let's look at Dr. Reich's other report, licensee exhibit 151B, page 1.
And if I might provide some assistance here, Attorney Libby, that will be PDF page 11 for Dr. Courtney.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Do you see the bullet points on the first page?
Yes.
And do you see the first bullet point, Dr. Reich, who prepared the report June 17th, 2021, every one of the 10 studies of high-risk outpatient hydroxychloroquine use has shown risk reduction for hospitalization or mortality. Meta-analysis demonstrates 44% reduction in hospitalization and 75% reduction in mortality. Now, do you have any specific epidemiological evidence to dispute that statement?
I rely on the organizations that are intended to provide information on appropriate use of medications. I have provided those in my sub-exhibits. They include information from the National Institute of Health, the World Health Organization, the Infectious Diseases Society of America, the FDA, and the manufacturers themselves.
So the answer to my question is you don't have any evidence to dispute Dr. Reich's statement that hydroxychloroquine. Go ahead.
The information that I just said disputes that.
Okay, so let's peel the onion here, Dr. Porter. Ivermectin is a licensed medication, correct?
No problem, absolutely.
Hydroxychloroquine is a licensed medication.
That is correct.
And any physician can prescribe a licensed medication off-label, correct?
I suppose that is true.
It's not against the law, correct? Off-label prescription?
Correct.
And it's not against any standard of care because the standard of care recognizes off-label prescriptions, correct?
Well, it's not so specific. If you use a medicine that is intended for an entirely different purpose, then that is against the standard of care.
Well, that's what off-label prescription is, isn't it? You're using a medication. You're using a medication for a purpose for which it wasn't originally licensed, right?
For a purpose that has good rationale, yes.
Well, explain to me why 10 studies of high-risk outpatients using hydroxychloroquine, which shows a 44% reduction in hospitalization and a 75% reduction in mortality, isn't good medicine that a doctor can reasonably rely upon.
I don't agree with that statement, and that is on the basis of the information that I've provided that reports the opposite, that reports that these medicines have no ability to reduce the risk of infection, the severity of infection, or to prevent mortality or need for or intubation.
To make that statement, Dr. Courtney, you have to completely discount and disregard all of the 10 studies which show hydroxychloroquine to be effective, correct?
There are hundreds of studies out there that may report one thing or the other. The point of having an organization that reviews all of these studies, particularly those that are randomized controlled trials, that give us good evidence whether or not a medicine is effective for the purpose intended. And so you can write down on a piece of paper these numbers, but it doesn't mean they're true.
Well, by the same token, it doesn't mean they're not true, does it? So I'm a physician, and I'm trying to determine how to treat my patients. And my patients say to me, Dr. Libby, I want ivermectin. Is there any research to suggest ivermectin can help? And Dr. Nass says, yes, there is research suggesting ivermectin can help. And she points to these studies. Now, that in itself is something that we call a physician's judgment, correct?
Yes, I suppose.
Okay. So you mentioned agencies, the CDC. You are aware that the CDC has no authority.
Objection. I don't believe he did mention the CDC.
I did not.
So just reframe the question, please.
You mentioned the FDA.
Did.
Okay. Now, you're aware that the FDA authorizes off-label use of medications.
Yes.
And you're aware that the FDA has no authority to set the standard of care for physicians in the United States. All the FDA does is license medications, correct?
The specifics of that, I suppose, are true. Not that I have no knowledge of statements.
So let's see if we can agree on the basics. Dr. Nass prescribed hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which is a permissible practice to use them off-label, correct?
Yes.
Neither the FDA or any other federal agency has authority to regulate how a doctor practices medicine with her patients, correct?
I suppose that is true.
And the physician-patient relationship is one of mutuality, where the physician tries to operate within the patient's zone of comfort that requires the patient's consent, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, Dr. Nass prescribed off-label, and she prescribed medication for which there is substantial evidence of its effectiveness, correct?
Objection.
Basis?
The substantial effectiveness for what? The form of the question.
Well, this is cross. He can certainly respond if he wants clarification.
Okay, Dr. Courtney, do you need clarification of the question?
Yes, please.
Are you aware that there are mounting evidence that ivermectin is a safe and effective alternative to early COVID-19 treatment?
No,
Are you aware that hydroxychloroquine is a safe and effective treatment for early COVID?
I disagree with both of those statements.
Okay, so and you're relying upon the FDA, correct?
I'm relying on the FDA, on the National Institute of Health, on the World Health Organization,
Let me stop you there.
Society, and the manufacturers of the medications.
Okay, so I'm sure the court reporter is pulling her hair out. We need to let him finish I understand it's cross, but he still is allowed to answer the question completely. So let's try to let him finish the answer completely before we begin the next question.
Okay. So you said the National Institute of Health?
Yes.
You're aware that the National Institute of Health does not set standards for medical practice, correct?
They provide good guidance, though.
Okay. Listen to my question. They do not set the standard, correct?
I suppose that is true.
Thank you. So you say they provide good guidance simply because, do you know of any board of licensure in medicine rule that requires a doctor to follow National Institute of Health guidance?
Well, no.
Thank you. Do you know of any board rule that requires a physician to follow the Federal Drug Administration guidance?
No.
Okay. And it is not unusual in the practice of law, Dr. Courtney, for there to be conflicting research information about the effectiveness of a treatment or the effectiveness, of a drug or medication.
Objection. I believe Attorney Libby asked whether Dr. Courtney was familiar with the standards for the practice of law.
What?
I didn't catch that.
Perhaps the court reporter could read back the question. I think it was phrased in terms of the practice of law rather than the practice of medicine.
Okay, so let's just assume that was the intent. Is that okay, Attorney Libby?
It wasn't my intent to ask him anything about the practice of law. I was asking him about the practice of medicine.
Correct. I'm saying, assuming that was your intent. Do you understand the question, Dr. Courtney?
I will need to have that question reiterated, please.
Okay. Can you do that for us, Court Reporter Allie?
Yes, I can. Let me go back. Question. Okay. And it is not unusual in the practice of law, doctor, for there to be conflicting research information about the effectiveness of a treatment or the effectiveness, of a drug or medication.
Attorney Willis was right. I used law and I meant medicine. So if I can restate the question, Madam Hearing Officer.
Go ahead.
It's not unusual in the practice of medicine to have studies and research and opinions that differ on a treatment or a medication.
That is true, and the reason for randomized controlled trials and medications.
So we're gonna get to randomized controlled trials and medication, but I want to talk about the telemedicine standards first. This is Board Exhibit 116.
A text message?
No, this is the telemedicine standards.
If I could assist here, PDF page number 2495, Dr. Courtney, is exhibit 116.
Okay, I'm there.
And I'm on paragraph 6 of the telemedicine standards, Dr. Courtney.
Chapter 6?
Yes. It's subhead licensee-patient relationship.
And do you have a
It's
page
the
number?
Physician-patient relationship. It's
Page-
3 of the policy, page 2497 of the PDF.
It's page 7 of the policy.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so let's make sure, because that's not my page 7. So let's make sure.
Is the subhead licensee-patient relationship?
Yes, patient-patient relationship, item 6.
And does it have 3 criteria for establishing a telehealth licensed patient relationship?
Yes.
First criteria is the person.
Sorry, Attorney Libby, I am actually not with you. And so just in case I am not with you, could you repeat the page number in the PDF, please?
Well, it's board exhibit 116.
Okay. And
In the joint,
Subparagraph 6 of the telemedicine standards.
yeah, please.
which are you looking for the PDF page number, Madam Hearing Officer? It is 2497 of the combined documents that the board staff produced.
Okay, and I still do, to me, that is not page 7 of the policy. It's page 3 of the policy. So that's why I'm confused. And it says physician-patient relationship, not licensee-patient relationship. So I'm not sure what you're looking at, Attorney Libby.
Well, are you looking at the prior version or the new version?
I'm looking at what's in the exhibits. It's page 2497 of board staff exhibits.
What is the first criteria, Dr. Courtney?
Number 1, the person with a health-related matter seeks assistance from the licensee.
And are you satisfied that has been met with patients 1, 2, and 3?
I have no indication that they sought. I trust that that is the case because you're telling me.
Number 2, the licensee agrees to undertake examination, diagnosing, nursing assessment, consultation,
Or treatment of the person.
Right. So the telemedicine standards.
Madam Hearing Officer, what Attorney Libby is reading does not match the exhibit that we produced. I'm not sure, again, what the disconnect is, but this is not the telemedicine rule that we have produced as an exhibit in this case.
And what he just read, what Dr. Courtney read is what I have. But again, it's page 3 of the rule. And so I'm having the same problem.
So Dr. Courtney, the telemedicine rules permit consultation, correct?
Yeah.
What is a consultation?
Well, there's a specific problem and the individual or a physician requesting the consultation requests advice on that particular problem.
And a consultation is different than examination, diagnosis, assessment?
Well, those are subcategories of the consultation that typically require an exam, an assessment of a diagnosis, and recommendations for treatment.
Well, that wasn't my question. Consultation is a distinct function from diagnosis and assessment, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, would it be fair to say that Dr. Nass consulted with patients 1 and 2 about how they should, what they should use if they developed COVID symptoms?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. And the third criteria is the person agrees to receive healthcare services from the licensee, whether or not there has been an in-person encounter between the licensee and the person.
Yes, that's fine.
And are you aware that all 3 patients in this case requested a telehealth consultation?
I already stated that I was not aware of that.
Okay. But that is an important factor. Would you agree?
I think it's fine. Yes.
And
it wouldn't have happened otherwise. They wouldn't have.
Sure. So, am I correct that the telehealth policy was promoted by the governor's executive order so that people could receive information about COVID-19 without going to a doctor's office?
Well, that was broad reaching for all illnesses and all interactions to limit exposures.
So the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can we go to page 9, dealing with telemedicine technologies?
I'm waiting for a PDF number.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have those, Dr. Courtney.
Okay.
Attorney Willis might be able to provide you with that.
Yeah.
Is there a section number?
20, section 20.
So section 20 is on page 2502 and it goes into page 2503.
But is entitled prescribing based solely on an internet request.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Courtney.
202.
It's page 2502.
I want to direct your attention to telemedicine technologies, the paragraph that says where prescribing may be contemplated.
I have on 2502, I have a number of bracketed numbers 1 through 10.
This would be on page 9 of that, in the upper right-hand corner.
I see. All right. I'm there.
At the bottom of that paragraph, it says, measure to assure informed, accurate, and error prevention prescribing practices are encouraged. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the next paragraph says that prescribing medications in person or via telemedicine is at the professional discretion of the physician, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Nass exercised that discretion in prescribing ivermectin to patient 1 and 2, correct?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Nass exercised her discretion to provide an off-label use of ivermectin to 2 people who were requesting the medication. That is perfectly permissible under the current standards of medical practice.
Objection. Attorney Libby has picked out various sentences from this rule and is not addressing the comprehensive state of the rule.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is cross-examination. It's broad and free-wielding.
But does not
an appropriate objection to the question. It's an attempt to save the witness.
It's an attempt to put in front of the board the correct standards so that they understand what the parameters of the case are, and the telehealth rules are longer and more comprehensive than the sentences that Attorney Libby is pulling out.
Okay, so you can do redirect on those points. I'm going to allow the question. Do you need the question repeated, Dr. Courtney?
Yes, please.
Okay, Court Reporter Alley, could you please repeat the question?
Question. Now, Dr. Nass exercised her discretion to provide an off-label use of ivermectin to 2 people who were requesting the medication. That is perfectly permissible under the current standards of medical practice.
Yes.
Now, the governor's executive order, which is Licensees Exhibit 17 and was discussed this morning, was originally intended.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Okay, let's let the question finish.
Is it your understanding of the governor's executive order with respect to telehealth as a means of trying to slow down or prevent the spread of COVID-19 within the population?
Yes.
So, okay, hold on. Before you answer, Dr. Courtney, still an objection, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
No.
Okay, so this answer was yes. You can go to the next question, Attorney Libby.
Are you familiar with the PrEP Act, Dr. Courtney?
PrEP Act, I don't know whether I'm familiar with it or not. Can you further explain to me?
Sure. It was a national policy that promoted the use of telehealth services to reduce the spread of infection.
Okay.
I'll get it later. Are you familiar with that?
Basically.
Okay. Now, you testified that you have some familiarity with Maine Care.
Did I?
Well, perhaps the better question is, do you?
I don't recall specifically what I said.
Okay. Are you aware that on June 15th, 2020, the Maine Care guidelines, which is essentially federal Medicaid, changed to waive the requirement of in-person assessment?
Objection.
Go ahead.
Relevance.
Response.
Are you aware? I don't think is an objectionable question.
Well, she's saying the substance of your question and the reference, the item is referencing are irrelevant topics.
Well, they're not, because we're talking about the standard of care. And as you will see when I continue this line of questioning, it's directly relevant to Dr. Courtney's testimony.
Okay, I'm going to allow it.
Insurance and reimbursement programs under insurance are not relevant to the standard of care. It's an entirely separate area. The standard of care is not established by Maine Care.
Attorney Libby.
Well, that's an interesting argument, because if it's not, we have 2 standards of care. We have one standard of care for Maine Care, and we have one standard of care for all others.
Okay, so
that can't be the standard of care.
I'm going to allow the questions.
So were you aware that Maine Care waived the requirement of an in-person assessment?
Yes, I was aware there were some changes there.
And are you aware that Maine Care made those changes permanent? In other words, as we sit here today, there's no requirement of an in-person assessment.
That is true, and I still do use that, yes.
And are you aware that the Maine Care rules changed to permanently provide that a physician can prescribe by telehealth?
Well, it occurs. I'm not sure of the wording, but I have no problem with that. I think that's fine.
Okay. Now, are you aware that on June 21st, 2021, the governor and the legislature passed emergency legislation dealing with COVID-19?
Regarding
Yeah, so give him more direction, please. If this is an exhibit, please point him to it.
It's licensing exhibit 40.
Okay.
And I'm looking at page 2, Dr. Courtney. It's section A-3, 22 MRSA subsection 3173-8 sub 6.
Objection. Exhibit 40 relates to the Board of Speech, Audiology, and Hearing.
Is that what you're intending to reference, Attorney Libby?
No, it references the Department of Human Services and aid to needy individuals.
Okay.
I'm looking at Attorney Libby. Do you have board? Oh, you don't have this. These are your exhibits. I'm looking at the first page of Exhibit 40, which at the top states State of Maine Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, Board of Speech, Audiology, and Hearing.
That's correct. So are you referencing that, Attorney Libby, or a different document?
That's just the subhead, the letterhead of which they chose to publish this.
Okay.
This has nothing to do
all we're
with.
trying to do is establish that's the record you're trying to obtain.
Yes.
So, Dr. Courtney, do you have licensing exhibit 40 available?
Is it page 40?
I don't know how you were provided these. They were provided in subs that maybe
I know.
provided them. So,
Exhibit 40, Dr. Courtney.
can you direct Dr. Courtney to however it's easiest for him to access licensing exhibit 40?
Do you have exhibit 40, Dr. Courtney?
No,
Attorney Libby, I'm happy to help. I think I can provide assistance here. This should be at PDF. This is the second page of Exhibit 40 is PDF page 284. Dr. Courtney.
I'm not sure I have the right.
Where this is a document that's entitled 1-150N. That's the PDF we're in.
Okay.
I also, Madam Hearing Officer, would like to make an objection. Again, this bill relates to telehealth as it pertains to the delivery of Maine Care services, which again is not relevant.
okay. I understand that's a standing objection. The document has been admitted. Attorney Libby is asking Dr. Courtney about an admitted exhibit. I am concerned about the time we're wasting because we're not all operating in the same format for the exhibits, but I'll review that with counsel after we get through this off the hearing record.
Are you on page 2 of exhibit 40, Dr. Courtney?
I am not. And the reason being is I'm getting that same problem I had earlier on today.
I am simply going to read it to you.
Yep.
Since it's been admitted. It's section A3 on page 2. Number 6, consent for telehealth and telemonitoring services. A patient may provide verbal, electronic, or written consent for telehealth and telemonitoring services under this section. Were you aware of that?
I have no problem with that. I think that's fine.
Verbal consent is fine.
Yes.
Okay. And section A6, which is an amendment to Title 24A, section 4316. I will read that to you. This deals with insurance carriers. The carrier may not place any restriction on the prescribing of medication through telehealth by a provider whose scope of practice includes prescribing medication that is more restrictive than any requirement in state and federal law for prescribing medication through in-person consultation. Were you aware of that change protecting the right of physicians to prescribe through telehealth?
Objection. This section specifically talks about the carrier may not place restrictions.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain that objection. Please, when you ask the questions, Attorney Libby, make sure that they're not misleading.
What was misleading?
This provision specifically limits what a carrier may do, not what a physician may do.
Well, this provision is the law which provides that carriers such as Anthem, Blue Cross, and Cigna cannot restrict the prescribing of medication through telehealth. And it expresses soundly a state policy supporting prescription through telehealth.
For Maine care patients.
Okay, so we've established that understanding of the exhibit. Is there a question pending, Attorney Libby?
There isn't, and I note it's 12:10, so if we want to take our break now, we can do that.
Well, how much more cross-examination do you have of Dr. Courtney?
I have plenty.
Okay, can you give me a more clear answer than plenty? How long?
Probably at least as long as Attorney Willis had on direct.
Okay, well, that was all morning and part of another day. So are you saying you need the rest of the day for cross-examination of Dr. Courtney, which doesn't seem
a good part of the day, yes.
Okay. So let's do a little more before we break for lunch.
So, Dr. Courtney, are there two standards of care in Maine, one for Medicare and one for everybody else? Maine care.
Are there two standards of care?
Objection.
Basis.
The standard of care set by Maine Care is not the standard of care we're here to talk about. The Board of Licensure in Medicine sets the standard of care. Dr. Courtney is testifying about the standard of care based on his expert opinion.
That's an argument. I'm going to allow the question.
I am not aware of two standards of care.
Okay. So in your report that you authored January 15th, you write that Dr. Nash discouraged the use of remdesivir and discouraged the use of monoclonal antibodies. Is that correct?
Yes, that appeared to be the case.
And you would agree with me that a patient has the right to refuse treatment with remdesivir?
Sure, with They also need to be counseled, though.
And a patient has the right to refuse treatment by monoclonal antibodies.
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now, you're aware that neither patient 1, 2, or 3 has filed a complaint with the board?
I have no specific knowledge of that.
Okay. So let's talk about what you call patient 2, but it's actually patient 1.
Yes.
Now, actually, I'm talking about patient 2.
Okay.
Confusing myself with the numbers. So, patient 2 was a high-risk patient.
Yes.
First came to Dr. Nass when he was healthy.
Yes.
And Dr. Nass took down certain information and prescribed ivermectin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you looked at her medical record for that purpose. And my question is, what additional information was necessary for Dr. Nass to know that is not in her medical record for patient 2?
Patient 2 is the male patient.
Yes.
As we went over this morning, we reviewed the relatively limited number or limited detail of the intake papers, the chief complaint papers, that failed to well demonstrate the degree to which the patient was ill in the progression of the disease.
Okay. Perhaps you misunderstood the question. I'm not talking about when patient 2 was ill. I'm talking about the first telemedicine visit, September, I believe it was 28th, where he was not ill.
Right.
And my question to you is, what information is not in Dr. Nass's consultation of that date that you believe is necessary for the prescription of ivermectin?
Well, that's a very specific question, and I guess there was nothing that would preclude her from doing that. It was a consultation report, and that report appeared to be solely for that purpose, to prescribe the medicine, and to any preventative measures or what should happen in the setting what else should be done in the setting of infection.
So, as I understand your response, Dr. Courtney, there was nothing missing in the consultation record for September 28th for patient 2.
That wasn't your exact question. Your exact question was about the prescription of ivermectin. And in regard to counseling for the patient, there was plenty to be done that would describe means to avoid getting infected, the things that could be done to prevent the risk of having bad disease, what should be done in the setting that disease occurs, when to seek medical attention, in-person medical attention, there was nothing in that report to clarify or counsel patient in that regard.
Well, I'm a bit mystified here. My question was, what is omitted from that report that is necessary for Dr. Nass to make a reasoned medical judgment to prescribe this patient requesting ivermectin? So the question, tell me what is missing.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing. Thank you. So now patient 2, which was a high-risk patient, and you already have agreed with me that you as a physician and Dr. Nass as a physician has to listen to the patient and the patient's wants and needs, correct?
Well, sure.
Now, were you aware that when Dr. Nass consulted this patient, he told her that he did not want to be treated with remdesivir?
That was not part of her early records. That became clear when he was admitted to the hospital.
Are you aware that patient 2 went to the hospital with a written, in writing, saying he did not consent to be treated
Objection.
with remdesivir?
There's no exhibit in evidence related to this.
Well, this is a testimony, and
You are the one giving the testimony, though, Attorney Libby, which is not our role.
So where are you grounding this in terms of the documents or the testimony that's been given so far, Attorney Libby?
I'm grounding this in the medical records of patient 2.
And could you please direct us to the page number?
Assistant Attorney General Willis. Attorney Libby, could you point us to the exhibit you're referencing?
I will, but I don't need an exhibit to ask the witness the simple question whether he was aware that the patient went to the hospital with a writing that said, "Do not treat me with remdesivir." It's either he did or he didn't.
The question assumes facts, not an evidence.
Well, that's because the witnesses will be at the next hearing. The patients will be at the next hearing.
Okay. So I'm going to allow the question as long as you're going to be able to follow up with a document that you're referencing. So repeat the question, please.
Were you aware that patient 2 went to the hospital with written instructions that he did not consent to remdesivir?
I was not aware he did that.
And that would be something you as a physician would need to consider in treating the patient, correct?
I would consider it in terms of needing to discuss the benefit, the reason for his choice, why he believes that was the right thing to do, whether he was counseled in that regard, and to provide him with reasonable counseling of the benefits of him receiving the treatment.
Now, you've reviewed patient 2's 1,150-page medical record?
Yes.
And do you recall that patient 2 refused antiviral treatment when he was admitted to the hospital on December 16th?
I recall that. I recall knowing that, not the specific context in which I saw that, though.
Are you aware that patient 2 refused remdesivir every time he was approached with using that as a medication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the medical record, did you find anywhere an informed consent signed by patient 2 for treatment with remdesivir?
No.
No. Was an informed consent necessary?
To get remdesivir? Usually, we treat with remdesivir frequently without a specific informed consent.
Okay. So in this particular case, you had a patient who refused remdesivir multiple times, and there is no informed consent in the hospital record, correct?
Objection, relevance.
He agreed to take. Response, Attorney Libby?
Well, one of the issues in this case is whether or not Dr. Nass obtained informed consent.
And that's not exactly the allegation in the notice of hearing. The allegation in the notice of hearing has to do with whether she obtained informed consent related to telehealth services.
Okay. So that narrows the scope of the questions that we need information on. Do you still want to ask this question, Attorney Libby?
Now,
hold on. So please answer the question. Are you asking the same question or are you asking a new question?
I'm asking the same question.
Okay, so I haven't ruled on the objection yet. So can you repeat the question?
Court reporter could read it back, please.
Question, okay, so in this particular case, you had a patient who refused remdesivir multiple times, and there is no informed consent in the hospital record, correct?
Okay, so I'm going to allow that question.
I am not specifically aware of informed consent.
You're not specifically aware that patient 2 gave informed consent. Is that what you just said?
I don't know whether he did or he didn't.
Okay. You don't know whether he did or he didn't. Now, am I correct that immediately prior to being treated with remdesivir, patient 2 was diagnosed in the medical record with delirium?
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm going to object again. I think the treatment in the hospital is not relevant in this case and to the allegations in the notice of hearing. And in addition, this is getting extended and repetitive.
Response?
This is cross-examination, which is known as the greatest truth teller. I am asking questions that go to the heart of patient 2's treatment with remdesivir, which is a drug he specifically, when he was conscious and cognitive, refused to be treated with.
And how does it relate to the allegations in the notice of hearing?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of the question that you just asked, Madam Hearing.
That information relate to the allegations against the licensee in the notice of hearing. Which allegation is that relevant to?
Well, it's irrelevant to a number of opinions that Dr. Courtney gave, that patient 2 wasn't referred to the emergency room or hospital soon enough, that he wasn't, because of the late referral, he didn't have the advantage of being administered remdesivir or monoclonal antibodies. Those are all his opinions in this case, and those are all treatments that this patient expressly said he didn't want. And we're talking about the care of this patient.
So I'm going to allow it, but we need to move much more quickly through this testimony. We're really getting bogged down in objections and responses, and we're going far afield from what the questions were from direct, and you're not restrained by those questions. But I am asking you to really hone in, Attorney Libby, on the questions that the board will need answered to make rulings on the allegations in the notice of hearing. So Dr. Courtney, would you like this question repeated?
If we're still on the question of whether he gave informed consent for the remdesivir, I am not aware that he did, and that's all I have to say.
Now, we looked at Board Exhibit 21, page 3, which were the text messages.
And that would be,
Do you recall those?
could I give the page number, the PDF page number? Those start at Board Exhibits, PDF page 234, Dr. Courtney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there.
Now, I'm on the date of December 15th at 2:48 p.m., Dr. Courtney. It says, hi, Dr. Nass. Mike is,
I'm sorry, this December
15th.
December 15.
That's PDF page 235.
Okay, I'm there.
Mike is considering monoclonal antibodies, has an appointment tomorrow at 11. Do you see any reason why he shouldn't try them? And on the next page, Dr. Nash responds, hard to say. It's experimental, and if injured by them, there is no recourse. But if he needs them, he should get them. Now, my question to you, Dr. Nass was right when she said monoclonal antibodies are experimental, correct? They were being used under an emergency use authorization.
Well, yes, but with evidence that they are effective.
Okay, what is the standard for emergency use authorization?
I don't know.
You don't know. And Dr. Nass was right when she said if patient 2 is injured by monoclonal antibodies, he had no recourse because when they're experimental use, the pharmaceutical company has no liability for bad consequences, correct?
Objection.
Basis.
The licensee does not have expertise in this area. This question calls for speculation.
Okay. So, Dr. Courtney, you can say if you need to speculate to answer the question, that's an instruction that's been given. So you can go ahead and answer the question, Dr. Courtney.
That goes both ways, and there was good evidence that they worked, did not cause harm, and had a good probability of altering in a positive way the course of disease.
But the patient didn't want them.
Isn't he asking for it? In the patient?
Well, how do you interpret Dr. Nass's response? But if he needs them, he should get them.
Yeah, it's sort of a non-response. It's you might be injured by them, but if you need them, get them.
Okay. Now, can we go to the next page?
Okay.
And Dr. Nass asks, how many days since his first symptom? And the response is last Tuesday, 9, counting Tuesday.
Yes.
That was too late for the administration of monoclonal antibodies, wasn't it?
True, it is getting late. Yes.
And if the patient, if that was the patient's decision to delay, it's not Dr. Nass's responsibility.
There's just no indication. I mean, I don't know what happened in the phone conversations. All we have is this, and I don't know whether she recommended. Well, she said if you need it, get it, but it's difficult to keep track of the time sequence.
So let's see if we can simplify the question. The question is a simple one. If it was the patient's decision to delay going to the hospital, it's not Dr. Nass's responsibility.
Objection. That's not what these text messages say.
I'm not asking about the text. I mean,
I'm going to allow the question.
Again, I don't know whether it's the patient who's refusing to go to the hospital or if he's being counseled by phone not to go to the hospital. It's difficult to interpret.
The dialogue box at the very bottom, Dr. Nass writes, I would not do the monoclonal antibodies because it's too late. Do you agree with that?
I think most of the benefit has been lost by this point in time.
He said 7 days max.
They work to kill the virus, but by day 10, there won't be any virus left. Do you agree with that?
There's a whole lot less virus present at that point in time. So that is correct.
And I think you said on direct that 7 days was the period.
Yeah, it's 7 to 10 days or so. Yeah.
Now, do you know what the standards were for the treatment of patients on mechanical ventilation with COVID with respect to remdesivir?
The remdesivir is an antiviral.
Correct.
And it works when given early with decreasing efficacy the longer the medication is withheld. In the specific recommendations are within, I think it's the first week, 7 to 10 days, and that patients would be given it, but again, it works better earlier on.
Are you aware of the therapeutic management of hospitalized adults with COVID-19 published August 8th, 2022?
Objection. This is.
Is this an exhibit?
Licensing Exhibit 204.
So that's not, that hasn't been admitted. So please move to a question regarding a document that's been admitted.
Well, are you aware that the trials with remdesivir showed a trend toward increased mortality with patients who are on mechanical ventilation?
Objection. Is the basis of this question the exhibit that has not been admitted?
I don't know where you're coming from. An exhibit doesn't have to be admitted for me to ask a question on cross-examination.
So you're referring to a specific document, and if Dr. Courtney is going to respond.
So I'm going to allow the question, is he generally aware of this particular document? Do you need the question repeated, Dr. Courtney?
I'm not specifically aware of the document.
Are you aware of the trials that resulted in that conclusion, the research?
No.
Okay.
Attorney Libby, if you see a good breaking point, I think we're probably closing in on a good time for lunch, but if you have a few more questions to get to there, that's fine.
No, I'll find a break now, Madam Officer.
Thank you. Chair Gleaton, how long would the board like for lunch?
I haven't discussed it with the board members. Does anybody have want to throw out? Is a half an hour long enough, or do you guys want longer? All right, we're going to say a half an hour, please.
Okay. And is the board, I know in the past we've aimed for 5 o'clock as an ending point. Is that the request of the board today?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's just good to know for planning purposes. So we'll come back. It's 12:37. Let's return at 1:10 for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Little Miss Willis has learned how to be an obstructionist.
Excuse me, we can, you guys are not muted. We can still hear you. This is Joanne, the court reporter.
Thank you, Joanne.
You're welcome.
on the second patient.
Okay, great. We have all the board members back, our hearing participants, and Attorney Libby, you can continue your questions of Dr. Courtney.
Thank you. Dr. Courtney, I want to start out with patient 1. And my question is the same question I asked you about patient 2. In the initial meeting in September, looking at the information recorded in Dr. Nass's consultation and her prescription of ivermectin to use upon first sign of symptoms, is there anything missing in that medical record?
May I direct the witness to this page of the records?
No, I'm asking questions. If the witness needs help, he can tell me that.
Okay, Dr. Courtney, do you need, can you answer that question, or do you need a reference to a page number?
It applies to the prior patient. The circumstances are the same, and so my answer will be the same. No.
There's no missing information, correct?
With regard to our prior discussion on the second patient, the same is true for the first patient.
So in your opinion, Dr. Courtney, the medical record for the September consultation for patients 1 and 2 is complete?
Your question was about the prescription for ivermectin. Mm-hmm. And in regard to ivermectin, she had the right to prescribe ivermectin. It is in the same way not a complete consultation. It was strictly for the prescription of that medicine.
I think the question more specifically was there's no missing information based on
information that allows her to prescribe the medicine. No.
Thank you. So do you use text messages to communicate with your patients?
No.
No. And is there any standard that you're aware of with respect to documenting text messages?
There is a standard for privacy that usual text medications or usual texting does not adhere to. And so, we're discouraged against using standard text messaging.
I understand you're discouraged, but my question to you was, is there a standard of care that you're aware of for documenting text messages? Either there is or there isn't that you're aware of?
There is or there isn't. I'm not aware of what those standards are.
Now, is there a difference between a telehealth call and a phone call to a physician providing clinical services in terms of documentation of that call?
It has to do with the details of the call and the importance to which that information becomes part of the medical record. So it depends on the situation.
Okay. When you say it depends on the situation, it means that it depends on the context in which it's occurring.
Yes.
So the context in which Dr. Nass is treating patients 1, 2, and 3 is in a pandemic emergency, correct?
Well, yes.
And the policy of both the state and federal government is to discourage inpatient assessment as a pandemic prevention technique.
Your comment was inpatient. If you mean to say in the office,
Yes.
yes, that is true. Inpatient means going to the hospital, and when patients need to go to the hospital, they need to go to the hospital.
Certainly. But I was speaking in terms of outpatient treatment at your doctor's office.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, also during the pandemic, would you agree with me that there were really no protocols for treatment, let me be specific, outpatient treatment of patients early on in the pandemic?
Other than symptomatic relief, and then to the extent that people become ill, they need to be assessed and on a one-to-one basis, and typically that was best done in the setting of an emergency room department where the staff and facilities were capable to handle those individuals.
So individuals were encouraged to stay home and treat their symptoms until their symptoms got to the point where, in the judgment of a physician, they needed inpatient hospital care.
Or at least being assessed in person.
That was what was happening, correct?
Do you mean to say that is what was happening with Dr. Nass?
No, I'm talking in general now in the early stages of the pandemic. That
Yes.
Patients were encouraged to stay home until they needed hospitalization.
Yeah.
And there were no outpatient treatments for COVID-19 until, which was first declared an emergency, I believe, March 20th. There were no outpatient treatments until when?
The first medicine that became evidently helpful is the remdesivir. And because most of my work was from the time a patient got admitted onward, when in my speaking with the emergency room doctors who saw this, I asked them the question because remdesivir was encouraged to be given if it could be, not necessarily in the setting of an admission, but it was a complex thing to do and not well standardized. So technically, remdesivir was possible. In reality, if a person needed remdesivir, they got admitted to the hospital.
Right, and remdesivir was administered IV.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, were there any other, so remdesivir is an inpatient treatment.
Yes.
Were there any outpatient treatments? In other words, treatments that could be administered by your physician short of admission to a hospital?
Yeah, largely non-steroidal anti-inflammatories and Tylenol, rest, good hydration. So basic things you would do in the setting of a viral infection.
But there were no drugs that could be administered.
There could be they're not on a routine basis, no.
So when did the first monoclonal antibodies become available to outpatients, if at all?
Yeah, in the summer, probably late spring, summer of 2021, I think.
And what were those?
They have changed over time, and I have listed those in one of my documents. If I can go to my document, I can show you the list of them, the up to date.
Can I ask you before you do that, Dr. Courtney, if you can tell me what monoclonal antibodies were approved in the period between June and start over again, in the period between September and December 2021?
Yeah, so at that point in time, I think it was beptulivimab.
And what is beptulivimab?
It's a monoclonal antibody for that was active against Delta virus.
Now, am I correct that beptulivimab has the FDA has withdrawn its emergency use authorization?
Yes, with the pandemic, we have been jockeying for various subvariants of the virus. And when the virus has a mutation or changes, that a monoclonal antibody that was effective at one point in time no longer becomes effective for the predominating virus. So it has been one of those scenarios where we'd have to jump from one monoclonal antibody to the next monoclonal antibody. And most recently with our current situation is most of the monoclonal antibodies don't work. But at the time that we were talking, the beptulivimab was an appropriate treatment and was active against the Delta virus. That was...
Well, let's dig into that.
Okay.
Do you know what kind of infection patients 1, 2, and 3 had?
We know by the behavior of the virus that earlier in the pandemic, still within the time of treatment we're discussing here in late 2021, it was primarily Delta virus. And that changed over to Omicron pretty much this time a year ago. The Delta virus was in many ways more severe than what we're dealing with now. This is a virus that liked to get deep into the lungs. It replicated deep in the lungs, and that's why we saw the respiratory failure that we saw in so many. Later on in the pandemic, within the last year, with the Omicron, we see more of an upper respiratory type of illness. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is at least for patient number 1 and patient number 2, this behaved more like a Delta virus and was the predominant virus at that point in time.
But you don't know it was the Delta virus, do you? Because it wasn't sequenced.
Yeah, we don't do testing on every single person that comes in, but we know.
Thank you.
We know it accommodates.
So I want to make sure he's able to answer the question and we don't have two people talking at once. Dr. Courtney, could you repeat the last part of your answer, please?
Yeah, at the time we knew that Delta predominated and it behaved like Delta virus.
Well, according to an article published in the New York Times in December of 2021, 73% of infections were Omicron across the country. You aware of that?
There was a conversion from Delta to Omicron. And like I said, the behavior of this virus, at least for the first two patients, was very similar to Delta.
So were you aware that Omicron was diagnosed by the Maine Center of Disease Control and Prevention in Penobscot County on December 17th, 2021?
That's very specific, and no, I'm not.
Would you agree with me that the monoclonal antibodies didn't work against Omicron, which is why their emergency use authorization was removed by the FDA?
Yes, it was withdrawn because they were not effective any longer.
I'm unaware of any research suggesting that you could diagnose the type of COVID-19 by its symptoms. Are you aware of any?
Well, you're obviously not listening to the podcast that I regularly listen to about the COVID-19 virus, and what I said is true. The Delta virus was had a higher mortality to it because of its deeply seated into the lungs. We see the pneumonias that developed out of that, which are far less today in the patients who have Omicron that we still see daily in the hospital. It's in a way two different pandemics.
So part of your opinion was that the delay in these patients seeking care prevented them from using such treatments as monoclonal antibodies and remdesivir, correct?
Yes.
And if in fact the patients had Omicron, then the delay would be meaningless because those monoclonal antibodies and remdesivir, an antiviral, were not effective against Omicron, correct?
That would be only assuming there are two parts to that. First of all, with regard to the monoclonal antibody, if a patient had Omicron, that would be true. If they had Delta, then it would not be true. And with regard to remdesivir remains active both for Delta and Omicron. So still that it would not have mattered whether it was Delta or Omicron. The remdesivir was still indicated early in the treatment in these patients.
But we would have to take into consideration, Dr. Courtney, if the patient said they didn't want remdesivir.
As
patient 2 said, correct?
Well, that's fine, but the patient also needs to be properly counseled so that they can make an educated decision about that.
They do. Are you suggesting that Dr. Nass has an obligation to counsel patients to monoclonal antibodies or remdesivir when the patients have said, I have looked at those alternative treatments and I do not wish to have them administered to me?
Dr. Nass should be better educated and with her medical training should be able to counsel a patient from a physician rather than them seeking information from the World Wide Web. And she should be able to counsel them in a manner that makes sure they are well aware of the benefits and disadvantages of their decisions.
Are you suggesting that patients don't have their own right of self-determination?
Of course they do, and that's not what I said at all. I'm simply
Are you suggesting that patients are not competent enough
Maternity, I've given instruction multiple times. He wasn't done his answer. Dr. Courtney, please finish your answer.
I think patients deserve a physician reviewing with them the benefits and disadvantages of treatments they receive.
And how do you know that didn't happen with patients 1, 2, and 3?
Exactly. There's no data in the notes to say that any of that was discussed.
Nor is there a standard requiring it to be in the notes if the patient says, I am not interested in being treated in that fashion, correct?
I mean,
is that a correct statement?
In a circle about this, but
Yeah.
Dr. Nash should educate her patients, and whatever decision, mutual decision making is entirely appropriate, but you have to make sure that you're on the same page with the information provided and counseling your patient about the benefits and disadvantages of pursuing treatments.
Okay. Now, all of these treatments were emergency use authorization.
Yes.
None of them were licensed medications, correct? And a patient who uses...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the doctor's answer on that. I apologize.
I said correct.
Thank you.
Attorney Willis asked you a question in direct examination. How does the fact that Dr. Nass communicated with these individuals, patients 1, 2, and 3, via telehealth affect your opinion? And I don't recall you answering that question. How does it, if at all, affect your opinion?
I don't have a problem with a telehealth appointments. I think they're appropriate and they were needed. The issue dealt with retaining that information and documenting it in a way that is that essentially documents the discussion that takes place, the options for that individual, documents how they are doing with regard to their physical status, whether or not they need an inpatient or in-person visit to be assured that they don't need to be seen in the emergency department, or if that cannot be done in office, that individual being sent to the emergency department. The notes were very spare.
So let's focus on patient 1. When Dr. Nass was informed that she had symptoms similar to COVID, do you know patient 1's view as expressed to Dr. Nass regarding remdesivir?
How would I? There was no comment at all made about that.
What were patients 1 medical records, board exhibits? Nine.
Assistant Attorney
Exhibit
Willis,
9.
I think he's asking for help. Can you point to patient 1's medical records in the board staff's exhibits?
Yes, I was just attempting to confirm. Patient 1 is exhibit 9, which starts at PDF page 48.
Thank you.
Are you on that page, Dr. Courtney?
Is this the board staff?
Yes, Dr. Courtney.
So page 50?
It depends on which page Attorney Libby wants to ask you about. The PDF looks like the records start at PDF 48 with the prescription.
With the prescription, yeah, I'm at the prescription.
September 28th, 2021.
2 pages on.
Yes.
Now, the first entry under issues, top left, it says meds, and there's a 0 with a line through it, which means none, correct?
Correct.
And the second entry is SUPs, and below that is vitamin D3 4000 U.
Yes.
Now, below that, it says unvaccinated has HCQ at home, correct?
Yes.
So this patient had already obtained hydroxychloroquine from some other source and informed Dr. Nass, correct?
Yes, unless she had prescribed it. Otherwise, I don't know who that came from.
And then it's below that, it says, sister got very sick very fast. Hospitalized remdesivir.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know whether, as a result of her sister's experience, patient 1 told Dr. Nass, I do not want to be administered remdesivir?
It doesn't say anything about that.
Okay. But it would be an important consideration if that were the patient's statement to Dr. Nass, correct?
That her sister received remdesivir and
No, that she didn't want to be treated with remdesivir.
If the sister had said that. If
I'm
the
talking about the sister, I'm talking about patient 1.
Yeah. Sister got very sick very fast, hospitalized remdesivir. So you're asking me, I think, if the sister who received remdesivir somehow counseled her sister about not getting remdesivir.
No.
Then clarify me, please.
Sure. If her sister was hospitalized and received remdesivir,
Yes.
and from that experience, patient 1 concluded that because of the impact on her sister, she did not want to be treated in that respect. That would be an important consideration for Dr. Nass.
I guess
You guess? Okay. Now, again, the patient is coming to her on September 28th. She's healthy. She has no comorbidities. Is that correct?
she's not under medication, so that's good. She's reasonable weight, so that's good. 50, born in 52, her age is up there, so that is basically the only apparent comorbidity, or issue is her age.
So the question was, the patient came to Dr. Nass healthy, correct?
Yep.
Yep. So let's go to the next page. Well, before we go there, there's a note on about mid-page. Do you see the date 12/17?
Yes.
And it says
multiple conversations, 12/17, 12/18, 12/19. I'm
just referring to the conversation on this page. Just beginning to turn a corner, day 11, doesn't need additional RX.
Okay, yes, I see.
Okay. So that appears to be patient's status at that time, correct?
Yes.
And you have testified that a patient's condition can change quickly from going from what appears to be healthy or coping well to very bad very quickly.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, the next page is the date 12/19/21.
Yes.
And it notes that patient 1 had a dry cough, a knot in her stomach, 24/7 pain, no change with food, weak, dizzy, poor POX 2 weeks, no BM several days. Did I see that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in terms of assessing the patient's condition on December 19th,
Yes.
are those entries sufficient for Dr. Nass to know the patient's status?
The fact that she referred her to Penn Bay ER let her know this patient was sick enough to go to the emergency department. So her decision here was a good one based on these statements that she made about her status. It would be entirely different if she said, we'll wait another day and see how she's doing, because we know that this person is going to the ED and they're going to get properly assessed.
We're going to get through this quicker if you answer my question. And my question was limited to this note, and the documentation by Dr. Nass are sufficient to understand the patient's condition, and she referred her to Penn Bay ER.
Yes,
correct?
right.
And that was the appropriate thing to do based upon the information provided by the patient. Correct?
Yes.
And there's no lack of documentation for Dr. Nass to reach that conclusion, correct?
The fact that she's going to the ED precludes all that, because it's all going to happen in the ED.
Can you read back the question, please? Listen to the question.
Question, and there's no lack of documentation for Dr. Nass to reach that conclusion, correct?
I'm stuck here a bit. It's not a full assessment, but on the basis of her conversation and the findings that she noted here and choosing to go to the ED, this note is fine.
So, now, we've looked at 2 pages of Dr. Nass's documentation, both of which you find are sufficient for the purpose of the needs of the patient, correct?
I feel as though you're twisting my words, but with respect,
let me see if I can rephrase it. There's nothing missing in terms of medical documentation for the consultation on September 28th, where the patient was looking for ivermectin. You've already answered that. No, right?
She wasn't sick. Yeah.
And there's nothing missing from the Dr. Nass's documentation of December 19th, 2021, for her to reach the conclusion to refer patient 1 to Penn Bay ER.
Yes.
So that brings me back to your opinions regarding patient one. You testified that Dr. Nass's notes did not meet the standard of care. These are her notes, which you've told me are sufficient, correct?
We were very specific about the documents we discussed, and in regard to assessing her prior to the time that she went into the emergency department, there is very little information for me to assess what is going on with this individual. I don't know.
1217, just beginning to turn a corner. Day 11, doesn't need additional RX. That's what's in Dr. Nass's notes, correct?
That's her assessment based on what?
Well, what do most doctors base their assessment on? Communication with their patient, correct?
Right. In documentation of that assessment, we're required to do vital signs. We're required to ask symptoms, whether or not they are progressing in the course of their disease. You asked about subjective symptoms that are going on. All of those are part of a basic medical record, and it's not here.
Do you do symptoms in a telehealth?
Yes, I do.
Blood pressure in a telehealth call?
No, but I might ask. I might ask if they're dizzy or they.
Dr. Courtney, please finish your answer.
Yeah, but I might ask symptoms that let me know whether or not they are dehydrated. Are they dizzy? Are they able to stand up? I ask symptoms about whether they are doing well cognitively. Are they confused? Are they sleeping all the time? Are they dyspneic? How fast are they breathing? Are they able to eat? All of these things are part of an assessment in a patient, and the information here is scanned.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is a telemedicine consult with a patient who Dr. Nass has concluded should go to the emergency room.
I'm all with her there.
You're all with her there. It wasn't for Dr. Nass to say, well, come to my office and let me do a physical examination. The practice at the time was when the patient has stayed, he or she has stayed home as long as they could, and they're exhibiting certain symptoms, they should be referred to the ER, correct?
Objection. Yes. I would.
Yes.
Attorney Libby is badgering the witness at this point.
I was trying to get him to answer my question.
Okay, so the answer is yes. I would like you to move on because we're circling around and around the same information. We need to move forward.
So let's talk about patient 2. We already know that Dr. Nass's medical record for the first visit of September 2nd, 2021, was not missing any information according to your testimony, correct?
She was not ill at the time, that's correct.
So,
he said she.
Oh.
I'm sorry, we're talking about patient 2. I apologize.
We're talking about patients 2, and we're doing our best so that we don't disclose their identities.
Right.
So that was on September 2nd, 2021. Now, do you know when Dr. Nass received the first information that patient 2 may have been experiencing symptoms of COVID-19?
I would have to go back to the text messages that occurred, and I don't recall specifically what date that was.
Does December 7th sound accurate?
Sounds about right.
Objection. Dr. Courtney just indicated he needs to look at the documents to answer the question properly.
No, he just answered the question. He said it seems about right.
Okay, so I'm going to allow you to move on. Next question.
So these text messages back and forth where a family member, the other individual living in the home with him, is communicating his condition to Dr. Nass, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any problem with, in this case, a spouse communicating information about another spouse. That happens all the time, doesn't it?
It does.
It does. And the spouse was providing Dr. Nass with the information, including oxygenation, heart rate, and other vitals, right?
I would like to look at what you're speaking of. If you can give me a page number, please.
Sure, it's Exhibit 21, Board Exhibit number 21. And the first page of the text messages has 0233.
Which, Dr. Courtney, will be PDF page 234.
Thank you. Okay, I'm there.
And you asked to look at these, Dr. Courtney. Do you want to briefly look at them before I ask further questions?
Yes.
Let me know when you've had sufficient time.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that in the context of patient 2, Dr. Nass's text messages with patient 2 supplement her medical record?
They supplement the medical record. Well, it's additional information. This is not in her medical record, though, but it certainly provides her with some information from, the family, what's going on.
Okay. And when I say supplement the medical record, I mean they are a part of the medical record because they were provided to the board as part of her medical record.
Well, yes, they were as a part of that. I'm not sure that prior to this all happening, they would have been part of the medical record. I don't know whether she regularly puts her text messages in the medical record.
Okay, well, in this case, she did because she provided them to the board. And my question about the text messages, are the text messages contain sufficient information about patient 2 for Dr. Nass to be aware of his condition, just as if she had been talking to him personally?
It is particularly at the bottom of page 236, where the discussion is about the O2, the heart rate, experiencing chills, feeling clammy. So that's gives a reasonably good picture of what's happening with that person.
And on December 7th, December 17th, let me change that. Do you recall when patient 2 was admitted?
I don't right offhand.
Does December 16th sound correct?
I just don't know for certain.
Now, I want to look at the note, Dr. Nass's note of December 15th. I think it's just before the prescription and the text messages. Do you see that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Dr. Courtney.
Wondering if I could have a page number.
Oh, certainly. Attorney Willis will need to provide you with that.
And Attorney Libby, if I could just get clarification, are you referring to the phone call slip dated?
Yeah.
Thank you. That would be PDF page 231, Dr. Courtney.
Thank you. Yes, I'm there.
Now, this is dated December 15th, 2021.
Yes.
And at the very top, it says day 9.
Yes.
And it identifies the source of Dr. Nass's information as the spouse, correct?
Yes.
And you already told me that this is a very common thing for married couples, correct?
Yes.
And it's 7:30 p.m. at night, right?
Yes.
Now, the third line lists his temperature, his oxygen percentage, and am I correct? Those are vital signs?
Yes, that's correct.
So apparently his spouse was obtaining those.
Yes.
And they apparently had the ability to measure his oxygen saturation, correct?
Yes.
Which is a good thing.
I mean, it's good that they could do that. Yes.
And then it notes took Z-Pack, finished today. And then it has other information, sputum still colored, sweats and chills, poor PO.
It's not eating, poor PO intake, yeah.
Okay. And then it said plan, ordered prednisone, taper, aldactin, and Avodoc, but hold off, correct?
Yes.
And then it says get CRX and let me know the result. Now, I want to ask you a practical question. At 7:30 at night, isn't the only place that is going to give patient 2 his chest x-ray the emergency room?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. So by Dr. Nass telling him to get a CXR, she's telling him to go to the emergency room so we can get an idea of what's going on with your lungs, right?
Not necessarily. I don't know whether she intended him to get a chest x-ray the next day, which could be done as an outpatient. I just don't know. It's not clear to me. I would hope that she sent him to the ED to get a chest x-ray. That would be the most appropriate thing. And if she did, then that's what she should have done.
So she did what she should have done, and she had adequate information to make that decision.
At this point in time, if she sent him to the ED, then yes.
So if patient 2 tells us that was his understanding of Dr. Nass's recommendation, that would be an important piece of information, correct?
I think it is, yes.
Thank you. So you're aware that when patient 2 contacted Dr. Nass, she prepared a prescription for hydroxychloroquine.
Yes.
Do you know whether he ever took that medication?
In the medical records, it is not clear to me whether he did or did not.
In the medical records, it says holding the medication he brought with him to the hospital, correct?
The sequence of things, I'm just not entirely clear at this moment, but assuming what you say is true, okay.
So now, the moment patient 2 is admitted into the hospital, his care shifts to first the emergency room and then to whatever department he's referred to.
That is correct.
And Dr. Nass's role with respect to his care ends.
For the most part, that is true.
And are you aware that Dr. Nass had a consult with the treating physician about patient 2's care?
I am aware of that. She spoke with the pulmonologist.
And that was an entirely appropriate thing for her to do.
Yeah, I don't think it was a problem. It's not Dr. Nass's specialty to care for a patient in that sort of setting, but it's fine for the conversation to occur. It's fine for that conversation to occur.
So you were asked a question about Dr. Nass's fitness for the practice of medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Objection. The question was asked both about the ability.
I need to finish the question, Attorney Willis, before you object, okay?
Okay, well, I thought you were done the question, so why don't you state the whole question?
Good. Do you recall giving an opinion based on your review of records for patient 2 that Dr. Nass was not fit to practice medicine?
Okay.
And objection.
Go ahead.
The questions were worded whether Dr. Nass's conduct evidences a lack of ability or fitness to discharge the duty owed by the licensee to a client or the general public. That's the.
So tracking.
It's not simply fitness. The standard is lack of ability or fitness.
So let's first talk about documentation. Looking at the entire medical record, including Dr. Nass's records, the phone message, and the text messages, is there any medical information that is missing that Dr. Nass needed for either the prescription of ivermectin or the prescription of hydroxychloroquine?
During the time of his illness, prior to her decision to send into the emergency department, there is a lack of information on the well-being of this individual.
Okay. So you're saying there's a lack of information in the medical record?
Yes.
All right. Now, the spouse provides sufficient information about his condition, correct, in the text messages we just
on 12/15 is probably the clearest that we understand what's going on with him.
Right. And he was admitted on 12/16, correct?
Objection. I don't know that we have established that.
Okay, so the objection includes facts not in evidence, or what is the objection?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It already is in evidence. He's already admitted it sounded correct to him, Dr. Courtney.
Okay, I need the question read back. Can you do that? Reporter Valley, please.
Question, and he was admitted on 12/12/16, correct?
Okay, so I think you asked him questions around the documents that suggest that, but I don't know that he's been pointed to any document that definitively says that. So,
well, you know, I can go to the medical record, but I'm trying to, as you requested, speed this along.
okay. Well, if he doesn't remember the date, then if you could just refer him to the record and move along, that would be great.
Board Exhibit 23.
Thank you.
And that's PDF page 247, Doctor.
Okay. Admitted 12/16/21.
So that's when his care became the responsibility of Midcoast, correct?
Yes.
All right. So in terms of fitness or capability, I think the only thing I heard from you is that there wasn't enough information before December 15th. Is that correct?
Yes. And
thank you.
Yes.
So,
Dr. Courtney, you can go ahead and finish your answer.
I'll just say yes to that.
Thank you. So, other than that issue, is there anything, that issue being the one you've just...
Well, you know...
Let me finish the question, please. Other than that issue, is there anything other than that you base your opinion of capability or fitness?
This, you know, you have referred me to this document, the admission on 12/16/2021. As I see here on that same thing, that he was in the emergency room at 10:34, and so that was his admission date. The note that we reviewed before was from the evening prior. And so there's a big gap in time there between that note and when he ended up in the emergency department. I have no idea what happened then.
Well, would you agree with me that one person that could fill in that gap would be patient 2?
Well, sure.
Sure. And patient 2 could have made a decision based upon everything he knew to delay until the following morning. Patient 2 can make that decision, correct?
Well, sure, they can make that decision, hopefully with the good guidance of the physician taking care of him.
And I'm just going to instruct Dr. Nass. I know you're helping Attorney Libby with some word choices and phrases, but it really needs just him asking the questions. Thank you.
So let's talk about patient 3. This was the woman who was 6 months pregnant.
Yes.
Called up and reported that she had a positive COVID-19 test.
Yes.
And was taking a medication, montelukast? Do you see that?
Yep.
and Dr. Nass advised her to stop that. Would you concur with that?
Yeah, I do not, I don't prescribe this medication, and I don't know why she chose to stop it. And so I defer on that.
It's not approved for pregnant women. That's a good reason, isn't it?
It is not a medication I regularly use, so
You don't? All right. So, is it fairly obvious from the medical record that Dr. Nass prescribed hydroxychloroquine?
Yes.
And I am correct that hydroxychloroquine is safe for women who are pregnant.
It is used in pregnancy.
Yes. She obtained the prescription and she took the prescription. And are you aware that she recovered and was symptom-free by day 8?
She did get better sooner than the other 2 patients, for sure.
And are you aware that she had a normal birth?
Yes.
Okay. And one could argue, Dr. Courtney, that patient 3's course was improved by the prescription of hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Nope, I don't come to that conclusion.
Okay. What conclusion do you come to?
I think it's far more probable that she improved from the monoclonal antibodies that she received.
Well, that's interesting that you are of that opinion. Do you know any research that backs up that statement?
Specifically, no.
No. Are you aware that according to the Annals of Internal Medicine, are you familiar with what that is?
It's a journal.
Reputable journal?
Yes.
Are you aware that they tested the effectiveness of monoclonal antibodies with respect to pregnant women and found that it was ineffective? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that article or the contents, the specific contents of that article.
And if that research is correct, that monoclonal antibodies had no effect, then the only thing left that she was administered was hydroxychloroquine, correct?
That is true.
It's true. Now, you've read through the prenatal records, correct?
Yes.
And she had a, blanking on the term, a woman who was assisting her with her pregnancy. Midwife.
Yeah, the midwife, right.
Now, the midwife recommended monoclonal antibodies. Is that right?
Yes.
And the midwife recommended that she stop taking hydroxychloroquine.
Yes.
And patient 3 continued to take hydroxychloroquine, correct?
I don't know.
It's in the same record that we looked at.
If it says that she did, then that's fine.
She refused to stop taking the hydroxychloroquine, which is her right, correct?
It certainly is.
So, with respect to patient 3, did Dr. Nass have sufficient information in her medical record of September 2nd to prescribe hydroxychloroquine based on the information the patient gave her?
She had the right to, but as I have indicated in the several documents that I have put forth, there was not good evidence to suggest that that would be helpful to the patient.
Okay. Well, you and I disagree on that point, and there are other experts who will be able to opine on that, Dr. Courtney. So we won't waste any further time. Now, can we look at a board exhibit 30-6? That is one of the exhibits referenced in Dr. Courtney's report, criteria for monoclonal antibodies in the treatment and prevention of COVID-19.
Is this the board staff or is this
Your sub-exhibits, Doctor.
Yes, your exhibit, Dr. Courtney.
All right. Which exhibit?
30-6.
Okay, so that's the up to date. Yes.
Okay. So this was a document you submitted as part of your report, correct?
Yes.
And one of the monoclonal antibodies is sotrovimab.
Yes.
And am I correct? Sotrovimab wasn't readily available to the public between September and December 2021?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So that wasn't a realistic option in that period of time, correct?
Right. Yes.
Now, vepdegestrant.
Yes, and I believe this is what the patient received.
When you say patient, what patient are you referring to?
Are we still talking about patient 3?
Okay. Is the type of monoclonal antibody that patient 3 received identified?
I think it may have been in the medical record. I can't recall right offhand though.
Okay. So am I correct that this is an Eli Lilly drug that was first approved for emergency use August 15th, 2022?
Where are you seeing that?
Well, I saw that on the FDA's website, that it was first approved for distribution August 15th, 2022. Well after the time that patient 3 was treated.
Okay. Well, if that's true, so be it. But if that is true, the monoclonal antibody that she received may have been a different.
So the next monoclonal is, why don't you help me with the language? It's 2 words.
Yeah, casirivimab imdevimab.
And those were indicated to be inactive and do not use where Omicron is predominant, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the next monoclonal below that, bamlanivimab and estivimab. These are Eli Lilly products?
It doesn't say there specifically who made them, but.
And it has the same warning, do not use in locations where Omicron is predominant, correct?
Yeah.
And then the last one that's listed is, can you read that for me, Dr. Courtney?
Tixagevimab with silgavimab.
And the indication for Omicron is remains active, but at reduced levels.
Yeah.
And when it says remains active, but at reduced levels, what does that mean? Does it mean it's not as effective in killing the virus?
I'm not really sure what it means.
Okay, thank you. So of all of these monoclonal antibodies listed, none of them were really available treatments for Omicron, if that is in fact what patients 1, 2, and 3 had.
At this point in time, there was a conversion from the Delta virus to the Omicron. And the indication at the time was for her to receive monoclonal antibody.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the FDA and National Institute of Health, as we did. You're aware that the FDA characterizes its statements regarding which drugs to use and not use as recommendations, correct?
Yes.
And a recommendation means that the physician is free to follow it or not follow it, correct?
Yep.
Now, are you aware that the Attorney General in Nebraska has issued an opinion that medical disciplinary boards cannot discipline doctors for prescribing ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine?
Objection, relevance.
Well, it's relevant to the standard of care, Judge, because apparently it is the standard of care in these states.
Okay, so you can answer whether you're aware, Dr. Courtney.
I think I heard that at one point in time. I can't recall where or when.
Are you aware that the Attorney General in South Carolina issued a similar opinion that doctors cannot be disciplined for prescribing hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin?
The same answer. I'm not specifically aware of that. I don't recall having heard that particular individual.
Are you aware that the Attorney General in Indiana issued the same opinion?
No.
Are you aware that the Attorney General in Kansas listed the same opinion?
No.
Are you aware that the Attorney General in Missouri issued the same opinion?
No.
Are you aware the Attorney General in Oklahoma issued the same opinion?
No.
So, Attorney Lib, can you group the rest of the states if there are more, just to move quickly here?
I'm trying to.
Just put them all in one question. He's not aware.
Are you aware that New Hampshire, our neighboring state, passed a law prohibiting the disciplining of doctors for off-label prescriptions of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin?
No.
Are you aware that the states of Tennessee, Missouri, Indiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Texas have all passed laws protecting doctors who prescribe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin to their patients?
No.
Now, Is it your testimony that there's a different standard of care in Nebraska, South Carolina, Indiana, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, New Hampshire, Tennessee, Missouri, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Texas?
You're talking about attorney generals. The standard of care should be the same and based on information, and
Right.
not an edict from the attorney general.
Medicine is not politics. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Sometimes it creeps in there, but it's not. It should not be.
Okay. So apparently, Dr. Nass cannot be disciplined if she lived in those states for her off-label prescription of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, correct?
If you say that, if what you said is true, then yes.
But she can be prosecuted in Maine, not New Hampshire. Correct?
Live.
Now, is there a Republican standard of care and a Democratic standard of care?
No.
Objection.
Yeah, Attorney Libby, that's not a serious question. Can you move to a serious question, please? And also,
It is a serious question, and we'll find out when we talk to Dr. Faust.
okay, so I'd like you to direct your questions to those that are directly likely to obtain information that's directly relevant to the allegations of notice of hearing. Second of all, I'm also looking for a good place for a break. So when you see one, please let me know.
Dr. Court, do you have any opinions on whether or not Dr. Nass obtained informed consent from patients 1, 2, and 3 for telehealth consultation or treatment?
I don't personally have a strong opinion about it.
Thank you. This would be a good point for a break.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a 12-minute recess. We'll be back at 2:40. Thank you. Okay, we're waiting for one more board member and then we can resume the questions. Attorney Libby, how much more do you think you have for Courtney?
I have less than a couple minutes.
Okay, great. Let's see. Something. we're all back, and you can continue your questions of Dr. Courtney because I didn't answer them.
Dr. Courtney, I just have a few more questions related to patient 3. You're aware that patient 3 had gone to an urgent care facility before she contacted Dr. Nass?
I do not know what the sequence of events were, whether it was before or after.
Okay, if we can look at Board Exhibit 28, these would be patient 3's medical records. They consist only of 2 pages. Do you want to give Dr. Courtney the PDF page which you've been using, Bernie Willis?
These records begin at 1281. And this is the board staff main exhibits.
These are 1281?
Yes, that should be a prescription. And then.
Okay, I'm there.
So can we go to the record dated September 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Dr. Nass has date of birth and weight recorded in the top right-hand corner, as well as a phone number, it appears.
Yes.
And in the left-hand corner, the only prescription the patient reported were the Montelukast.
Yes.
And then below that, it says her age and that she was 6 months pregnant.
Yes.
And this is the entry I want to bring your attention to. 4 days, F, C, cough, HA, got a swab at urgent care yesterday and positive for COVID. Correct?
Yes.
So from this record, it would appear that she went to urgent care September 20th and had a positive test.
Okay.
Is that how you read the record?
Yes, that would seem reasonable.
Okay. And she tested positive for COVID, and urgent care released her and sent her home.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And the next day, she called Dr. Nass, September 21st, told her of the events of the day before and her symptoms, and Dr. Nass prescribed hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Yes.
Under these circumstances, there would be no reason for Dr. Nass to do an in-person assessment of her based on the recency of her COVID-19 test at an urgent care facility, correct?
She, well, it's writing here about having 4 days of fever, chill, cough, headache, and got a swab at urgent care yesterday, positive for COVID. That sounds like it was a few days ago. It'd be good to know how she's doing at the moment of this. Document.
So the question was, would there be any reason for Dr. Nass to do an in-person assessment based on the fact that she had 4 days of fever, cough, HA, headache, and that she got a swab at urgent care and she was tested positive for COVID? Is there? I'm sorry.
I'll let you finish your question.
Thank you. Is there any reason for Dr. Nass to do an in-person assessment of her under these circumstances?
No, I think that she can communicate with the patient what is going on with her.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Dr. Courtney. Thank you for your time and patience.
Okay, thank you.
Any board members have questions for Dr. Courtney? You can just unmute yourself. Yep, Dr. Nesson.
Yeah, Dr. Courtney, thank you for your time.
Yes.
What was the predominant variant in December of 2021 in Maine?
It was converting from Delta to COVID, and exactly at that moment in time, I'm not sure what the proportion was. And so I can't answer your question specifically. During our conversation, the attorney mentioned a number of that time. Was, if that is true or not, you can ask him again what that was. It was 75-25 maybe.
75-25 being. So I'm sorry. You said it was converting from Delta to COVID. I don't think that's what you meant to say.
Yeah, Delta to Omicron.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Dr. Pandroy?
Yeah. Thank you for your time, Dr. Courtney. In regards to patient number 2 who was sick and was documented to have hypoxia and tachycardia, sounded like he was getting worse. My question is how do you feel that the chest x-ray that was ordered as part of the plan would have changed the specific treatment for a patient who is sick and hypoxic?
I don't think it would have changed. He frankly needed to be in the hospital at that point in time. And the expectation would be of confluent multifocal pneumonia, which is the sort of pneumonia you see in Delta. And so that in and of itself would not have specifically changed the treatment he needed. Basically being mitted, he needed to be oxygenated. He should have received remdesivir, and then as the illness progresses onto some during the second week, where it's primarily an inflammatory component, receive some either steroids or immune suppressing medicines.
And do you find, or had you found with patients that come in with hypoxia that the chest x-ray necessarily matches the severity of the disease?
There is a relative correlation, yes, that you do see. Sometimes we're surprised at the extent of disease in the lungs for patients who are less symptomatic. But I would say, at least my experience has been that patients are symptomatic when they have the multifocal infiltrates on chest x-ray.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from board members?
I have one more question regarding patient number 3. There was some discussion about whether it might have been the monoclonal antibody or the hydroxychloroquine that contributed to a relatively straightforward course of illness. Are there other potential explanations besides the 2 medications that were administered to this patient?
Well, sure. I mean, she was young, and so that's a good sign. Neither, you could argue that neither medication was helpful. She simply got better because she got better. I think that far more likely that she didn't necessarily respond to the hydroxychloroquine, but was one of the more fortunate to not have severe disease simply on the basis of her own immune capability.
And regarding patient number 1, who was admitted to the hospital, I think on the 17th, and there was a note on the 15th that indicated that they were turning a corner, but the note on the 17th said that there had been poor PO intake for 2 weeks, which presumably would have applied on the 15th as well. And there was a discussion of sort of the lack of documentation supporting the idea that the patient was turning a corner on the 15th. In a patient who would decline treatment with antiviral medication, but who is suffering from, as you said, respiratory failure, hypoxic respiratory failure, are there other interventions that could be offered 2 days earlier that could improve the course of illness, prevent more severe illness, or improve long-term outcomes? Other treatments that would be offered in hospital that can be offered outside of hospital that could make a difference?
Primarily, oxygen is number one, and being well hydrated would be another. We know that people who are oxygenated when they need can do improve. And so to suffer as an outpatient without that benefit is a disadvantage to the patient.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, redirect Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Courtney, do you believe you have the education and experience to render an opinion on the patient care in this case?
Yes.
And what is the basis of that conclusion?
I've been practicing infectious diseases for 30 years. I am board certified to do so. And I have experienced both caring for patients in the hospital and in my own outpatient clinic.
And doctor, are you aware of the standard of care for treating COVID-19?
Yes.
And are you aware of what that standard of care was during the period of the fall and winter of 2021?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, doctor, is there any difference in the standard of care for in-person versus remote healthcare?
No.
And doctor, assuming a patient wants a treatment outside the standard of care, is a doctor obligated to prescribe a medication outside the standard of care when the patient wants it?
No.
And doctor, is a doctor allowed to prescribe a medication outside the standard of care simply because a patient wants it?
Allowed, I suppose, but it's a poor choice.
And you were asked some questions, Dr. Courtney, about the telemedicine rules, and I will direct you to Board Staff Exhibit 116, starting at PDF page 2497.
I'm there.
And I am looking at number 6, physician-patient relationship. Attorney Libby asked you some questions about items in Section A. I would like to just read out to you Section B of that rule. A valid physician-patient relationship may be established between a licensee who uses telemedicine in providing health care and a patient who receives telemedicine through any of the following circumstances. First, consultation with another licensee, and 2, telemedicine encounter through telemedicine if the standard of care does not require an in-person encounter and in accordance with evidence-based standards of practice and telemedicine practice guidelines that address the clinical and technological aspects of telemedicine. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I will now direct your attention to PDF page 2503. And this is the third paragraph of Section 20. And Attorney Libby read to you some of an earlier portion of this rule. And I would just direct your attention to the second sentence of the third paragraph. The physician prescribing via telemedicine must ensure the clinical evaluation, indication, appropriateness, and safety consideration for the resulting prescription are appropriately documented and meet the applicable standard of care. Did I read that correctly, doctor?
Yes.
And I would just follow up on some of Attorney Libby's questions regarding remdesivir or monoclonal antibodies and their appropriateness. Are there other reasons for an earlier escalation of care for patient one besides those two medications? Meaning, are there other interventions that could have been provided during an earlier escalation of care for patient one?
The earlier a patient presents is guided to the emergency department for assessment and seeing a progression of disease, then remdesivir would be recommended and usually given in that circumstance.
Pardon me, doctor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
So, and then if she required oxygen supplementation.
Thank you, doctor. And would the same apply for patient two, assuming patient two refused remdesivir? Are there other interventions that could have been applied to his care if it had been escalated earlier?
Again, being oxygenated is an important part of care, being well hydrated. In that patient with some confusion, they were probably dehydrated to a certain extent. And so both of those would improve patients' well-being and decrease hopefully decrease the progression of disease.
Thank you, doctor. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any recross, Attorney Libby?
None.
Okay, Dr. Courtney, thanks for bearing with us through some lengthy testimony. You are excused as a witness. You are welcome to stay as a member of the audience, but I don't believe both parties are releasing Dr. Courtney. Is that correct? Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes, with reserving the right to call him in rebuttal if necessary.
Understood. Attorney Libby?
Yes.
So, Dr. Courtney, you are free to leave the proceeding if you wish, or you may join the audience.
Thank you.
Welcome. And Assistant Attorney General Willis, Dr. Faust is next. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's see. Dr. Faust, you were here earlier. There we go. Good afternoon, Dr. Faust.
Hi, hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
I'm going to swear you in as a witness. First, let me ask you, have you been here throughout the proceeding?
I've been observing off and on today.
Okay. So I'm going to swear you in first, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
You swear or affirm that you will not seek or accept any assistance while giving your testimony, including but not limited to coaching, advice, suggested answers, or undisclosed notes or documents?
I do.
And finally, do you swear or affirm that you will let me know if anyone is in the room with you while you are testifying?
I will do so.
Okay, thank you. We're done with the swearing in. Some instructions about testifying.
Sure.
The Assistant Attorney General called you as a witness. She will ask you questions first. Attorney Libby may have cross-examination for you. And as you saw, board members may also ask questions after the parties are done. If there's an objection, please wait for me to make a ruling before you begin your answer. If you don't understand a question, please ask for clarification. We do not want you to feel that you need to speculate. Please try to make sure you let the person asking the question complete the question before you begin your answer, so we have only one person talking at a time on the record. If you need a break for any reason, just let me know. If you encounter a distraction that you need to address, just let me know, and I'm happy to give you a moment to take care of that. Do you have the hearing exhibits available to you?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about testifying?
Not right now.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please.
My name is Jeremy Faust, Jeremy Faust.
Okay, you may begin, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good
Madam
afternoon,
Hearing
Dr.
Officer,
Faust.
I have a question on the scope of Dr. Faust's testimony, if I could raise that now.
Go ahead.
Dr. Faust submitted a 30-page report. 28 and a half of those pages dealt with misinformation, which is no longer an issue. The board staff has withdrawn all exhibits except numbers 3225 to 3246. Do I have those numbers right, Attorney Willis?
Yes.
And at the beginning of Dr. Faust's report, he makes some comments with respect to patient care. And since we have agreed that there is one expert per issue, I'm raising that as not appropriate for the scope of his examination. I understand it's now limited to the issues of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine.
So my notes indicate that the Assistant Attorney General has indicated that this expert is being called on the topic of patient evaluation and treatment. Is that where we stand, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
I think the situation has evolved as Attorney Libby has described, and that the witness is going to testify about hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and the state of the science.
Okay, thank you. And how long do you expect you're going to need for direct examination?
Barring unexpected issues arising, my goal is 2 hours.
Okay, let's try to make sure that happens, which will take us to the end of the day. But if we can get it done sooner, we might be able to get through cross at least as well. So with that clarification, thank you both. You can go ahead, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, I left a binder in my office of the sub exhibits. Can I go grab it?
Yes.
Take me a minute. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Dr. Faust.
Good afternoon.
And how did you get involved in this case?
I believe the board reached out to me, or someone who you had spoken to had recommended me as an expert to the board.
And how much are you being paid for your time in this case?
$500 per hour.
And how does that compare to your regular rate of pay?
That is lower than my regular rate of pay.
And Dr. Faust, if I could direct your attention, this is among the board staff main exhibits, to exhibit 33. That's PDF page 2119, board staff exhibit page 2126.
2126, this is in the middle of my CV.
2119, my apologies, I misspoke. It's board staff exhibit 2126. The PDF page number, I think, is the one you're looking for, is 2119.
2119 is exhibit 33 for me.
Thank you. Did I misspeak? I apologize. We'll all get on the same page. All right. I'm referring you to board staff exhibit 33, and you are on PDF page 2119. Is that correct?
There.
And that is board staff exhibit page 2126. And doctor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And is this your CV?
It is.
And where did you receive your medical degree, doctor?
From the Mount Sinai School of Medicine.
And in addition to your MD, what graduate degree do you hold related to medicine?
I hold a master's in science and biomedical sciences.
And did you have a concentration in receiving that degree?
Yes, I worked in a laboratory and focused on infectious diseases and immunology.
And in what area are you board certified, doctor?
I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And where do you practice medicine?
In Boston.
And at what facility, please?
I'm at Brigham, well, I guess now it's called Mass General Brigham. And I specifically work at Brigham and Women's Hospital and Brigham Faulkner Hospital.
And what is your position?
I'm an attending physician in the Department of Emergency Medicine.
And what are your roles for patient care? What are your responsibilities for patient care?
When I'm working clinically, my responsibilities are to evaluate and treat anyone who comes to the emergency department any time of day with any problem they may have.
And have you treated COVID-19 patients?
Yes, I have.
And roughly how many COVID-19 patients have you cared for?
Oh, that would be hard to characterize. I work, 600 to 800 hours a year clinically these days. It's come down over time as my other responsibilities have changed. And so I work anywhere from 6 to 10 times a month for 8 to 10 hours at a time. So you do the math since 2020 and you realize what a large percentage of our patients, really starting from March of 2020, were COVID, and then it just changed over time. It ebbs and flows. But just doing that math, it's got to be hundreds of patients. Plus, on top of that, in the emergency department, we're very collaborative. And so when there's a very sick patient who may not be my responsibility, I might get involved to help. If there's questions on finer management, I might be brought in to answer a question about whether a patient is indicated for a certain treatment or not. So it's hard to say, but it's clearly in the hundreds at the minimum.
And besides treating patients, how else have you been involved in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, I do a lot of work on COVID. First, I do a lot of, I've become very involved in COVID-19 outcomes and epidemiological research. So my sort of academic interest in COVID have really been focused on a few different areas, but I've assembled a team of my colleagues here at Harvard Medical School, where I'm on faculty, and also with a group of outcomes researchers at Yale University. And I've also collaborated at times with certain parts of the CDC, although not always, and that's complicated. But we study, primarily we study what's called all-cause excess mortality, the idea of tracking just how different things are right now in all the jurisdictions that we can follow, as compared to what they would have been or should have been but for the pandemic. So that's one area of research I'm very involved in. I've also become very involved in policy advising. I've served as a policy advisor formally and informally for various numbers of people and institutions who seek out expert advice on these topics. And I also spend a lot of my time writing and educating both my peers in medicine and also the public to try to demystify the complex issues that arise during the pandemic.
And how have you kept up to date generally on COVID-19 research?
Well, it's hard to keep up, but I certainly try, and I think I've been fortunate to be able to have that opportunity. I read a lot of literature. I read a lot of emerging literature, whether it's published or in preprints, and I consume that fairly voraciously. Although there are literally at this point tens of thousands of articles, you can't have read them all, but I've kept up. Early in 2020, in March of 2020, I actually founded a newsletter, a daily newsletter at that time, 7 days a week. That was 2 pages, that was entitled Brief 19. And that newsletter was designed and performed the task of keeping readers up to date on the very latest in COVID research and COVID policy. And so that was written by me and by other physicians and other experts in the field, so that every single day from March of 2020 until we wound down in June of 2021, so 15 months or whatever that would have been, we produced a 2-page document with summarizing the most up-to-date research, often highlighting very, very good research, and sometimes under highlighting why other research was very, very bad. So that was one way. And since then, I've kept active with different projects, both for the public and for my peers, again, writing very, very constantly. And also at times filing policy memos to various stakeholders, government institutions, government leaders, to try to help them understand complicated issues that may have arisen during the pandemic.
And Dr. Faust, have you published peer-reviewed medical papers?
Yes.
And I would direct your attention to PDF page 2140 of your CV, which is board staff exhibits page 2147. And is this a list of your peer-reviewed scholarship?
Yeah, it's out of date, but yes, this is certainly some of it.
And can you give some examples of where your peer-reviewed work has been published?
Yeah, I've had research on COVID published in the British Medical Journal. I've had research on COVID published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. I've had research published also within their imprints, JAMA Internal Medicine, which is another very high impact journal, and JAMA Network Open, another high impact journal of the JAMA Network. Clinical Infectious Diseases, which is widely seen as one of the top 2 or 3 infectious disease journals on the planet. And also in the CDC's MMWR, Morbidity Mortality Monthly Report.
Excuse me, doctor, could I get you to slow down a little bit, please? Thank you. I'm trying to write. Thank you.
But also, I can also refer you to my CV. But yes, basically a spattering of the top journals that are available for the topic that we study.
And your CV also notes at PDF page 2121 and board staff exhibit page 2128, the publications where you have or do serve as a peer reviewer, and noting at least 10 different publications where you served in that role, including the Annals of Emergency Medicine and JAMA, among others. Is that correct?
Yeah, what page is that?
2121. That's the PDF page number.
Yeah, it's also out of date, but I got to add that now I do peer reviews for the New England Journal of Medicine, as well as previously I was just doing the resident series. Now I've reviewed for that journal as well.
And let's talk a little bit about what peer reviewing involves. Can you sort of explain that role?
Yeah, peer review is really at the core of advancing medical science. Research is such an important aspect of what it is the medical profession relies on to provide the best care. And to understand how to make progress, we, as a field, refer to medical journals and look at new studies that are being reported, and to adjudicate whether something needs to change in our practice or improvements. And the process by which journals determine what is appropriate for publication is called peer review at the highest level. So the journals, the way this process would work is a medical journal would receive a submission from some authors or researchers of a manuscript. They would then initially review the manuscript to see if it reaches sufficient quality to even go out for peer review. In other words, does it sort of pass the first pass? And then at very good journals, such as the ones we've mentioned, a small percentage of them do reach that, but majority do not. Then that small percentage of papers would then be distributed to a hand-selected group of peer reviewers, such as myself. And what I would do is I would read the manuscript very, very carefully. I would evaluate its quality. I'd evaluate whether I think it is appropriately conducted, whether the data makes sense, whether the design of the study meets the stated goals of the study, and ultimately whether I think the findings are accurate, likely to be meaningful, have they been presented properly, such that if the journal publishes it, a reader in the profession can use that information effectively so that they can improve their care or further their knowledge about a topic.
And when you've performed peer review of manuscripts, what characteristics might indicate a study is lower quality?
Well, there's certainly a hierarchy of medical evidence that we all rely on. And there's no one hard and fast rule, but there are certainly characteristics that you're looking for in very well done studies. So at the extremes, you don't want a piece of paper that essentially is indistinguishable from an anecdote to be misunderstood as some kind of medical evidence. You would like to see much more rigor. So you're looking for, is this a study that was actually comparing a treatment, for example, to something else like a placebo or to the usual care they would have gotten? That would be a trial, as opposed to another design, such as, was this study actually a review of medical charts that already exist, and now retrospectively going back to understand whether patients who received one treatment did fare differently than patients who did not. So you're looking for whether it's truly new data, whether that data is prospective, in other words, it's a trial that was done to understand a question, or whether it was an observational study that was retrospective. And from there, you start to dig into different levels of quality within those kinds of studies. So you can have observational studies that are good and that can be hypothesis generating, and meaning that you read it and you find something that looks interesting and it indicates the need for further study. That's usually what an observational study can accomplish, especially with regard to treatments. And then looking at trial data, then we look at, well, this is sort of the highest form of evidence that we have. And within trials, there is a great spectrum of quality. And there are some things that are very easy to identify. How were the patients identified? How was the randomization to the treatment versus the control group or placebo group? How was that done? Was it done in a way that it can be done very well, meaning that we trust that process, or it can be done extremely poorly, and it can actually negate the entire validity of the study. We also look at things like, did the trial announce ahead of time what it is they wanted to study and what their outcomes of interest were? Or did they not announce that, which means they might have just gathered troves of data and then gone on an adventure to try to pick out a couple of things they liked. So you're looking for trials that have good randomization, that they have they've announced their outcomes ahead of time, and that they might have different levels of blinding. So the patients are blinded, the investigators are blinded. There's a whole manner of questions that go into a trial assessment. But at the very top, the sort of gold standard would be a double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trial of prospective patients. And that would be generally the best form. Now, that's not to say that that's always the best thing, but it usually is. So when I look at a manuscript, my first question is, okay, what kind of study is this? And then I start to dig into, was it done properly? Was it done in a way that we can really trust and really verify? Is everything accounted for? And then we go from there.
Let's talk now about how published medical research and data are properly used by medical practitioners when they provide patient care. Dr. Faust, could you please describe, in your opinion, the standard of care a reasonably prudent practitioner is required to apply in making treatment decisions for a patient based on research?
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I'm going to object to the form of the question. That's well outside the scope of anything that he's been that's contained in his report.
Okay, so can you restate the question first to deal with the form of the question so that the witness understands it?
Certainly. Could you please describe, in your opinion, Dr. Faust, the standard of care a reasonably prudent practitioner is required to apply in making treatment decisions for a patient?
Sure. You want to...
Sorry, hold on, Dr. Faust. So is there still an objection to that question?
There is an objection because the way the question was formed, physicians are not required to evaluate in any specific way. They apply their experience and medical judgment.
Okay, well, I'm going to allow him to answer the question.
So as I understand the question, how does a physician use literature to guide their care? And the answer is that, broadly speaking, it is our purview, it is our charge to look at the totality of medical evidence that's out there, especially the high quality evidence that's out there, and to have that medical evidence and scientific basis guide our treatment decisions. So we should be able to, as a field, as practicing physicians, to look at research and to know whether a certain treatment it reflects best evidence or whether it's aspirational. And so I think that it is an important skill for physicians to be able to do that work, especially in a pandemic.
And doctor, how does the evidence-based standard of care, in your opinion, change in the face of a rapidly evolving situation like COVID-19?
I think first of all, the evidence-based standard of care is an important concept. The idea is that competent physicians will look at the same set of data and look at the same options they have and treat patients similarly based on the best available medical evidence, and not to ignore things they don't like just because it doesn't fit a certain notion. You have to go by what the best evidence says. During a pandemic, especially early in the pandemic, early in 2020, we had a situation on our hands, which I think it was really important to notice, which is that we had a novel threat, a virus that we had never encountered before, and we had absolutely no specific treatments for that disease. We had modern medicine. We had standard of care for patients who are generally very, very sick. And that has served us very, very well. But we didn't, coming into the pandemic itself, March, April, May of 2020, we really didn't have anything that was evidence-based that we could offer patients that had been specifically studied in COVID-19 because it was too new. Those studies got underway very quickly, but it was early on, we didn't have that. So early on, we didn't have anything specific to offer. So we had to offer what we call standard care, usual care, the best we could do to keep our patients alive in the face of this new threat.
All right, Dr. Faust, let's turn now to the medical research on hydroxychloroquine as a treatment for COVID-19. If you could turn, please, to your expert report, which is Exhibit 32 at PDF page 2109, Board Staff Exhibit page 2115, there at the bottom of the page.
This is Exhibit 32?
Yes.
Okay.
And you cited here to two, quote, high quality, end quote, studies related to hydroxychloroquine. I'd like to talk about those, please.
Sure.
The first was published in the New England Journal of Medicine and is included as Faust Sub-Exhibit 3227, and that's a separate PDF for everyone's reference. And that appears at page 8 of that PDF of the sub-exhibits. In your opinion, doctor, what is the reputation of the New England Journal of Medicine among medical professionals?
The New England Journal of Medicine is one of the two most prestigious medical journals in the world.
And when was this study published, sub-exhibit 3227?
Well, this study was published, it looks like it says June 3rd, 2020.
And what made this particular study high quality in your opinion, doctor?
Yeah, this study has a lot going for it to recommend it. This is the kind of study that we absolutely were waiting for. And as I mentioned before, early in the pandemic, we didn't have anything. And so people were trying all kinds of things. And I think that in March and May of 2020, there's some latitude to be given for patients, for doctors, just trying something. That may not be the approach that I would have taken and the one that I did, but I can understand why people were trying something. And so hydroxychloroquine had become very, very popular, which is a strange thing to say. How can a drug be popular? But it really was because of social media and because of influencers. It was mentioned by the President of the United States as a miracle cure of some kind. So we in the clinical environment, we were desperate to know whether this could work because we had just gotten through the spring, which I just want to say was the most harrowing experience that any of us have ever gone through because none of us have seen, no one alive was treating patients during 1918. So we had never seen this kind of increase in mortality in our careers at one given time. So we were desperate for something that would work. And so while I think that there was certainly some concern that from the very beginning that a lot of these proposed treatments that were for COVID, this idea of repurposing existing medications that could save lives for COVID, there was a lot of skepticism around that. I still think that we were hopeful, right? We wanted to have something to give people. But I think it became pretty clear that that was pretty aspirational. And so this trial was extremely helpful in knowing whether or not hydroxychloroquine could actually decrease the spread of disease of COVID-19 because it's a study of what's called post-exposure prophylaxis, meaning that patients people who enrolled to be in this study were given either hydroxychloroquine or a placebo right after they were known to be exposed to somebody with SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. So this is really helpful. It's randomized. It's double-blinded, meaning the patients didn't know if they were receiving placebo or the interventional drug, in this case hydroxychloroquine. And again, it has all the features that we're looking for in a high-quality study. That is, we understand ahead of time what is the primary outcome of interest. They're not going to change that because they don't like the outcome. That's announced ahead of time. This study, the randomization, the way the patients were determined, whether they would be in the control group or in the quote intervention group in receiving the trial drug, that was done at the highest excellent standard. In other words, there are, as I mentioned, there are different ways to do randomization, and this comported to high quality ones. Again, this study was particularly well powered. In other words, that they did calculations ahead of time to say, well, we're looking for this kind of a benefit. Will the trial be large enough to give us answers, or will it just give us statistical noise? And so in this case, they knew that if they randomized many hundred people, and I believe it was 821 patients were actually included in the analysis, 921 underwent randomization. They knew that from that amount, they could actually have the statistical power to say if any difference that was detected was real or not real. And that's also really important because you don't want to go to all this trouble only to find that a 5% difference is statistically meaningless, or only to find that you don't know what's meaningful. So they did all of that work ahead of time and announced it. I thought that was really good. They also do a very nice job, if you look through this document, at laying out the demographics of each group. So this is a very important concept that we'll come back to. But in many randomized trials, and I want to alert the board to this, we call it table one because it's always.
I'm going to object now. None of this is responsive to the question. He's been talking now for 5 minutes.
Okay. I don't remember what the question was that we're covering at this point. Can you remind me, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
Yes, we're covering what made this study high quality in Dr. Faust's opinion.
Okay, so I'm going to allow him to continue because this is on that topic.
Yeah, and I this is long. This is a longer one because this is my first opportunity to talk through what makes a good study, and we don't have to do this for every single study because once I've established what I'm looking for, I can tell the board, okay, this one meets those criteria, this one does not. So, for example, this again going on the demographic table is very, very important because it actually tells the reader, look, after we randomize these hundreds and hundreds of patients to either get placebo or to get the drug, were we successful in randomizing them? Meaning, before we gave them a thing, before we gave them either the placebo or the drug, were the two groups pretty similar? In other words, can we actually compare them? Or did something strange happen? And even though it's a random spattering of people, the average age in the placebo group was 12 years old, and the average age in the intervention group was 90 years old. Well, you couldn't really make much of a conclusion about COVID outcomes if you had those kinds of imbalances. And so table 1 is often where the money is in terms of whether these studies, the randomization was good. So this study had very, very good randomization. So we know that we were having a fair comparison. And I will mention that there are many studies in which that fails to occur, and the differences between the groups negates any interpretation in either direction that one can make. So that's important. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. I mean, I think that overall, I look at a paper like this, it's randomized, it's good randomization, it's well powered to answer the question that was being looked at, and it asked. Therefore, the data that were given in this paper are able to answer the question that was being asked, which was, does hydroxychloroquine work as post-exposure prophylaxis?
And so what were the findings of the study, doctor?
The study was what we call a negative study. It did not find that hydroxychloroquine was able to do anything to change the number of patients, or the fraction of patients who subsequently came down with COVID-19.
And doctor, in your opinion, what should a reasonably prudent practitioner conclude in terms of treatment of COVID-19 patients with hydroxychloroquine from this study?
A reasonably prudent practitioner should conclude that in this very high quality, double randomized controlled trial with a placebo controlled trial, that using hydroxychloroquine for post-exposure prophylaxis for COVID-19 is ineffective and therefore should not be relied upon.
And the second high quality study that you referenced in your report is included as Faust subexhibit 3228 at PDF page 17 of your subexhibits. When and where was this study published, Dr. Faust?
This is the effect of hydroxychloroquine in hospitalized patients with COVID-19. This was also published in the New England Journal of Medicine, and it was done by a group of researchers, a conglomeration of researchers across the United Kingdom. The recovery group, a collaborative group, has been studying a number of repurposed medications with the hope that I was mentioning before. Can we find a drug in our cabinets, in our existing armamentarium of drugs we've used for other things that would help us treat COVID-19? And these investigators went headlong into that, and this is the result of that.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Court reporter Allie, are you keeping up okay? Or do you need another?
It's really fast.
Okay.
Slow down.
Yes.
Appreciate your.
Sorry, I can slow down. I feel a time pressure because there's so much to get through.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And Court reporter Allie, please feel free to speak up if you need a reminder to slow down. Okay, Assistant Attorney General Willis, I think you were starting another question.
Yes, I was just going to follow up. And Dr. Faust, when was that study published?
That study was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. It looks like November 19th, 2020. I would add, though, that these data were pre-printed several months before that. And so many of us acted upon that. But this was in the New England Journal of Medicine, November 19, 2020.
Could I ask Attorney Willis the sub-exhibit number, please?
Yes, absolutely. It's exhibit 3228.
Thank you.
And Dr. Faust, what were the findings of this study?
This study was designed specifically to look at 28-day mortality. So this was a very important study to look at whether or not hydroxychloroquine would help patients who are being hospitalized for COVID. And this study found that the patients who were randomized to receive hydroxychloroquine had no statistical difference in the incidence of death at 28 days compared to those who received usual care.
And in your opinion, briefly, what makes this study high quality?
It has many of the same features that the previous study has. It's a randomized controlled trial. It has a very large number of patients. It appears that the randomization was successful so that we know the groups are comparable, so we can make a conclusion about them. It stuck to what it wanted to study, and it was adequately powered to do so. The only thing that it doesn't have that the first trial had is that there was not blinding, so that both the investigators and the patient participants were aware of whether or not they were receiving hydroxychloroquine or not. So that can sometimes influence things in a trial. Usually it influences things to benefit the intervention. So in this case, that would benefit hydroxychloroquine because there is sort of a placebo effect just by giving something. But in this case, obviously that was not enough because it was a trial that did not show benefit for mortality for hydroxychloroquine among hospitalized patients.
And doctor, in your professional opinion, are these two studies consistent with subsequent high quality findings related to whether or not whether or not hydroxychloroquine is effective to treat COVID-19 patients?
I'm not aware of any studies that negate these findings. Certainly there have been other questions asked in different ways, but these two studies absolutely stand as the evidence-based standard of care for these questions, meaning that for post-exposure prophylaxis and for using the hydroxychloroquine to try to reduce deaths among patients who are being hospitalized, there is no effect, and so they're not indicated.
And Dr. Faust, medical science changes and there can be reasonable disagreements among medical professionals about that science. Can you please explain, in your opinion, whether or not treating COVID-19 with hydroxychloroquine is simply one of those areas where reasonably prudent practitioners can disagree?
I don't believe that that's an area where reasonable people disagree. I think that there is a coterie of people who want to see something that just isn't there in high quality research. And that they are very vocal and that they are very passionate. But for those of us who are actually in the field, at the center of these crises, there's really not any controversy on this. Mainstream physicians working in reputable hospitals, I think, have probably come to the same conclusion. And generally, it supports the one that we've been discussing, which is unfortunately.
Judge, the hearing, I'm going to object to his opining on what doctors and other hospitals who have read the study may conclude. That's well out of the scope of his testimony. It's sheer speculation.
Okay, so either I'm going to strike that or you need to provide some foundation, Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Well, Dr. Faust, if I could re-ask the question, I would ask you, in your opinion, whether this is simply one of those areas where reasonably prudent physicians could disagree.
I don't think it is an area where reasonably prudent physicians can disagree. And that is, another way I could support that would be to say that the treatment guidelines, and they're just guidelines, but they are important. The treatment guidelines provided by expert bodies, whether it's the Infectious Disease Society of America or whether it's the National Institutes of Health, have all come to the same conclusion. So it's not as though various high-level groups that represent thousands and thousands of physicians disagree on this. The major institutions and groups that have studied this and that have domain expertise.
I'm going to make the same objection. He has no foundation to make such broad, encompassing statements about what the rest of the world of physicians thinks about COVID-19 and research. That is simply, and I'm going to ask you to strike his last response, which was unresponsive to the question, not the immediate one, but the one prior to that.
Okay, well, I struck his prior response. This response actually goes to and is based on his understanding of what infectious disease societies or institutes have concluded, which is an area that he says he follows closely in his research. So you can, cross-examine him on those conclusions, but I think the basis for them has been established in his testimony. So did we interrupt your answer, Dr. Faust?
Yeah. So what I was saying was that you have.
Could we have a question instead of
He's still giving his answer. We interrupted his answer. So you can go ahead, Dr. Faust.
Thank you. The governing bodies of various specialties, which you can list off, including, as I mentioned, the Infectious Disease Society of America, and including the National Institutes of Health guidelines on how to treat COVID. There's no disagreement here among the most prestigious experts in this area.
Thank you. And if I could now, within the main board staff exhibits, if I could direct your attention to Exhibit 87, which begins at PDF page 2422 and board staff exhibit page 2445. Apologies, board staff exhibit page 2443.
This is the hydroxychloroquine.
I'd just like to start on page 2422, please. That says Exhibit 87 in the upper right-hand corner.
Is this board exhibit 87?
Yes. In the board staff main exhibits.
Okay, I've got 87 as the 20.
Yep, and this is an email to Savannah Okoronkwo.
Yes.
And who is it from?
It's from Meryl Nass.
And when was it sent?
January 10, 2022.
And could you please read the subject line there, Doctor?
Well, I'm going to object. This expert has no opinions on Dr. Nass's treatment, so what relevance are her emails?
This email is specifically about 29 early treatment studies using ivermectin for COVID. And Dr. Faust is going to be asked about the documentation that she provided on that research.
So I'm going to allow that.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Faust.
It reads, you read it, I guess. Here is the evidence of benefit from 29 early treatment studies using ivermectin for COVID.
And I'm going to have you jump now to Exhibit 88.
Okay.
And starting at PDF page 2424. And again, this is another email to Savannah Okoronkwo. And who is this email from?
Meryl Nass.
And the date and time, please?
January 10, 2022, 12:09 p.m.
And could you read the subject line of this
email,
please?
Sure. Here is a similar compilation of the results of 33 early treatment studies using hydroxychloroquine for COVID.
And let's scroll down one page to PDF page 2425.
Okay.
And this is the attachment to Dr. Nass's email, is that correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed this graphic in preparing your expert report, is that correct, Doctor?
I did.
And in the upper right-hand corner, where and when was this graphic posted?
Well, it says hcqmeta.com and January 10th, 2022 could just be when the screenshot was taken. I'm not sure when this particular page was published.
And are you familiar with this website?
I have seen it.
Please explain in your professional opinion.
We lost a board member.
Oh.
Dr. Pedro Blanc again.
Maybe hearing officer, while we're finding her, may I just go to the bathroom quickly?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute recess. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Lynn Weinstein. I just wanted to point out that Dr. Nass is going in and out of the screen.
Okay.
So there are times that we just have a view of her attorney and part of her or not her at all. If she could just sit where we can still see both of them at one time, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
That instruction. Okay.
We're trying to avoid bumping elbows, but I think you can see part of my head in just about every screen. Can you not?
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess and I'll address the question when we get back. So it's going to be 3:51 when we come back. And Dr. Faust, you are welcome to turn off your audio and video or leave it on as you choose.
All right, thanks.
Yep. And Dr. Faye LeBlanc, we're on a 5-minute recess. He's on here, guys.
What those names are.
Sure. The names is the name of the primary or lead author of a particular study being shown.
And then just to the right of that, there's a column headed improvement. And within that, there appear to be 3 subcolumns: a percentage, a number to 2 decimal places with a bracketed range, and then a word. And the word at the top of this column is viral plus. And what is the purported significance of the words in that column there that starts with viral plus?
The purported indication, its purported meaning is that is the characteristic of that study being reported in this chart, in this graphic. So, for example, I'll use the first one that I looked at, Huang, the RCT, the second.
If I actually, doctor, if I could slow you down, we'll go through each of those studies. Okay. Just want to indicate. So I heard you say that this the word is the characteristic or finding, and you use the word the characteristic of the study that's being cited. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's the thing that it's the outcome that this forest plot is reporting from that study.
And going back to that percentage just a little bit to the left, what is the purported significance of the percentage?
The purported significance of the percentage under improvement would be how much the drug would improve the outcome or compared to a control or compared to some other comparison.
Thank you. And then referring back to those words you described as outcome, this purported forest plot seems to list more than one, looks like up to 7 different outcomes or characteristics. How does the inclusion of these various outcomes affect the validity of this purported meta-analysis?
It renders this table completely uninterpretable in any direction, because it is combining different outcomes from different studies without any discussion as to why one thinks it would be appropriate to do so. So to combine data points from one study that looks at how long patients were positive for COVID-19 and to combine that with data on how many patients died of COVID-19, the combined number doesn't mean anything, right? So you can't really take the different kinds of outcomes that are listed with these. You say there's 7 of them, different kinds, and just combine them and hope that means anything. Now, in a true meta-analysis, you could combine things like you could combine one outcome or very similar outcome, like all the studies that have death. However, unfortunately, this forest plot, this diagram isn't comprehensive for any single one of these outcomes. So there are tons and tons of studies that look at death, but this meta-analysis, this forest plot only includes ones that were chosen, while omitting outcomes from many other studies, including some of the studies on the table that have, or possibly including, that have that same outcome, death, excluding those. So it's just a hodgepodge of outcomes thrown together on one graph in a way that you can't really make any sense of that.
And does the forest plot usually include a conclusory statement?
At the bottom, yeah, a forest plot would tend to have a it would have like a summary statistic that would be like sort of a weighted average of all of the different rows that we're looking at.
And is one included here?
Not here, no, not in this particular, not in the documents that were submitted.
And is a forest plot or a meta-analysis usually authored by a particular researcher or group of researchers?
Yes, a forest plot's a very useful tool when used properly. And we see them in research papers. We see them in papers that combine lots of other studies, such as this is attempting to do. And yes, they tend to be signed, and we know who did them. And we also have a very rigorous rendering of their methodology. Why did they include these studies, and why did they exclude those ones? And but yes, they are whenever we see them in medical literature, of course, like any other piece of medical literature, they are signed by authors, and we can know who they are.
Is a particular author or researcher identified as having been the author of this particular forest plot?
Not that I can determine.
And looking at the column on the right side of the page with the vertical lines and the boxes, generally speaking, what is this column?
So you're talking about the graphic portion of this.
Yes, with the boxes.
Mm-hmm.
If you can just sort of walk us through that.
Yeah, so each row has a box which shows the purported effect of hydroxychloroquine as compared to a control. And if the box is to the left of the vertical line that's to the right, in the middle of this document, then in this case, that would be favoring the drug. It's cut off, so you can't see, but at the bottom of this would normally be in the vertical line that appears to be to the right of most of the boxes. That would be the line in the sand, so to speak, between findings that favored the drug on the left and findings that disfavored the drug or favored placebo or control on the right. So a forest plot is useful in this way because you can take a lot of studies and you can show whether a study had a data point that indicated effectiveness or not for the outcome of interest. In this case, obviously we're seeing a lot of these boxes to the left of that vertical line indicating supposedly benefit. The other thing that I will orient you to is the horizontal lines coming out of each box. And those horizontal lines are indications of uncertainty, meaning that the box is the sort of we call a point estimate. It's the number that is the average finding. So in the case of the first line, you mentioned 66% improvement. So that would be at negative 66 on that axis. But the horizontal lines that come out of that say, well, it's 66 improvement, but it could be anywhere from 30% to 70%. We're really not sure. So it's an indication of uncertainty. When the horizontal line crosses the vertical line to the right, it indicates that particular finding cannot be distinguished from the opposite, meaning that even though it's to the left of the line, we're uncertain enough that actually could have been to the right of the line. We don't really know. We don't have the statistical power to make that determination.
And if I could just ask a clarifying question, just then talking, you said you referred to the line to the right. And did you mean the middle axis line there to the right of the findings shown in this study as opposed to the far right?
It's really hard for me to see, but it's the vertical line that's underneath the word com on hqmeta.com.
Okay.
That vertical line that's the sort of line in the sand. Any box that would be to the right of that would be a finding that would favor placebo or control. Any box to the left of that would favor the drug.
And in reviewing this graphic, Dr. Faust, we had just discussed the two studies in the New England Journal of Medicine that concluded that hydroxychloroquine did not demonstrate efficacy as a COVID-19 treatment. Are those two studies with negative findings included in this forest plot?
They are not.
And if they had been included, how would that change this graphic?
Well, certainly it would have added immediately two very large boxes on the right side of that vertical line, for one thing. For the primary outcomes, which we discussed. But even for what we call secondary outcomes, which are other findings from the paper, things could have been lifted out of those studies and put in this document. And there are so many secondary outcomes that somebody could choose however many they'd like to include or exclude. I'll give you an example. In the recovery trial, which was the second one we looked at, there was actually more death among the patients who received hydroxychloroquine. Now, that is not a statistically significant finding, nor was the trial really powered to test that. But if you were to include the recovery trial data on death into this document and add a row for it, it would say recovery, death underneath the column that has the outcome. And then there would be a box to the right of the line in the middle that would say favors placebo because it looked like more patients who got hydroxychloroquine died. So you can see quickly how by mixing and matching and cherry picking one piece of information out of a study or not, a forest plot like this can be manufactured to look like all the studies are either great or either terrible. And it's only with great rigor that you can actually determine which one should and shouldn't be included.
And in your opinion, doctor, how does the failure to include those two particular studies affect the quality of this purported forest plot?
There's no evidence that this forest plot was prepared at a time when the New England Journal of Medicine data was available.
And we can go through each study date by date. Those earlier studies were dated June 2020 and I believe November of 2020. And I'm happy to move on to reviewing the particular studies that Dr. Faust has already prepared his report about.
Happy to do that.
Yeah, let's move on.
Because it was limited to early treatment.
In your expert report, Dr. Faust, you indicated that you reviewed 5 of the, quote, higher quality, end quote, studies shown in this forest plot. How did you choose which 5 trials to review from this list?
I chose the first 5 from the top that were marked RCT. So I wanted to look at randomized controlled trials because those would tend to be the highest kind of evidence we can rely upon. So I chose the first 5 RCTs.
And why didn't you review any of the studies that weren't identified as RCTs?
Well, I did review many of them. It's just not as closely. I looked at them and briefly to get a sense of that literature. And as I suspected, there's not much one can draw from them that would be practice changing. Nothing I can conclude would be that important compared to the looking at the RCTs. So I chose the ones that were the most likely to help a clinician understand the role of this drug.
And this graphic shows, states that it lists 33 studies, but it only includes 8 RCTs, how does that affect the quality of the conclusions, in your opinion, doctor, that are drawn by this forest plot?
It affects it. Meta-analysis, when done properly, would categorize outcomes of studies, not just on what they're studying, for example, death versus hospitalization, for example, but also it would, a rigorous meta-analysis using best practices would include and exclude studies that did and did not meet the high standards. So a very, very large study that was well conducted would be given more weight than a very small randomized control trial that didn't have as good a methodology. So excluding things like the papers we discussed before really has a massive impact on a document like this.
And the first study that you evaluated in detail was the Huan study. That's HUANG. RCT on the second line there of the study. Apologies of this graphic.
Yeah.
And what result does the Nass graphic recite from that Huan study?
No, I didn't hear that question. Sorry to interrupt. Could you repeat that, please?
What results does the Nass graphic recite from the Huan study?
It says no recov, which I take to mean how many of the patients did not recover during the time of the time frame in which the patients were studied in that particular investigation.
And what was the percentage associated with that recitation?
92% improvement.
And I will note for reference, the Huan study is in evidence at Faust subexhibits 3229 at PDF page 28 for reference. And Dr. Faust, when you reviewed the Huan study, what did you find about its recovery time findings?
Well, there's problems with this study. One problem is that we have no idea about how the patients were recruited or randomized. So that would speak to the quality that we discussed earlier. But I also, as I think I mentioned, I'll just refer to my notes in my report to the board. But this was, let me grab it. I believe this was the study in which basically the patients in the control group had actually not been as sick for as long. So they were earlier in their treatment course or in their disease course. So you can't say that the patients on both sides of this study came out of the starting gate at the same time. So one group had already been sick for several days when the other group was just beginning to be studied. So that at the end of a 14-day study period, which I believe is what this study looked at, one of the groups hasn't really gone through 14 days of COVID. They've only gone through 10. So, and I do want to refer to my expert report on this if I can.
And that's in the board staff main exhibits, PDF page 2110.
And are you asking to do that to refresh your recollection, Dr. Faust?
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, and as I said, that
what was the board staff number, just so I can find where Dr. Faust is?
Yes, it's board staff exhibit page 2116.
Thank you.
So yeah, as I look at my notes and refresh, it's the immediate hole in this one is that the patients who were in the control group were 4 days earlier in their disease progression than the intervention group. So again, so that means that by the time the group that received the drug is at day 14, the so-called control group is only at day 10, but there's no adjustment for that. So it renders the conclusion of that finding that is included on this forest plot uninterpretable.
And did you note any other concerns about the methodology of this study?
Yeah, as I mentioned a moment ago, I think that this study didn't really give us a very good idea on how recruitment or randomization occurred.
Yeah.
And so we don't know much about whether about these groups and whether or not they can really be compared all that well.
And so, Dr. Faust, in sum, what is your opinion about the quality of that study?
It certainly doesn't give me enough information to change my opinion in favor of hydroxychloroquine. There's nothing I could act upon from this study either way. I can't use the study to say that hydroxychloroquine helps for recovery, nor that it doesn't. And I would also add that the control group in this case was not placebo or usual care. It was another set of 2 drugs, which is not necessarily always a problem, but it on top of everything else, it makes this study impossible to use to change whether you think hydroxychloroquine has this effect.
And the next one of the studies from this graphic that you referred to appears on the 7th line of the forest plot, and it is the Chen RCT. What does the forest plot indicate the Chen trial concluded?
The forest plot looking at Chen looks at what's called viral time.
Are we looking at sub-exhibit 3230?
That is where where it has been admitted. That was the next thing on my list.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Faust, I may not have heard your answer. If you could just repeat, what does this forest plot from Dr. Nass indicate the Chen trial concluded?
It indicates that that viral time had a 72% improvement, treatment versus control.
And so that means that it's citing the study to say that hydroxychloroquine treatment improved viral time by 72%. Is that inaccurate? Okay.
That's what it's purporting to show.
Okay. And again, the Chen trial is Faust sub-exhibit 3230. And in your opinion, Dr. Faust, having reviewed the Chen study, does this Nass graphic accurately portray the findings of the Chen trial?
It doesn't capture the overall findings of the Chen trial, no.
And please explain that in more detail.
So this was a randomized controlled trial, and looking at it, it's got 2 different control groups. It has chloroquine as one arm. It has, which is a different formulation of a similar compound to hydroxychloroquine. And then it also has a control, which is neither of those. If you look at, there's a varying number of outcomes in this study that are reported, but viral time is only one of them. And I would, as looking through this document, for example, you can see there's a number of different ones that are omitted. So let me look at my notes here. Right. So as my notes say in my report to the board, the forest plot includes time to clinical recovery, as it does there, among hydroxychloroquine recipients, but they actually omit the fact that the control group reached 100% recovery sooner. So there's an example of how this is being cherry picked. So the initial clinical recovery was reported as sooner for the hydroxychloroquine, the initial recovery, but the complete recovery was actually found to be better in the control group. Now, again, I don't necessarily know which of those is true or if either of those is true, but what I can say is that this meta-analysis is choosing the one that fits a certain narrative and omitting one that does not.
And moving on now to the next study that you reviewed in your expert report, with the author name Mitja, M-I-T-J-A et al. Do you see that study listed on line 9 of this Exhibit 88 graphic?
Yes, I do.
And that study is admitted as board staff, Faust Subexhibit 32-31. And what does the forest plot cite as the finding from the Mitja et al. Trial, please?
The forest plot indicates the outcome of interest that's reported is hospitalization.
And doctor, in your opinion, is that an accurate representation of the Mitja trial findings?
That is not an accurate representation of the totality of that trial.
And could you please explain that?
Yeah, this was a randomized controlled trial that was well done. It's open label, but it's well done. So it didn't have any blinding, but they had other things that we discussed that reach a higher kind of evidence. And it was reported, and it's in Clinical Infectious Diseases, which is a very prestigious journal. And it was designed to study the amount of virus in the patients at certain days. So viral load, that's called. So that was how this study was designed. That was what it wanted to measure primarily. And that is the only primary outcome that's the only primary thing we can take from this. As I mentioned, there are many other secondary outcomes that are reported, and of which in this case, it's been reported that hospitalization is what they choose to use. But that's just one finding, and secondary outcomes are, again, there are many of them, and you can choose the ones you'd like to include or not. But if you're cherry picking, it would completely undermines the validity of a document like this forest plot we're looking at, because only the findings that please the creator of it seem to be included, not one that displeased them. Within this study, there are other findings that, if they were plotted, would make it look as if hydroxychloroquine had no effect or even possibly harmed them.
And so in your opinion, doctor, how does the failure to include those additional findings and the trial's negative primary outcomes affect the quality of this graphic overall? It
affects it greatly by again rendering what we can take from it as nothing. If you're including an outcome from a study that was actually well done, you ought to include the primary reason the study was done, the primary outcome. And if you're going to include secondary outcomes, you should not cherry pick just the ones that happen to have a good effect and leave off any that didn't have any effect or had a negative effect.
And immediately below the Mitja study on line 10 of this graphic, there's a citation to the Skipper et al. RCT. And I will go ahead and cite to Faust Subexhibit 3232, where that study can be found. What findings, Dr. Faust, does the forest plot graphic cite Skipper for?
So Skipper is being used in the forest plot hospitalization/death.
And doctor, when you reviewed this particular study, is that conclusion or that outcome citation consistent with the Skipper trial's actual findings?
Not particularly. The Skipper trial, this is a randomized controlled trial with placebo, published in the Annals of Internal Medicine. That's an excellent journal. Highly reputable. Primary outcome was looking at symptom severity over 14 days. The primary result of that study was negative, finding no difference in symptoms over 14 days between hydroxychloroquine and placebo. That would be the most appropriate piece of information to include in a forest plot such as this. However, they also do, as I mentioned, cherry pick a secondary outcome of hospitalization and death, finding a purported benefit. I would just mention that it appears that they have that for hospitalizations, which could be hypothesis generating, meaning it would be worth making a study that looked at hospitalizations and whether or not hydroxychloroquine might or might not impact the fraction of patients who are hospitalized. But I also would note that they did combine in this meta-analysis hospitalizations and death. And if they had not done that, they would have found that the deaths in each side of this trial were even, 1 and 1. But again, that would be right on the middle of that line, wouldn't fit the narrative of this particular forest plot, therefore it's omitted, which I think tends to cast a lot of doubt on its utility.
And finally, Dr. Faust, do you see the Omrani RCT that appears on line 23 of this forest plot? Is that the 5th study that you reviewed in reviewing this document?
I'm looking for it. Yes, yes.
And that study appears as Faust subexhibit 32-33. What finding is the forest plot relying on from the Omrani study?
The forest plot reports hospitalization.
And upon your review, is that an accurate report of what the Omrani trial found?
Not in its totality. The Omrani was a randomized, blind randomization, not completely blinded, but randomization was at least blind. And it appeared in a very good journal called eClinical Medicine. And it primarily was studying virologic cure, which means how many of the patients actually had no viral load of the virus by day 6. They did not find any difference between patients who received hydroxychloroquine and who did not. So that would have been the primary thing to include here. Instead, hospitalization is what's included. Again, there are other secondary analyses that one could dive into, and you quickly find that there are many other outcomes that you could include that would not be as favorable.
And Dr. Faust, in your opinion, what is problematic about relying solely on a secondary outcome from a study?
Secondary outcomes are very important to understand. As I mentioned before, a trial is designed, it's very hard to do a well-controlled trial. And so they're designed with primary outcomes in mind. Therefore, the number of patients they recruit and how they adjudicate, how they carry the trial out is really focused on that primary outcome. And it takes a lot of work to do that well. It is no small task. Secondary outcomes are anything else you might find. And you could generate as many as you'd like. I'll give you an example. You could have a study whose primary outcome is mortality for 28 days, but you could actually ask, what's the mortality on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4? And you could have 28 days, one for each day. You could say, what's the mortality day 2 to 5 versus day 5 to 8 versus day 9 to 12? And you would find all kinds of random spatterings because the data will get messy and noisy. And so secondary outcomes had to be very, very carefully chosen. Otherwise, it's cherry picking because you'll find something eventually. In really good studies, they announce the secondary outcomes ahead of time, which helps. But that doesn't mean that you can use it to rely upon because the study wasn't designed to have the statistical power or even to have the balance across the groups that you can know what you're comparing. So on the primary outcome, you know, if the randomization was done correctly, that group A and group B are pretty similar characteristically. That's the table 1 thing that I was talking to the board about. But on secondary outcomes, you don't know whether that balance actually persists because there might be some patients who didn't get that far in the trial. There might be some patients who, who didn't reach that outcome. And so you don't actually have a really good way of knowing if you're comparing the same groups anymore. And that's why it is what we call hypothesis generating. The hypothesis would be, well, boy, the secondary outcome showed some promise for this finding. Let's design a study that can study that question properly. And that is how you use secondary outcomes. So it's not to change practice. It is to generate ideas for future study. Some secondary outcomes end up being fruitful and others end up falling flat. And that is the humbleness of research is that many good things that have looked great in secondary outcomes have turned out to be not have helped and others have.
And Doctor, having reviewed 5 of 8 of the higher quality studies included in this purported meta-analysis, what is your opinion about the validity of this purported forest plot overall?
It has no validity to match what it purports to say. It cannot be used to interpret the literature on hydroxychloroquine in any direction. So I don't, having read these papers, which are representative of many of the others, I conclude that one cannot conclude anything from this document in favor or against hydroxychloroquine.
And what, in your opinion, doctor, should a reasonably prudent physician conclude based on this meta-analysis about treating COVID-19 patients with hydroxychloroquine?
It doesn't change the evidence-based standard of care, which is that the best evidence we have suggests no role for the questions we've discussed. So it doesn't change, it should not change the opinion of a practicing clinician with regard to hydroxychloroquine. It doesn't move the needle.
And Dr. Faust, you are aware that Dr. Nass has identified a Dr. Harvey Reich, and I will ask Dr. Libby to confirm, did I pronounce that name correctly, Reich?
I wish I were a doctor, but I'm not.
Thank you. Attorney Libby, thank you.
You did pronounce it correctly.
Thank you. So Dr. Faust, let me ask again. You're aware that Dr. Nass has identified a Dr. Harvey Reich as one of her expert witnesses in this case?
Yes.
And if you could please turn within the licensee's exhibits now to licensee exhibit 151B, which should be in the PDF that starts with 151A. And again, I want to start with exhibit 151B.
This is hydroxychloroquine in early treatment of high-risk COVID-19 outpatients, efficacy and safety evidence?
Yes. And do you see Dr. Harvey Reich's name there at the top?
Yes.
And have you reviewed this document related to this case?
I have read this document.
And what is the date of the document?
It is dated June 17th, 2021.
And is there any indication that this document was published in any medical journal?
Not that I can tell.
And what does this document purport to be?
Well, it's, I suppose, a position paper on hydroxychloroquine. It's sort of, it's a document that reflects the way that this doctor views the evidence on hydroxychloroquine.
And did you have an opportunity to review the methodology that Dr. Reich used to reach his conclusions in this position paper?
Such that it is, yes, but what I mean by that is that there's no real indication.
Sorry, Dr. Faust, I didn't hear your immediate comment when you started your sentence. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so the question, I believe, was to comment on the methodology. Is that right, Counsel?
My question was, did you have an opportunity to review the methodology by which Dr. Reich reached the position in this position paper?
Right. And what I would say is that the methodology in use is impossible to interpret. There is no stated methodology to tell us why, among the thousands of papers that one could choose on this topic, this smattering of papers was chosen. So we don't know, unlike a rigorous analysis, that why certain papers and studies would be included and why others would not be included.
And does this position paper purport to collect a series of studies to reach a conclusion?
Yes, it certainly presents a number of studies that match a viewpoint on hydroxychloroquine.
And I would direct your attention to section B of this document. And unfortunately, it does not have page numbers. Dr. Faust, I believe you have the combined PDF that we sent you. And so this should be PDF page 16. But for everyone's reference, within Exhibit 151B, I'm on the page that starts B, outpatient studies bearing upon, and that's in bold at the top of the page.
This is the page that begins with the Sao Paulo, Brazil study?
Yes, Dr. Faust. And did you have an opportunity to review some of the studies that are presented in this paper?
I did.
And which of the studies, pardon me, have you reviewed, Dr. Faust?
At
in
some
this
point,
section, sorry.
Yeah. Well, there's how many? There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 studies at a minimum. I think there might be some within these, each number here, that there might be more. But I certainly reviewed most of them to some degree, certainly the first 10.
And let's just make sure we're all oriented. Could you just read the title of this section, what the studies in this section purport to be?
Outpatient studies bearing upon hospitalization or mortality risks with early HCQ plus hydroxychloroquine use in high-risk COVID-19 outpatients.
And what is the significance of bearing upon in that title?
I suppose this is implying that these are studies that have data about hospitalizations in some way, and that the author believes are relevant. But I don't know what is meant, because the term bearing is not really defined.
And again, you reviewed numerous of these 11 studies. What conclusions did you draw about the quality of those studies?
As a group,
I'm going to object to the form of the question. There's no way to understand his testimony unless he addresses individual studies.
Okay, do you want to respond, Assistant Attorney General Willis?
I am trying to do an expeditious presentation of testimony for the benefit of the board, and we'll discuss sort of the general deficiencies. If we need to do this study by study, we absolutely can.
So yeah, I think it's fine to take representative studies and give his input after researching them in order to get through this in a reasonable manner. So go ahead with your question.
Look,
My question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You remember my question? You can go ahead and answer then, please.
Yeah, the overall quality of the studies included is highly variable, ranging from uninterpretable to some slightly better studies, but unfortunately not interpreted appropriately. So it's not a great group of papers, but I'm happy to go through briefly as many as you'd like to discuss why I think that.
Well, if we could go to page 7 of the document, and I'm referring specifically to the study number 5 under that section B header.
Mm-hmm.
To orient everyone else, that's at PDF page 17. This is a study cited to IP et al. 2021. And is this one of the studies that you reviewed in detail, Doctor?
I've looked at it. I wouldn't say that I read it in as close detail as our exhibits, but I certainly read it.
And in your opinion, are there issues with this study that impact its quality?
Yeah, certainly there are some problems with this. It says right there, it's a matched retrospective cohort study. Look, that's not a terrible design compared to an anecdote or a case series, but it is inferior to other forms of evidence like a randomized controlled trial. So the problems that we often find with retrospective cohort studies is that even though you try to do matching so that the groups that you're comparing are supposedly similar, it's very difficult to achieve that. It can be done, but it's very difficult to achieve. And as a result of that, again, you're really only getting hypothesis out of that. And so in this patient, in this study, for example, we don't know whether or not the finding, which is, I guess, looking at whether or not hospitalization was necessary, reflected something about the way that these two cohorts were built out of medical records, as opposed to something about the drug. But what I would say is that even if that ends up being validated in a higher quality study, there's nothing here that looking at a study like this that would make me look at hydroxychloroquine and think that I could just prescribe it And because I would be cutting the risk of hospitalization by a certain amount, that I do not need to refer a patient who is sick with COVID to a higher level of care if they actually require that. And that really concerns me.
Well, I'm going to object to the response. It's unresponsive to the question. It had nothing to do with the level of care. It was simply what he read with respect to the study. And his aspersion to the care that Dr. Nass gave her patients is inappropriate, and I ask that it be stricken.
Assistant Attorney General Willis.
Yes, so Dr. Faust is testifying about the evidence-based standard of care and the translation of research into patient treatment. And this is within his purview and is an appropriate subject matter for his testimony.
Okay, so I'm going to allow it.
And I'll direct your attention to the very last sentence here in the paragraph about that study 5, where it indicates in the matched multivariate analysis, treatment with hydroxychloroquine significantly cut the risk of hospitalization by 46%. Do you take that to be this author's conclusion about the meaning of that study?
You know, I would have to look at the study again and refresh. But I think that regardless, in a design of this nature, it would not be appropriate to read this and conclude that that hydroxychloroquine therefore means that a patient doesn't require any further care.
I'm going to object. It's again unresponsive to the question. The question that was asked, he can't answer. That was his testimony. He needs to review the study.
So well, that wasn't actually the question that was asked. The question that was asked was, do you take the quote in the matched multivariate analysis, treatment with hydroxychloroquine significantly cut the risk of hospitalization by 46%. Do you understand that, Dr. Faust, to be this author's conclusion about the IPS study?
You mean, oh, that's okay. So I thought you were asking about whether that was IPS conclusion. You're asking me about the person who wrote this exhibit.
Yes, is that final sentence?
Yeah.
Do you understand that to be this author's conclusion?
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, I do.
And if I could direct your attention back to board staff exhibit 88, this is PDF page 24, 23. This is the hydroxychloroquine graphic that we had been looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And
sure.
do you see on line 15 there, IP?
Yes, I do.
Reference to the IP study. And what does this forest plot quote the IP study for?
This quotes the IP study for mortality, death.
And is that the same as what Dr. Reich cited? Pardon me, Dr. Reich cited the study for?
No, it does not match.
And Dr. Faust, I'll direct your attention back to Exhibit 151B. Again, this is Dr. Reich's document. What other kinds of deficiencies did you find in these studies when you were reviewing them?
So a lot of the problems with these studies have to do with some of the things we've discussed today. So looking at whether we know, was there a control group? In some of the cases, there was not a control group, so that you don't even really know what the finding means because there's no baseline to compare the findings to. There's also there's the problem that we discussed before about randomization. The second bullet point, or number 2, the patients appear to have self-selected, which is not a rigorous way to randomize patients. There's other, I guess, number 4, they're not randomized, they're not controlled, the patients. There's just a whole list of problems, including some of the ones we've discussed, where you're cherry picking certain outcomes, which is not necessarily a problem of the design of those studies, but it's a problem of the overall document. And so in total, you could write a dissertation on the number of problems that are here.
And Dr. Faust, what is your overall opinion of the quality of Dr. Reich's evidence as presented here in Section B?
Unreliable. There's nothing here there's no sign that we can look at these studies and nor the doctor's conclusions about them and have learned anything about the state of the world with respect to hydroxychloroquine and COVID.
And I'll direct your attention now to Section C, which is on page 11 of this document and is PDF page 22, Dr. Faust, and let me know when you're there.
Sure, I'm there.
Okay, and so Section C refers to population natural experiments bearing upon efficacy of population use of hydroxychloroquine in mortality reduction. Could you explain what population natural experiments are?
I can tell you what I think this means. Natural experiments are an important concept, and they can be very clever and informative, or they can be useless. Natural experiments might be described by saying, let's study an outcome by looking at how a population how they fared before and after a certain intervention was introduced. So, for example, a natural experiment could be take another disease altogether. What happens to the rates of HIV in a city which up until January 1st of this year did not provide free contraception, but ever since then they have put contraception on every single public transit, and you can just take it for free. That would be some kind of a natural experiment. You might, depending on how it was done, you might be able to conclude something about that endeavor or not.
Let me ask you my next question. So how high quality are these kinds of studies in generating evidence-based practice changes for patient treatment?
Really low quality. You very, very rarely can interpret much. I mean, occasionally there'll be a brilliantly done natural experiment or a finding that exists that sort of alerts you to a change that must be made. But it's extremely unusual that natural experiments have any bearing on something like a drug during a pandemic that's evolving.
And did you look at the population natural experiments cited here?
I briefly looked them over, but it was a long time ago.
Did you draw any conclusions about these particular studies?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's very hard to do a natural experiment when things are changing so much. So in a pandemic, you have rises and you have falls, and this was the first wave in both of these cases of the pandemic. And so anything at all you would have studied after the middle of May would have appeared to have worked because that was the peak at the middle of May. You could have studied anything, and is that what you would find. But as we all know, the pandemic did not end at the end of where this graph is, which is July 10th. We know that it came back with a vengeance, and therefore we don't have a milieu, a background that really lends itself to any kind of natural experiment about this particular question.
And Dr. Faust, based upon your review of the studies that you did review cited in Dr. Reich's position paper, what's your opinion about the quality of this analysis that he's put together?
The quality is such that I cannot make any, it doesn't change my interpretation of the high quality evidence-based standard of care around this particular treatment. There's nothing here that is compelling that makes me more interested in this pharmacotherapy. There's nothing. The methodologies are way too inconsistent. They're cherry-picked results. It's not very compelling work because it simply is too erratic, and the methodology by which certain studies and findings within those studies were included or excluded is completely left to our imaginations. We have no idea. And because I do know some of the literature that was excluded, I know that that examples that go against the viewpoint espoused were excluded inappropriately.
And doctor, in your opinion, in what ways could a reasonably prudent physician rely on this meta-analysis in making evidence-based decisions about patient care?
Well, this is not a meta-analysis. This is a position paper that, again, cherry-picks certain findings from certain studies. So I think that a reasonably prudent physician would take nothing away of any use from this regarding its stated purpose, which is to evaluate hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19, particularly with the hospitalization and mortality that we've been discussing.
And Dr. Faust, you've reviewed a significant number of studies related to treatments for COVID-19, both for your own practice and educational work, but also for this case. Are you aware of any studies that demonstrate the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine to treat COVID-19?
I'm not aware of any high-quality studies. All the high-quality studies that have been conducted.
Objection, that wasn't the question. The question was, he aware of any studies that suggest treatment with hydroxychloroquine?
Yeah, I'm going to allow the answer. Go ahead, Dr. Faust.
So can you repeat the question?
You've reviewed a significant number of studies related to treatments for COVID-19, both for your own practice and educational work, but also for this case. Are you aware of any high-quality studies that demonstrate the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine to treat COVID-19?
Just for the record, that was not the question that was asked.
Understood. I'm trying to expedite the testimony.
I am not aware of any high-quality studies that that would change my impression of the evidence-based standard of care. So no, I do not see the body of evidence to support that.
And given the state of the science and your understanding of it, what is your professional opinion, Dr. Faust, about whether a reasonably prudent practitioner can treat COVID-19 patients with hydroxychloroquine consistent with the evidence-based standard of care?
I don't think that treating patients with hydroxychloroquine is consistent with the evidence-based standard of care. What I would say is that that we have the right to prescribe things that are off-label, but we do not have the right to do so and not offer the evidence-based standards of care that we know exist. So there is that distinction to be made.
And Dr. Faust, could you explain to the board whether or not, in your professional opinion, Dr. Nass's decision to treat patients infected with COVID-19 with hydroxychloroquine, based on the science contained in Board Staff Exhibit 88, evidences a lack of fitness or ability to discharge the duty she owed to patients in this case?
I do.
Please explain the basis of that opinion.
I think that prescribing these medications gave these patients a sense that there's nothing else they needed to do, and therefore they did not seek higher level of care soon enough.
Objection. He cannot testify to what a patient would do or what a patient would do after receiving prescriptions from Dr. Nass. That's totally speculative and guesswork.
Okay, so Assistant Attorney General Willis, you can lay some foundation if you're going to solicit this answer, or you can move on to another question.
Dr. Faust, could you explain whether or not, in your professional opinion, Dr. Nass's treatment of patients with hydroxychloroquine, based on the science contained in Board Staff Exhibit 88, evidences a lack of knowledge or an inability to apply principles necessary to carry out the practice of medicine?
Yes, and the reason for that, in the way you've asked, is that Dr. Nass provided the board with pretty compelling, with a pretty substantial rendering of how she reached her decision about these treatments, about this treatment. And that is actually dispositive. In other words, Dr. Nass is telling us that she prescribed these treatments based on a reading of literature and data. And one of the responsibilities that we have is to be able to interpret data correctly. And so Dr. Nass did not do that. And so in that way, she demonstrated a lack of fitness in doing something that I think is very important, which is to interpret medical literature when making treatment decisions.
And Hearing Officer Smith, I turn to you for direction. I'm ready to move on to ivermectin.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're not going to conclude that in 10 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, my sense is this would be a good time to stop then. Chair Gleaton?
I want to ask, can I ask a question? How long do you think it would take to be able to go through the ivermectin data?
I will do my best to move along quickly and could shoot for 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh, okay. We have to go this to another day. 45 minutes to an hour is too long because then we're going to have him back anyway for cross-examination. So I think we need to conclude for today and start again then with ivermectin and this expert witness next time.
Okay, so I'm going to give some instructions just prior to adjourning the hearing for the day. I remind the board that the matter is not concluded, so please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other or board staff members. Also, a reminder of an instruction I gave earlier, to the extent there is any press, please avoid intentionally reading or listening to any media regarding this hearing. With that, we can close the hearing for today and we'll resume on the next day of hearing. Thank you all for your attention all day today.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.